All right, all right, all right. We are here, folks. Mike, I was just finishing my steak, scarfing down my steak. I was looking at my clock. I was like, dude, I got to get back there at 5:45 because Mike's gonna be waiting. Um, okay. When I wake up early in the morning, do my head. When I wake up in the middle of a dream, I'm still yawning. Down, 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 right down, down. Shout it, shout it, shout it out loud. Dang it, I got to post about the dollar sale. Golly, I got to get that ad rolling or people's not going to know. Mike C. I'm glad I seen your name. Mike C. Let me find you here, Mike. Mike, I don't think we have you registered unless you're somebody else. See, we got you down for some stuff, Mike, and my operations center. We don't really know who you are. Have you bought and paid stuff from us before? Because I'm being told that we have stuff that basically we're holding, but we can't figure out who Mike C is. Okay, if you could go ahead and fill out the first time buyer form, I'm pretty sure we're holding some auctions for you. And I'll get with Ed and G. But if you could fill out that first time buyer form again, that's probably why you hadn't been getting invoices. And just let me know when you're done filling that form out. Okay. And then if our new buyer last night, well, let me make sure. Shoot. Okay. I've got to get Laura set up. Can I do that mobily? Mobily. Down, down. When I wake up early in the morning, feel my head, I'm still haunted when I'm in the middle of a dream. Ah. Okay. Welcome to Collectco. These are not my personal journals. I was seeing y'all's comments. No, these are leftover coins, and I was trying my best to sell some dimes at a really good price last night, but no takers. No takers on my little silver bars. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We'll try those again next time I offer coins. No coins tonight. I've basically sold everything. So I had some people text me today when gold once again hit 4,000, and they was like, dude, you buying or selling? I was like, well, I'll do both, whatever it takes. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. No dime bags. I had silver dimes. I got dime bag Daryl figures. I don't have any dime bags. That probably disappoints a bunch of y'all, I know. Let's see. I text Ed after I woke up. You know, let me tell y'all, I don't know what y'all think about when you wake up, but when I wake up, first thing I ask Ed is, how much new vinyl came in? That's one of the first things that hits my brain is, oh boy, how much new vinyl came in? Because we got a lot. And looks like there's some, I bet these are pretty low grade if they're over here, right, John? These Disney records. I bet I can sell them in a lot, though, just because they're low grade. Some kids' records and stuff over here. So let me do this. Let me say welcome to Collectco, and for those that have joined us already tonight, it's going to be a big sale as usual. We got John and Laura here marking stuff. John's already dropped off 5 crates. We do have 2 crates of new vinyl, and I think I'm actually going to try to show some other stuff over here. First thing is this. I'm going to try to get through all the new stuff as soon as possible so we can get into other stuff like discount records, cheap vintage stuff. cassettes, maybe even books again tonight. And the big thing is, I'm well rested. I fell asleep once again ordering new vinyl, as I usually do, but I feel a lot better than I did yesterday for sure. I'd kind of pushed myself a little too far, as I usually try to do every day. But I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. We're going to go ahead and do our new vinyl morning flip crates like we usually do. I'm about to bring those over here. Then I'm going to try to go through some of our older backstock tonight. Store reopens tomorrow. I've got to get some stuff ready to put out. Dollar sale this weekend also here at the store. We're having a $1 sale here at the store this weekend. I'm going to try to say that a lot tonight because I'm late getting our ad out. You know, I'm going to be able to post it and try to share it in all the local groups by tonight. And then I'm going to spend probably more than I normally do on an ad. But I think a lot of local people find out about our shop. Like they find out about us because we advertise we have a dollar sale. As y'all know, you know, I don't promote really our store here like as a storefront. I rarely promote that. So the only time we run an ad is for this dollar sale, John. And I'm going to officially post tomorrow. I hope we can get caught up on the advertisement time. I think we can get word out.
I think so.
I'm going to get shared. We'll get it. We'll let all the Nashville people know. I got a message landing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll probably send a message right now. All the Nashville people that come in, dollar sale, we got to help me get the word out. And I usually spend quite a bit of money for what I was saying is I never really promote stuff that goes on here in our store because it don't really make sense for us to. We basically just promote that we're a live on sale business, but we do have a storefront. So there's so many local people when they find out we're having a dollar sale, they're like, well, heck, I didn't even know you had a store in Lebanon. And they're like right down the road in Mount Juliet. So those Mount Juliet and Lebanon people are like flocking in. They're like, holy crap, we didn't even know this store was here. We've never seen ads. We've always thought you were just some kind of online store. We didn't even know where it was located. I was like, yep, that's us. So, and then some of those people start watching our live sales because they're right down the road and they're record collectors. And they're like, holy crap, we had no idea this place was even here. So you'd be amazed for anybody else out there that owns a small business. You'll be amazed how many people don't know about you that could literally be right down the road. So, of course, we advertise more nationally than anything. We don't really sell here locally, but I mean we do. We have a store that's open, but it's complicated. Over 99% of our sales are right here, so we don't spend any money like trying to get people in our store. We try to get people here to watch these streams every night. You know, because it's convenient. You can this and this. I do own billboards, yeah, or at least have access to them. Little of both. Heading out, John. Thank you as always. I'll be here. All right. All right, let me make sure I know what I missed. Sean's watching out in San Jose. Sean out in California must be building some kind of stadium. Is that right, Sean? Grateful Dead Pops. I hadn't ordered. There's no Grateful Dead Pops in production. So if we get any, it'll just be like through a collection. And Michael, you missed silver last night. The only thing I have, Michael, is 2 books of silver dimes. They're at melt value, $170 per book. It's a complete set of dimes. That's all I have. If you wasn't watching last night, I sold off everything. I just have 2 books of silver dimes, and then plus like our collectible stuff. I still got chibis, and you know, I still got stuff like this, like Iron Man chibis, and I don't know. We probably can sell these tonight if I show them. I'll bring them out in just a second, but we'll figure that out. Okay. All right, let me get this. All righty, I am ready to go. Let's see. I'm going to try to sell these VHS tonight, too. I'm chipping away over here at the The store. Oh yeah, my dream is to have a big, massive collectible store like up in Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge. I've always told my family, give me a little bit of time and we'll open up some kind of mega store up there. Everybody can retire up there and we'll just have a big family, gigantic, operation. I'll have to move all my staff to Sevierville and Gatlinburg. I think they'll be okay with that. But I told them you got to give me some time. We got to build it up. It's going to take a little bit of time. But I've always figured I could live up there and have like a gigantic store. And like Smoky Mountain Knife Works. You ever been to Smoky Mountain Knife Works? Up there, the big gigantic knife store. Imagine a building like that, set up like that, just full of records and toys and comic books and coins and also knives. I mean, they got some cool stuff in there, so I've always wanted a store like that. That way you can just come and go and buy and sell, kind of like a Pawn Stars deal. Kind of like the Pawn Stars guy, just a big cool store everybody wants to come to. Sell high and stuff for your personal. You get opportunities to buy really rare stuff for your personal collection, like Rick Harrison. He gets to buy all that stuff and keep it. All that really cool stuff, American history and guitars and stuff like that. Okay, but right now we're going to focus on tonight, and we're going to start selling some really cool stuff over here. All right, when can we invest? It's a private venture right now, but I do have the Omen on VHS. Where's our VHS buyers and where's my horror collectors? The Omen. They talk about that on Seinfeld. Damien, $10 start. That's now up for bid. $10 start on that. So we'll start out with a VHS tape. And we'll start out over here with, I need something else for supplemental auctions. Well, I guess I got all this stuff over here. Let me see what Seth has got me over here. Hopefully he hadn't screwed anything up. You leave it up to Seth to screw up a bunch of stuff. Here we go. We got John Lennon, Imagine. This is a purple capital. Imagine you buying this record. It's a U.S. reissue, EXEX Plus condition, a $15 start on John Lennon. The Omen VHS, $10 start on that. I hadn't got to check these. I'm just going to try to get them all sold tonight as ASAP as possible. Okay. Has it been rewound? That's hard for me to say. Rewound, rerun. All right, where's this morning's video? And no Japanese, nope. Zero, nada. I got a call from our company, and our company said, our company that delivers all that said I had to pay some more duties, and the package is being held up, but we hadn't paid a dime yet, and they're still delivering it. We're just not paying the duties, and I guess they don't want to deal with holding the stuff, and so they're just basically delivering it and not making us pay duties. So I hadn't paid a single duty or tariff yet, and they're just still delivering the stuff. So I don't know, but I got a call today saying they're holding a package, but they held one for about 30 days, and they finally just dropped it off, and we never did pay anything. So we're not supposed to be paying it. Okay? Next thing is this. We have the following. We have Metallica, the Black Album. This is a 2 LP, and this is $34.99, the Metallica Black Album. There's not supposed to be duties and tariffs on media. So we're not paying it not to be just a rebel. We're paying it because we're not supposed to pay it. So I hadn't paid a dime yet for any of those, and we're still getting packages. The Metallica Black Album, a 2 LP, $34.99. Kiss Psycho Circus. Now, this was pressed to vinyl for the first time. This is still that same version. The only difference is the cover is not lenticular. So they've kept that same record in print under that same SKU since it originally came out. Pretty amazing. We have first record sold over here. This is sold to Michelle Clements, Metallica, the Black Album. Nothing else matters except you buying that record. We have The Cure, BBC Session, 79 to 83. It's on cloudy colored vinyl. They're hand numbered on the back. And The Cure is $36.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here Remaster. Yes, it is remastered, and it's $36.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. And then we have Dark Throne, Transylvanian Hunger, $33.99, and Songs for Distinct Lovers, Billie Holiday, $34.99. We got Scotchy Doo on Twitch as Scott Dwallow. Scotchy Doo. Scotchy Doo, is that how I say that? The Omen is a no bid. If anybody wants it, it's a $10 buy it now. The Omen VHS, it's a $10 buy it now. And I have the Wolfman VHS. The Wolfman VHS, it's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Over here, I got Smashing Pumpkins Adore. This is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladarchek. That is sold to you. And then Cynthia Herdron got the Cure BBC Sessions. Thank you, Cynthia Herdron. I just now seen that. Thank you, Cynthia Herdron. And we also have Post Malone, Beer Bongs and Bentleys. That is $49.99 for Post. And we have No Doubt, and that's sold to Scott Dwallow, Squatchy Doo. That is sold to Scott Dwallow. That's a 2LP orange vinyl. And actually, you know what, Scott? Cecil Grosskopf was first. So this is actually sold to Cecil Grosskopf the second. Let's put Scott Dwallow on a wait list. This is an orange vinyl, essentially the best of No Doubt. And if anybody else wants one, I'm definitely going to have to order more for Scott. There it is. And let's go ahead and make John Lennon a great buy it now price. Just $15 for a clean Purple Capital reissue of Imagine. You can pick that up for $15. The Wolfman VHS does have a bid with Cynthia for $10. We're about to sell that. The other Smashing Pumpkins I have is Pisces Iscariot. It's $34.99. And then U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. It's a Beautiful Day. $34.99, and that is a 2LP. Next auction is going to be Y&T, and this is called Mean Streak. And Mean Streak by Y&T is an 83 USOG EX Plus condition, a $20 start on that. Mellon and Jennings gets John Lennon. That's sold for $15. That is sold. Man, some of these movies, I think they're finally putting in some of these movies. I think I was on Peacock. I forgot what I was on, but it's that time of the year where, you know, they start adding all these Halloween collections to all these streaming services. I'm like, I want to watch all the original horror movies, you know, the Wolfman, Frankenstein, the originals, and sometimes they're pretty difficult to locate. High quality without ads, you know, that's legitimate to watch. So, but I think it was Peacock. They added like that entire collection over there. All right. We have Wasp, First Blood, Last Cuts. Wasp is a 2LP. That is $44.99. And we have Roxy Music, Country Life. That is 180-gram half-speed master, $29.99. Universal Monsters, that's what I was looking for. Chris Cornell is a 2LP, $39.99. That is Chris Cornell. That is Higher Truth. And we have REM Monster, and that is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladarchek. That's sold to you. And Hocus Pocus, speaking of Halloween music, this is sold to Cynthia Herdron, and we have one copy left, and that's a 2LP blue vinyl, $24.99. Cynthia Herdron also gets the Wolfman VHS for $10. Thank you on that. And over here we have The Evil Dead. This is another VHS, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. That is now up for bid, The Evil Dead. Michelle Clements also wants a Hocus Pocus, and Y&T is a $20 start. Saw some pics of Chad with a ponytail. Changed my life. Yes, I shared those with some of my friends, and I knew they was going to distribute them. Yeah, that was, I forgot how I found that in my phone, but I was down in Nashville at a Jethro Tull concert. That's me. Long hair. I was a rebel, Scott. Moose was like, that's how you used to show up to the golf. Moose was like, that's how you used to show up to the golf course and everybody was afraid of you. He said there was this guy would show up at the golf course, ponytail, wearing all black, and they'd be like, who is this dude? And I'd be like, that's me, Chad Williams. And you're going to have a rough day today if you think you're going to try to beat me out here. Next auction. Y&T's about to be a buy it now. boy, I got some cool VHS over here. Evil Dead's at 10, Evil Dead's at 11. And we have over here, we have Bon Jovi. We have Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, a 1986. This is a 1986 USOG, 70 Indianapolis Press, yellow lyric insert. And once again, Seth doing weird, misleading, or weird, odd notations. 86 USOG, a $25 start. $25 start, okay? Evil Dead's at 11, and that means Chris Frazier, you're out. Lowest I've shot, I shot 71 at Golden Eagle Country Club. That was not playing it down. So that was not playing it down. So, you know, we was rolling it around the fairway because that course barely has any grass on it at certain points of the year. So I was rolling around the fairway, and we used one mulligan on each side. I didn't use it on the back side. So I think I used one mulligan on the front 9. We used to do one mulligan on each 9, and we don't play it down. So I shot 71, 72. So I guess you could add 2 strokes to that for the mulligan, and just because I was wasn't playing it down. But y'all know how it is. You're out on a course that doesn't have any grass on the fairway. You got to kind of roll it up so you can have like a better lie. You know, if it's in the rough, we kind of just try to hit it. Or, you know, if you're in a bad spot like in the woods, you might as well just hit it the way it is. But I wasn't in the woods too many times that day. That was when you just hitting golf shots and they're just all flying right up to the green and hitting next to the pins, and you're just like, wow, I'm ready to win the Masters. So typically, though, I'm like a mid-80s guy, maybe high 70s, but I hadn't played in like a year. So if I teed off right now, I'd be in the mid-80s easily. Yeah, probably. Without playing after a year, if I went to a course I didn't know, oh, yeah. Over here, X-Wing, you're out. Y&T's a buy it now for $20. This is Mean Streak. Mean Streak is a $20 buy it now. That is if anybody wants it. And then Bon Jovi over here is an OG pressing. This is an OG pressing, an 86 US OG, a $25 start on Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. Jerry Torres gets Mean Streak, and that's sold to him for $20, okay? We're about to sell the Evil Dead VHS for $12. Bon Jovi's up for bid, and Evil Dead is at 12 of Chris Frazier. Yeah, it's up to X-Wing on that one now. And let's go through that other crate of new stuff, okay? So we still got Chris Cornell, Roxy Music, Wasp, U2, Smashing Pumpkins, Post Malone, Smashing Pumpkins, Billie Holiday, Dark Throne, Pink Floyd, The Cure, Kiss, and Metallica. Kiss and Metallica. All righty. So I guess where I used to play a lot, the Golden Eagle, which is Tennessee Tech's college golf course now. The course was donated to the college I went to, Tennessee Tech. So it was Cookeville Country Club, I guess. Now it's Golden Eagle because of their mascot. And we used to play there so often. You know, if you play at a course 2 or 3 times a week, you're going to just get good at that course. And you think you're good because you're playing the same course. You know, it's like regulars who play at a regular golf course. You know, man, they can get down where they can shoot par. You take them somewhere differently, they're probably still going to be pretty good, but not like the regular scores you can post at the same golf course over and over. So I remember I was playing there a lot, and I felt like I could shoot par about any time I teed off, or maybe 5 over at the most. And then I'd go somewhere else and play, and it'd be like, holy crap, it'd be hard to break, you know, 90 or something. So you can't get used to the same course otherwise, is what I'm saying. Okay? Yeah, you're good to go to another. I know I'd play with some guys in like scrambles at some of these local courses, and they're members, and man, they'd be throwing darts and making birdies and all this. And then I play with them somewhere else at a different course, and they're like, they're struggling, you know. Bon Jovi's at 25. That's a final call. Evil Dead is sold to Chris Frazier for 12. I lost X-Wing on that one. Here is Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. Someone had $14.99 on this one. There's Halloween 5, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. All right, here we go. First thing I have in here is what? I have Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $29.99. Nickelback, you got to have that one. Come on. Also, Skinny Puppy Bites, $29.99 for Skinny Puppy. I've got 2 of those. And Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, $33.99 for Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. And Susie and the Banshees, All Souls. Susie and the Banshees, All Souls, $36.99. Concrete Blonde Bloodletting, that is sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's sold to you. We have not sold any advertised auctions. Actually, we've only put up bonus stuff, like Bon Jovi's the final call to James for $25. Michael Myers is a $10 start. Bauhaus, this is in the flat field. Bauhaus is $29.99. The OC's Floating Coffins, $29. Black Sabbath Master of Reality, $33.99. I listened to Sweet Leaf today. The Cure Pornography's $29, and J Retard Blood Visions, that's $29. Dr. Dre 2001, $44.99. Led Zeppelin House of the Holies, $33. And then we got Whiskey Myers. This is Womp Whack Thunder, a 2LP, $39.99. Bon Jovi is sold, and that is sold to Dan James Kika for $25. Thank you on that. Thank you on that. $25. Halloween is a $10 start. About to make that a buy now. Next auction is going to go up right now, and let's throw up what? What do I have over here to quote throw up? Michael Schenker Group. This is called Perfect Timing. It's a 87 USOG VG++. And that's going to go up for a $20 start. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style, that's $34.99. We also have Art Blakey Moanin', and that one is sold to Alan Smith. Thank you, Alan Smith. That is sold to you. Robert Plant Saving Grace is $33. That's his newest album. Doja Cat is $36. The newest album by Mariah Carey, Here for It All, that's $34. Heel, Leon Thomas was $46. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits is $39. Led Zeppelin 2 was $33. That new Ronnie Wood anthology, that's $39.99. And then it's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Now would be the week to try to buy the Halloween records. I mean, you can buy them next week too, but if you think about it, you're going to get invoiced on the 13th for these, and then we're going to start shipping. And so you could get it a couple weeks before Halloween. If you wait and start buying Halloween records next week, you're going to invoice on the 20th, and that gets them to you the week before Halloween. So if you want anything spooky or Halloween, this is like a safety period. Next week, you're pushing to the limit, and then the week after that, you might get it the week of Halloween. So, I mean, I feel like I've already sold dozens and dozens of Halloween records, though. Speaking of Halloween, Halloween 5 VHS, that's a buy it now for $10. Here's something music-related. Nelson, After the Rain. Yeah, the band Nelson. I've never seen that before. That's a VHS. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Michael Schenker's a $20 start. We pulled everything from the video that everybody wanted. Concrete Blonde, Hocus Pocus, BBC Sessions by The Cure, Art Blakey, Smashing Pumpkins, Adore, R.E.M., and No Doubt. And that leaves Charlie Brown, Ron Wood, Led Zeppelin, Bon Jovi, Leon Thomas, Mariah Carey, Doja Cat, Robert Plant, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Whiskey Myers, Led Zeppelin, Dr. Dre, J Retard, The Cure, Black Sabbath, the OCs, Bauhaus, Susie and the Banshees, Black Sabbath again, Skinny Puppy, and Nickelback. David Jennings wants a Peanuts. The Great Definite, Charlie Brown. Yep, on orange vinyl there. Thank you on that. Always can use those. Those 2 crates have officially been read through. And usually this time of night, we go ahead and show some of our newest new stuff. And sometimes show what's left over from this morning's flip video. We might go ahead and do at least 1 crate of new vinyl right quick before we do that. Michael Schenker does have a bid for $20. That's going to once and going to twice. And let me see what else I have over here. To the voice. Tanner was instructing me on where he put some pretty dang good autographs. Let me see if those are still over here. John Mayall. Yeah, I found some pretty good, dang good autographed CDs over here we might can sell for some bonus stuff tonight. I think he since has passed away since we had all those signed John Mayall albums and CDs from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and we still have a few more lingering around. This is signed by John Mayall, Wake Up Call, legendary blues guitarist, blues musician. Of course, he played all those albums. He played with about everybody, especially Eric Clapton. AX73414, so it's signed and JSC authenticated, and John Mayall is going to go up for a $35 start. Signed CD, $35 start there for John Mayall. That's called Wake Up Call. Okay, Nelson, no bid. That's a buy now for $10 if anybody wants it after the rain. And then over here, Michael Schenker just got a last-second bid with John Napolitano. He has it for $22. The John Mayall signed CD is a $35 start. And let's go over here and see what's in this first crate of our newest new stuff for tonight. Our newest new stuff for tonight. Okay, let's do this right now. And somewhere John Robb and Jerry Stone just fell off their chair. New vinyl? What? All right. And of course, I'm going to have a wait list. And this crate already has some miscellaneous stuff in it. So we'll go ahead and knock this one out. It's about actually a half crate of new vinyl and then a ton of miscellaneous. So here we go. Robin Glenn's going to get the Nelson VHS. That's so to you for $10. Thank you. And then the next thing I have is another VHS right quick, and that's going to be Paul McCartney. This is pretty cool. Give my regards to Broad Street. Paul McCartney is going to go up for a $10 start. Give my regards to Broad Street, all right? So let me clear some of this up. Okay, new Funko's in. Magic Johnson, and he's in the NBA All-Star outfit from 1992. So new Funkos, Magic Johnson, he's $14.99. Those are literally brand new Funkos. Let's see. Let me move some of this stuff out of the way before it gets crushed. I'll show the rest of this in just a second. Let me go ahead and show this. This is, I can get this whole series. I figured I'd go ahead and just order Gene Simmons, and then we could order the rest if somebody wanted them. This is new from Weta Workshops. And it's they're Kiss figures, and I got Gene Simmons, and you can also get, of course, Ace, Paul, and Peter. They're $39.99 each, and I figured I'd go ahead and order at least 2 Gene Simmons. And if anybody decides you want this one or the rest of them, just let me know. They were very much in stock, and I can get them. So they're from the Weta. I've always said the Weta Workshop, but that's Gene Simmons. He's $39.99, okay? So that's there. Let me go grab my laptop. I think we got a restock of Taylor, and for the first time since the midnight release, I have them in stock where I can sell them to you. And I think there were some posts, and I think we have a waiting list, et cetera, et cetera. So let me go up here and find that. And where's my good old-fashioned laptop? Here it is. Won't need that too much tonight. Hope everybody had a great Tuesday. I'm sure most of y'all come in, and this is kind of like what y'all do in the evenings. For me, my Tuesday's getting started. It'll be 3 a.m., and I'll be sitting up here thinking, literally everybody I associate with is asleep right now, except me. And, of course, I know I could go live, and there'd be some people awake probably tuning in. So I spend a lot of time at 3 a.m. when I know most of the world is asleep in contemplation about how to sell more faster here every night on Collectco. And by the way, for you Taylor Swift fans, they sent me an email today about a CD drop. So you know how she did a lot of cover variants for some of those last albums? Well, now it's cover variants for CDs. I don't think she's going to do a vinyl drop for cover variants. And I don't know, I know some of y'all are hardcore Swifties, and if y'all want me to look into some of those CD variants, I can order them for you. It's probably something she's already ordering or doing through her website, but it said it was indie. It did say it was indie exclusive, so I don't know what's up with that. So we'll find out. First thing we have here is MSG 23, MSG 25, MSG 27. Gerald Whitworth wants a set, okay? So let's sell Gerald Whitworth. Gene Simmons here, and I've got one more in stock of Gene. Let's put him on a wait list for the other 3, okay? So sell this to Gerald Whitworth, $39.99, and then put him on a wait list for Peter, Paul, and Ace, okay? And I have one more here on this and this. The cover variants were on their website, vinyl, and the CDs. Yeah, so we have CD variants, and Laura, it should be on all websites now. I got email solicitations yesterday. Yeah, right here they are. It's a pretty big deal, obviously. So, because they're like, get in your orders now. Get in your orders now. Get in your orders now. And I'm like, well, I don't know. You got to give me time to pre-order. David Jennings, I already got you a Charlie Brown. Peanuts, I've already got you one pulled. Yep. All right, we had a wait list for this. This is called The Rockin' Roots of Metallica, $34.99. Metallica Rockin' Roots. And now this is one of these live unofficials they've been doing. And the wait list for this was Tom Harris. Thank you, Tom Harris. And I've got 3 extras. So all we know, unless somebody's done the further research, I know it's live Metallica, and it's somewhere in 1986. A release of Rockin' Records, UK radio broadcast recording, 1986. So Tom Harris was on a wait list. It's a live Metallica, The Rockin' Roots, $34.99. And then here is Taylor, The Life of a Showgirl, and it's on the orange glitter vinyl, $38.99. Now, the first thing I have over here is Taylor. We have 2 down for John Miller. So John Miller needs 2 of them. And these are $38.99 if you hadn't got one yet. There's one for John Miller. There's another for John Miller. And then let me pull up the post we made the other night when we were live at midnight selling them. And I had them all spread out. And I said, folks, here is the Taylor Swift, and we're selling them tonight at midnight when we were first allowed to. And I think somebody commented on that and said, I'll take one if you can get it. Or if you still have them. Of course, we did. And that was over here, newest. And next is Robbie Summerlin. So Robbie Summerlin over here. Robbie Summerlin. This one's right here. And I'm going to say, I've got you down for one. Okay? And D-O-B-N, Chad. So that's so to Robbie Summerlin. To my knowledge, that's everybody who wanted a Taylor Swift. I had John Miller on a wait list for 2, Robbie Summerlin, and I should have 7 extra copies now, okay? Sorry, these are where you can see the front of them. I've got Tim Vigari wants a Taylor. Let me show the Funkos again. Okay, there's the other Gene Simmons. So we sold Gerald Whitworth one, and there was a wait list. And the Funko is Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson in NBA 1992 outfit. Okay, so there's that. Now I can flip through these more properly. Taylor, we got one for Tim Vigari. A Dream Theater, Images and Words. That's on clear vinyl. Before that was reissued, very difficult to get. And then we have Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. One of my favorites, a classic album there, $36.99. Okay, so first of all, Paul McCartney is a buy it now for $10. Give my regards to Broad Street. And then if you want the signed John Mayall CD, this is a $35 buy it now. It's signed by John Mayall. It's JSA authenticated, and this is a $35 buy it now, okay? So John Mayall's available for a buy it now, and then Michael Schenker over here is sold, and that's sold to John Napolitano for $28, okay? There's that, and then the next thing in here was Silverchair Frog Stomp. I got 2 more of those in, the 30th anniversary, yellow and green for $54.99. John and Paul, A Toot and a Snore, which I'm pretty sure I have a wait list for. And there's already more on the way, but this one is sold to Lillian McCurry. Michael Potts is still on a wait list, and there's more coming after that. But Lillian, there is your Toot and a Snore. And then over here, we've got Rat now playing, which there was a waiting list for this. Rat now playing is $24.99, and that's sold to Samantha Harrison. Samantha Harrison got this, and we got Suffocation here, and Suffocation is called Effigy of the Forgotten, red vinyl, $44.99 for Suffocation. Okay, next auction. Still pulling some stuff from over here. I think I've answered every question so far, but I'll scroll back up. Let's go ahead and get another Judas Priest rolling. Here is Judas Priest. Now, this one doesn't come through as often. The Point of Entry album. This is Judas Priest Point of Entry with hop sticker, an 81 UK. It has hop sticker, VG, and it is a $15 star. It does have a few, like a little bit of those light creases around the edges. Judas Priest, a $15 star. Suffocation is sold to John Mintzmoyer. Got that. And let's read through these again. Next VHS I have is Bob Marley, and this is Bob Marley and the Wailers, the Bob Marley story, Caribbean Nights. And that's going to go up for a $10 star. We've already sold Wolfman, Evil Dead, Nelson, and I've got a few more no bids over here we'll show in just a second. So, of course, y'all know air fresheners have been really, really popular lately. Well, I've got 3 from the Misfits. Those randomly came in. 3 Misfits air fresheners. Those are $7.99. So there's 3 Misfits air fresheners. Of course, we've had about 10 different ones. Not of the Misfits, but just in general. There's those. And the Metallica is the first record left in here. That's the Rock and Roots. That's Metallica live in 1986. It's a radio broadcast and unofficial. It will be really good quality. Those are usually soundboards. One sold the Cynthia Herdron. There's 2 left. And then we have Michael Ruttman on 2 Misfits. And then Jerry Torres wants 1. And as usual, we can do a wait list on about any of this. I don't know why. I think maybe I ordered one time 10. And they sent me 7, and then they back ordered the others, and then they've come back in. So that tells me they're in stock, and we probably need to go ahead and order some more. So I don't know why I just got 3, because usually I've been ordering 10 or 5 of these at a time, regardless if I think I can sell them or not. So Pam Murray, I'll put you on a wait list. Thank you. There's the new Taylor Swift album, Life of a Showgirl, orange glitter vinyl, $38.99. The CD exclusives, if you give me a second, I can put an image up here on the TV and or on the monitor and where y'all can see it. If anybody wants to place an order. Dream Theater Images and Words, that's on clear vinyl. Dream Theater's $29.99. Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill, that's $36. Silverchair Frog Stomp is $54. And then Rat Now Playing is $24.99. If anybody wants Bob Marley, he's a $10 buy it now. And then Judas Priest Point of Entry is an 81 UKOG. It does have a hop sticker, light creasing on the cover, VG vinyl. Final call for a $15 start on Priest, Judas Priest. Next is Tim Rory on Dream Theater. That is sold to Tim Rory. Thank you on that. All right, let me go ahead and pull one of the first auctions over here that Laura has ready for tonight that was in the hot picture, and that is going to be Pink Floyd Animals, the 2018 remix. So this was, I think, a return. You're going to get half of a record, okay? Unless you want to do some serious work to it. I don't think that's possible. This is literally a it's a defect, okay? They mislabeled it. So you get half of a record. I think this was a return, and I didn't want to just throw it away. So I think I lay sometimes the defects back there to Laura and Paul to see if maybe they can fix them or double check to make sure they're actually defective. We've had some stuff come back defective, and it's just because people are playing it on a turntable of a really inexpensive arm, and they'll say this record skips, but they have a really inexpensive tone arm. This obviously is a defect. The label is completely mispressed. It's literally pressed down into the grooves. I don't know how you could fix that. You'd have to literally like soak it or something. I don't know. But the other side is fine. So Pink Floyd, a $1 start. $1 start. You're getting half of a record there. $1 start there on Pink Floyd. The other item I have over here is the R2-D2 Funko pen. And this is $11.99. There's the R2-D2 Funko pen. I got 2 more of those back in. Pam Murray wants a Magic Johnson Funko. I have 2 more left. And today, I'll be submitting a huge Funko order. I'm trying to pre-order stuff. I'm trying to order stuff that's in stock. Because after that, the other night, we had like a Funko blast. Like, I bet we sold 50 all from up front. It took a huge dent in our inventory. And I'm like, holy crap, I got to order some more Funkos. So I started last night, but I hadn't submitted it yet because I like to make sure I don't mess up. Pink Floyd has 1 bid for $1. Pink Floyd has another bid for $3. Judas Priest is now at $19. I'm going to take our first stack of miscellaneous over here, the VHS, the Gene Simmons, the air fresheners, and this. We might go ahead and knock out this other crate of new vinyl right quick too. Might go ahead and knock that out. Another crate of new vinyl right over here. Just that way we can say we're done. And showing that. And that way we can show them again later all together. And where's my monster at? Beautiful, beautiful monster here. It was icy again. It's like a monster icy. It's delicious. I think the YouTube, let me check on R2-D2. I think those came in already. I think those came in already last week, but let me check, Kathy. R2-D2, Funko pen, Wolfman Funko, those are never going to come back in. I think those are discontinued. Slash Funko, Dorothy Funko, Batman Funko pen. I think you got one last week, Kathy. If you want to check your invoice, I'll hold it. make sure you're not already billed for one, because I know we had a waiting list last week. And if you do want one, if you don't have one, I'll go ahead and make sure you get this one. Scentless Apprentice gets that one. And then Pink Floyd's at 5. And Kathy, I don't have you down, so no if not. And then somebody wanted the track listing for Rat. The track listing for Rat is Round and Round, Wanted Man, Lack of Communication, Back for More, Lay It Down, You're in Love, Slip of the Lip, Way Cool Jr., I Want a Woman, and Giving Yourself Away. $24.99 on that one, okay? I haven't been billed yet. All right, then this one needs to go to Kathy DeMoss. That's weird. I could have swore last week I said your name like I was on my, and there's nothing on my spreadsheet still, so that's bizarre. All right, and all right, let's go through another crate. Judas Priest is with Nick Galletti at 19. Dennis over on Twitch, you've been outbid. And then the Pink Floyd with the mispressed label, Robert Warner has it for $6. And by the way, it's mispressed on side 2, so you still get dogs. Side 1 has dogs. That's the best song. You've got to be crazy. Wow, this is a big pre-order here. What the heck is this? Aha. All right, so next thing is a two big pre-orders. 2 big pre-orders are in. Y'all ready? Here we go. Next crate is 2 big pre-orders. So I was worried yesterday when we didn't get a lot of vinyl, and then I checked all of our invoices and I printed them off for Ed. I was like, holy crap, there's a lot of stuff. I forgot about Jewel. I forgot about Rocky Horror Picture Show. I forgot about, what's the other one coming in? Some stuff Laura, see, I forget about stuff Laura's posting now. Some stuff will hop up. Some stuff will jump up and surprise me. I'm like, holy crap, I forgot about that. So even though they're pushing these, they're pushing these invoices, Kathy. That's, you know what, Kathy? I'm pretty sure. Golly, that bothers me now. I know. Can't waste a lot of time on one Funko pin, but I know I said your name. So that tells me it's somewhere and it possibly didn't get keyed in, or they didn't understand your name correctly when I said it. And so now I'm kind of like wanting to walk through the back. Let me do one pass through here. I know where they keep that stuff, because that's like bothering me now. Where do they keep all that stuff? Here we go. Jerry Stone. There's Jerry Stone's right here, Kathy. Yep. See? I'll show it to you. So let me pull it up and see maybe if it just didn't get keyed in. There's a good possibility it didn't get keyed in. But like I know I sell thousands of items every week and sometimes every night. But I know when I'm positive on something. Yeah, see, that was tagged for you already. So let me figure out what's going on. I'll look into that right now. Let me see if you just if it just didn't get keyed in. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was sent to you. It was 100% sent to you, Kathy. So you might want to double check. But what I'll do, it depends. Like if you want to if you want me just to cancel this one, if you plan on buying more this week, so you don't have to literally pay shipping on just this. If you plan on buying more this week, because that would be $8 shipping on that, which, you know, normally I would be like, doesn't matter to me. You still got to go ahead and pay it. But that's just, I've told Ed to be firm on that. But evidently something got messed up because it says it was delivered to you. Okay, Rocky Horror Picture Show. This is new for Friday. 50th anniversary edition of the original motion picture soundtrack, pressed on 180-gram red and gold. Now, this has been in print for a long time, but this is, of course, a new anniversary edition. They've got it on a foil jacket. It's on red and gold marble vinyl. It includes a handwritten session diary from and unseen photos by Richard Hartley, okay? So I think I've sold out of these on the button, and I've went ahead and ordered more because last night when I was pricing these, I was like, I don't think we're going to have enough for extras. One goes to Amy Hutchings, $34.99. We have one for John Smetzer. We have one for Emily Ferguson. We have one for Autumn Betts. We got one for William Howell. We got one for Ken Crooker. We got one for Cherona Shocker. We have one for Jim Sedal. We have one for Stephen Parton. We have one for Kelly Vlodarchek. We got one for Scott Beebe. We have one for Rick Peabody. We got one for Mike MC. We have one for Jamie McCord. And we have one for Scott Smith. I have 2 extras right now on hand. Yep, 2 extras. I think I went ahead and ordered 5 more because I knew this would be popular. The Rocky Horror Picture Show, 50th anniversary, red and gold vinyl, $34.99. I've got 2 extras, okay? Next thing over here is Pink Floyd. This is sold to Topographic for $7. David Doyle wants a Rocky Horror, and that leaves 1 extra. And I've ordered more. I just don't know if they're in stock, okay? And then over here, Priest is sold to Nick Galletti for $19. Thank you, Nick. That's sold to you. All right. Now, the first thing we're going to do is sell out of these, and then we're going to start a waiting list, okay? Because I knew I was only going to have a couple extra, so I went ahead and ordered last night. And let's start a waiting list. So I can probably let you know, honestly, I can let you know probably right now if there's already like legit more on the way because they would have shipped them already. So let me see if I got an email. Here we go, 319. And Fu Manchu. I ordered some cool. There's some cool stuff on the way for tomorrow. I don't see them there. Okay, let me check and see if they ship with it because I ordered 5 from 2 different places because I knew regardless we could sell them. New edition. Okay, and various artists. I don't know what they have this tagged under. I'm not for sure. Mingus. Okay, so over here we have, so I had 2 extra. David Doyle got 1. Brian Call got 1. So it's David Doyle and Brian Call. I'm not for sure if they've shipped extras or not. And then Sarah Wyberdink, you'll be first on a waiting list. Clifford Umstead, you'll be first on a waiting list, okay? Next auction is this. Let's go ahead and put up Lightning Hopkins, Lightning and Company. Lightning Hopkins is a 1962 USOG mono. It is in VG minus condition. It is in VG minus condition, and it's a $10 start. It does have a preview promo stamp on the back. It has a little bit of writing. It says, too rough, like Josh White. It says, too rough, like Josh White. I guess he's trying to say this sounds like the artist Josh White. Lightning Hopkins does have pretty severe cover damage. It is a 62 mono, just a $10 start. And then also what we're going to do is revisit my stack of VHS over here. We've already sold several tonight. So, Kathy, I guess check your junk folder. It says actually your invoice has been opened. I don't know if somebody else is on your email account or maybe you accidentally. I know if you're like me and you're flying through emails, I just hit the delete, and I'm just going through junk, and sometimes I accidentally delete something I wasn't supposed to. So it looks like it was open, though, so just want to let you know. Or if it's a shared account, then you might have got it, not realized it. So we already got you tagged for one. What have I done with it so I don't forget? So I do have an extra R2-D2 Funko pen, okay? I do have an extra R2-D2 Funko pen. And if you just want me to start, open up a new invoice for this week, we can do that, okay? Here is our next VHS, Gremlins 2. The box has a little bit of damage, but that's going to go up for a $10 start. And then, so Rocky Horror, we got 2 people on a waiting list. If those ship, it should be in this week, but no guarantee. If it's kind of like a limited edition deal, then what we'll do is you don't know when they might come back in, just FYI. Okay? So Jewel here is this. All right. So here we go. This is also new. This has been long out of print from Kraft. A 30th anniversary pressing of Jewel Pieces of You. Jewel Pieces of You. It is a limited edition sea glass smoke colored vinyl, $44.99. We got one for Stacy Brown, and I should have extras once again, but no guarantees. Lightning Hopkins is at 10. We got one for Derek Zazzaro. We got one for Cherona Shocker. We got one for Darren Wallace. We got one for Scott Beebe. That should be 2, 4, 5 so far. It is. Trying to get my counts accurate here. And then next was Scott Dwallow and Danny Thomason. Scott Dwallow, Danny Thomason, Chuck Wilson, and Stephen Parton. If you know for sure you want one, regardless if they're going to be in stock or not, right now would be the time to go ahead and claim one. Then we got Daryl Johnson and Jeremy Todd and Jerry Stone. So Daryl Johnson, Jeremy Todd, and Jerry Stone. Let me go ahead and put these right in here. And I got to go ahead and start a new crate. Boy, these pre-orders really expedite the crates being filled up. It always does that. So there's that. And Jewel over here that was Jerry's copy. And then we got Troy Robinson and Paul Brothers. Troy Robinson and Paul Brothers. We also got Kelly Vlodarchek and Janet Gray. And it looks like we're going to get really close here. We got Jamie Wills, Corey Fager, and I've got 3 extra copies of Jewel. 3 extra copies of Jewel. So one more time, I do have 3 extras. Jewel, 30th anniversary pressing featuring Who Will You Save Your Soul? Who Will Save Your Soul? You Were Meant for Me and Foolish Games. Limited edition sea glass smoke colored vinyl from Craft Vinyl Voice. $44.99. Everybody got one that pre-ordered, and I have 3 extras. So Stacy Brown, Derek Cesaro, Toronto Shocker, Darren Wallace, Scott Beebe, Scott Dwallow, Danny Thomason, Chuck Wilson, Stephen Parton, Daryl Johnson, Jeremy Todd, Jerry Stone, Troy Robinson, Paul Brothers. We have Kelly Vlodarchek, Janet Gray, Jamie Wills, Corey Fager. And we have Amanda Bennett wants one. So Vlodarchek wants to put back Kelly's copy. So this is going to be here. And this is going to go instead to Amanda Bennett, okay? Now, this was pushed back, so it was due out 9/19, and then they've pushed it back to this official date here, 10/3, which is, well, that was supposed to be last week. It looks like it got pushed back again. So, yeah, they just indecisive about when to release this stuff or when they could get it out. Gremlins is a $10 buy it now. And Lightning Hopkins got 1 bid, and it's sold to Lonnie Jolly for $10, okay? So there's that and that. So Amanda got one, but we'll give that one a put back to Amanda Bennett. And now there's 3 extra copies, okay? There's 3 extra copies. Jewel is $44.99. I still got all 3. 30th anniversary, limited edition sea smoke colored vinyl, okay? And here's this. All right, those are available. Kelly accidentally bought it locally. Shame on Kelly. Shame on Kelly. Shame. Ring the shame bell. Okay, first thing we have is, let's go through this morning's. Actually, let's go ahead and go through new vintage over here and see what's going on. We need new auctions too. We need new everything. John dropped me off some sealed stuff too. And we got 2 sealed Kenny Rogers records. I'm going to put up, these are both sealed original pressings. We're going to put them up for a $15 start. $15 start. Kenny Rogers and Dottie West, and Kenny Rogers, they don't make them like they used to. 2 sealed copies there, a $15 start. $15 start on that. Okay. Dun 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 dun. All right. Dun dun dun. Dee 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 dee. Doo 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 doo. Ba da da dun 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 dun. Ba da da. Dun 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 dun. Aussie picture disc. Is that something that was advertised for tonight? I'm sure it is. All right, let me kick this over here. Kick it. And new check condition. Here we go. I found it. I have found John's loot. That's what I call it. Nice. Cool looking stuff in here as always. Let's get started. These have never been shown before. When I say we're going through new arrivals, these are vintage LPs. Regardless if you've seen the title before in your life, that doesn't mean this is the same copy that I've put out before. These are all never been put out before. That's what we're going to do right here. Those 2 sealed Kenny Rogers are a $15 start. I've got a Bon Jovi VHS, and this is Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet, the videos. Bon Jovi is going to go up for a $10 start. And I think I'm going to go over here and grab something else from this, quote, bonus crate. And we're going to go ahead and put up a copy of, hey, we've already sold 1 Y&T. Why not another? Here's Y&T down for the count, spelled C-O-U-N-T. And this is an 85 USOG. It is a nice copy, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Y&T down for the count, that's a $15 start, okay? That is now up for bid. Next thing I have, the best of April wine, Rock Ballads. Rock Ballads? How about Rock Ballads? It is in VG Plus condition, has the original inner sleeve. $14.99 for April wine. VG Plus, $14.99 on that. I'm going to keep the sleeve behind the jacket. That's going to turn out better. $14.99. We have Blows Against the Empire, Jefferson Starship. VG condition, $14.99. Calvin Ward gets April wine. Also, we have Shh by 10 Years After. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Elton John, 11-17-70. It is from the Connery collection. VG condition, and this is $14.99. Richard Davis next on April wine, then Tom Kelly. Earth, Wind & Fire Gratitude, that's a 2 LP. VG Plus, $14.99. And Queen, the game. Queen is in VG Plus condition, $19.99. Final call on April wine, or excuse me, Y&T, one bid 15. If anybody wants these 2 sealed Kenny Rogers LPs, they are a buy it now for $15. And then if anybody wants the Bon Jovi VHS, it's a buy it now for $10. I'm going to go ahead and get a few of these things off the table so I have some more operation room back here. So there is exactly one R2-D2 Funko pen left for $11.99, 2 Magic Johnson Funkos left for $14.99. Yes, those are available. And I also have in here First Winter. That is Edgar Winter, Johnny Winter. This is which Winter? Johnny Winters. It says Johnny Winters. That is First Winter. EX edition, $17.99. Larry Underhill on the 2 sealed Kenny Rogers. Those are both sold to him for $15. Got a stack of VHS over here. Had the John Mayall autographed CD, and I think I got some more cool ones over here to run too. Let me see what else I have over here. What is this here? Oh, those are Shirley. Somebody asked me for a Bond girl Shirley Eaton's picture the other day. They asked me if I still had some, and I've got these little postcards. We can show those, and then what else do I have? I got Branford Marcellus here, Bloomington. Branford Marcellus Trio, autographed CD, JSA authenticated, of course. Branford Marcellus, that is signed, and it's JSA authenticated. Branford Marcellus Trio, signed on the front, not personalized, and JSA authenticated. That's a $35 start. Journey is VG condition, $9.99, and The Doors, absolutely live. Also a VG record, a 2 LP, $14.99. Next thing over here is going to be, we got some cool looking stuff over here. Laura's working on the rest of the auctions right now. I've got some more sealed records over here though, like we're going to do Alabama, The Touch. This is another sealed record, unopened, does have a saw mark over here to the side. $10 start on that. So Y&T's on its final call. We also have the Doobie Brothers, and this is The Captain and Me, VG Plus $9.99. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, VG, $14.99 for Janis Joplin. Also, The Doors is sold to Clifford Umstead. Michael Wilkerson has a new bid on Y&T for $16. Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge, that's VG Plus, $19.99 for Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge. And we have Santana Inner Secrets. Santana's in VG condition, $9.99. Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad. Savoy Brown is in VG condition. That is $9.99. And we also have From Rocky Top to Muddy Bottom. This is the Osmond Brothers, VG Plus, $17.99. Clifford Umstead also picking up the Jimi Hendrix Rainbow. Y&T has a new bid for $17. The Branford Marcellus CD autograph, $35 start, final call, and Alabama 10. Once again, final call on that. The Who, The Kids Are All Right. That is a 2 LP. It does have a booklet with it. VG condition, $14.99 for the Who, The Kids Are All Right. And Eagles, The Long Run, VG Plus, $14.99. Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever. Ted Nugent is in VG Plus, $9.99. And then Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. Alice is in VG condition, $12.99. All right. First thing I have on this, Richard Willis, $10, and John McPatriot over here. We have John McPatron, Ted Nugent, Matt Nichols second. Haven't asked to do this before, but can I put back Kiss Crazy Nights? Buy it now from last night. Didn't realize I already had it. I'll pay the $1,000 restocking fee. That's $1 trillion. $1 trillion. Whoever is watching this sale tomorrow, please go find Greg Preston's Kiss Crazy Nights and put that back. He says he needs to put that back, and he will pay a $1 billion restocking fee. Troy Overmeyer on the Eagles, and Sarah Weiberdink on Alice Cooper. All right, Alabama is sold, one bid $10. And some of these sealed records, by the way, need to go with new sleeves. The two Kenny Rogers and Alabama here. That's sold for $10. Branford Marcellus is a $35 buy now if anybody wants that. Signed Branford Marcellus. JSA authenticated, that's a $35 buy it now. Over here, I have Bob Seger Against the Wind, VG Plus $14.99, and Neil Young. Everybody knows this is nowhere. That is Neil Young, VG condition, $14.99. Frampton Comes Alive, that's a 2LP, VG $14.99, Y&T's at $19. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is going to be a copy of, I actually pulled this out of a crate, because I was like, I just don't know. I was sorting a discount crate, and obviously I could not put this down for $19.99. I could obviously not put this in because it's such a nice copy. It just has a little bit of discoloration right there on the spine, but this is an OG specialty pressing of Led Zeppelin's Presence. It's, of course, on Sonswong, the only label it was on. It's really nice. Achilles' Last Stand. $25 star for Led Zeppelin Presence. It's embossed back here on the back, the Swan Song logo. A clean copy of Zeppelin, just a little bit of discoloration there on the spine, $25 star. Next thing we have is Branford season signed by him or just the whole trio? It is just signed by Branford. I hadn't run the JSA number, but it looks like it's just signed by Branford Marcellus on the front. $35 on that, JSA. And then next over here, do you have any Wynton Marcellus? I don't think so, but I'm going through a whole stack of CDs right now. I'm about to read some off. Y'all might want to hear one you might want requested. Matt Nichols on BS for Bob Seger. And then over here, Petra Pfeiffer on Frampton, that's sold. And then we have Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle, VG Plus $12.99. So Y&T, Mr. Michael Wilkerson, let me know if you want back in. Calvin has it for $19, and then Zeppelin has two $25 bids. Best of Jay Giles, VG Plus $14.99, and then here's Zeppelin in the bot now, a 75 press. Of course, this album came out in 71. A 75 pressing of Led Zeppelin 4, VG Plus $34.99. Steve Miller sold to Matt Nichols. We're in a great check condition crate, new classic rock, new stuff like that. We have the Cars, and that's Panorama, VG Plus $17.99. George Burleson, you need the Branford Marcellus. I've also got Lonnie Brooks, MC Chris, Fabulous Thunderbirds, and Terry Lynn Carrington. There's some signed CDs I have if anybody wants to see those. I'm probably going to put them up regardless. The Journey album Escape, VG $9.99. Don't Stop Believing's on there. And I have Queen. That is their debut. VG Plus $24.99. And that is $24.99. I'd bid first on Steve Miller. It probably looks that way on your feed. You were actually second on Steve Miller, though. Matt Nichols was first, then David. You're probably looking at your Facebook chat and not Restream. It's always going to look like you're first over there, David. Scott Dwallow on Escape, and then Dan James Kickel was second. Mountain Climbing, Mississippi Queen. Wow, not bad. And this is mastered by Lee Holko, and I think, I don't know the exact history on this one. Of course, Lee Holko also worked with Bob Lugwood a lot at Sterling, and the vinyl on this just sounds incredible. Yeah, there's Sterling sound, of course, where Lee Holko and Robert Lugwood worked. Yeah, Sterling, LH, as in Lee Holko. Of course, y'all know he also did the backup mix Lee Holko did of that Led Zeppelin 2. So it's just a great sounding record there. That has Mississippi Queen on it. That is sold to Matt Nichols. So for anybody relatively new, if you look at your Facebook chat, you're going to miss about 2/3 of the show. Because there's also people watching on YouTube and Twitch, and if you've noticed, YouTube and Twitch comments don't show up on your Facebook chat. So you can't look at your Facebook chat, you got to look at what's here embedded on the screen. And I know sometimes it's hard to see, but trust me, that's what I'm reading off. You don't have to worry about seeing it really, because I'm going to give you the most accurate claims I can tell you. Calvin Ward on Y&T for 19. That is sold to him. Queen is sold to Larry Underhill. And now Led Zeppelin's at $27 of Tim Rory. So that's the high bid on Led Zeppelin. It's at $27. $27 on that. Here is a Marvel silver item over here. This is a Chibi. This is a series I did. They're like small little colorized 1-ounce coins. And I forgot we had these over here last night. These are $135. Really cool Iron Man there. And they're called Chibis, and they're $135. They're limited edition, mintage from the country of Niue. So it's actually a New Zealand officially government coin. Like if you took it out and flipped it over, if you tipped it out, if you if you flipped it over and looked at it, it will literally have a face value. Like you could take it to a store and make a purchase with it in Niue, but that wouldn't make much sense, would it? Because it's a 1-ounce silver coin that's been shaped and colorized like Iron Man. But those are $135 if anybody decides you want one. All right, let's put up another auction then, and this is called Scorpions Acoustica. Scorpions Acoustica is a 2017 Euro reissue. A 2017 Euro reissue. Scorpions Acoustica is a $25 start. Led Zeppelin 26, now Led Zeppelin is at 29 with Tim Grindstaff. Also, we have Santana's Greatest Hits, VG 999. And we have ELO, a new world record, VG 999. Matt Nichols' Queen or Mountain was EX 1799. EX 1799. Did I miss anything else? Led Zeppelin's at $29 and the no bid VHS. Give me 1 second. Nazareth 2XS with hop sticker, EX 1799. You should create a dedicated streaming site for all buyers in one place. Well, we could literally build a website to get everybody to come to and have integrated bid buttons and everything like that. But it's really hard to promote people on social media to go to a website. So we've been successful just trying to get everybody to watch wherever they please. Really hard to get people to come to a website. But we now have a network of customers. I think it's possible one day for me to spend the money to design our own auction website. It's just a huge investment. You know, to do one without bugs, you'd have to have a software team. You'd almost have to hire somebody in case it crashes during a sale. You know, you'd have to have somebody there working stuff out. So the no bid VHS are the following. $10 a piece. Give my regards to Broad Street, Paul McCartney movie. Halloween 5 is $10. So is The Omen. We also have Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. The Gremlins 2. And Bob Marley and the Wailers. Those are all $10 each. All those are still available. I'll leave those there for 1 second. Led Zeppelin's at $30. The Scorpions at $25. And over here, Matt Nichols on Nazareth. That is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you on that. We also have Paul McCartney. That's his debut, EX $27.99. Should be on the Apple label. It is $27.99. We have John Lennon. Double Fantasy, VG Plus $14.99 for John Lennon. Also, Wings, another McCartney, Wildlife, VG Plus $27.99. And the Moody Blues to our children's children, VG Plus $9.99. So right now, Zeppelin's at $30 with Tim Rory. The Scorpions is at $27, so those are getting new bids. We have Derringer, Sweet Evil, VG $9.99. Uriah Heep is VG Plus $24.99. And we have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Good Music, Shrink and Hype. Don't get that one as often. $19.99 VG and an OG Van Halen 2, VG $19.99. Omen, Halloween, Bob Marley, and Gremlins for $30. Bob Marley, Gremlins, Omen, and Halloween. Sell those four to X-Wing 81 for $30. You got it. You got it. Those are sold to you, okay? Eric Van Leuven on Joan Jett. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. And what is next, you may ask? Another quick, fast read-through here. I'm assuming we're done on Led Zeppelin. The last bid that came in was Tim Rory at $30. The last bid on Scorpions was $27. Clifford Umstead, you're out. Clifford just bid $28, so we're not done there. And Matt Nichols on Van Halen 2. That was a new check condition bin. Buy it now, best offer. Let's read through those one more time. And I'm going to go ahead and show you Stephen King's Thinner. This is another movie VHS. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Stephen King's Thinner. That's up for a $10 start. Got some cool VHS over here. Got a lot of spooky stuff. Got a lot of spooky stuff for the month of October, folks. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Sorry, I was on a monster break. We have Jefferson Starship Blows Against Empire, VG $14.99. 10 years after is VG $9.99. Elton John Live, VG $14.99. Earth, Wind & Fire, VG Plus $14.99. Queen the Game, VG Plus $19.99. Journey is VG $9.99. Johnny Winters, EX $17.99. The Doobie Brothers was VG Plus $9.99. We have Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. Santana, VG $9.99. Savoy Brown was VG $9.99. And the Osmond Brothers, the songs of Boogaloo and Felice Bryant, Rocky Top, You'll Always Be, Home Sweet Home, VG Plus $17.99. Thinner is a bite now for $10 if anybody wants that. Scorpions is at $33 of Tom Kelly, and Led Zeppelin did not get another bid, right? It didn't. This is sold to Tim Roy for $30. Always make sure if you're done bidding on auction, you let me know by saying out. That will greatly expedite the process, okay? Scorpions is still getting bids though, and I have, what else do I have? I have sealed Willie Hutch. Blues record here with hop sticker. It's never been open. It's got a saw mark up here. $10 start on sealed Willie Hutch. We also have The Who, Kids Are Right, a great 2 LP compilation. Actually, a soundtrack from a movie. VG $14.99 on that. Neil Young is VG $14.99. The Best of Jay Giles, VG Plus $14.99. And we have Led Zeppelin 4, VG Plus $34.99. The Cars is VG Plus $17.99. Santana's VG $9.99. ELO, a New World Record, VG $9.99. McCartney's EX $27.99. John Lennon was VG Plus $14. Wings is VG Plus $17. And we have VG Plus $9.99 for the Moody Blues. Sarah Weibert wants Thinner and Bon Jovi. Let's sell those two. I've got more coming up in just 1 second. Thank you, Sarah. And then Rick Derringer, VG $9.99, and Uriah Heep, VG Plus $24.99. Scorpions is at $35. Sealed Willie Hutch is a $10 a start. Here's a double up. I'll do a two. Actually, let's do 3 for $15. I've got a John Lennon collection, which I have not shown, John Lennon Imagine, and then the Paul McCartney. I'll do those 3 for $15. I'll do those 3 for $15 if anybody wants them, okay? 3 for $15, all McCartney, Lennon related. Clifford Umstead on Uriah Heep. Thank you on that one. Let's go through another crate. I do have, I actually still got a couple signed Taylor Swift CDs here. Nothing to do with her first album. And I was thinking about, since I'm doing signed CDs tonight, I was thinking about running one of them. So if you're interested, I may go ahead and run a signed Taylor Swift tonight. I think I'm going to go ahead and put this up. I know his stuff's pretty popular. This is MC Chris. It's called Marshmallow Campground. It's a signed CD, and it's signed by MC Chris. We've had a ton of his albums, as y'all know. That is a JSA authenticated, $45 start for the signed MC Chris. $45 start on that. ELO over here is sold to Larry Underhill. Thank you, Larry Underhill. That's sold to you. McCartney, John Lennon, 3 for $15. Just going to go ahead and try to get those moved. I don't want any leftovers tonight. We're trying to sell every VHS in this store if we can. I've got some cool ones over here. I've got more Halloweens. I've got more Omens. I've got more music related. I've got Doctor Who over here. So, yeah, here we go. Let's start putting some more up. Let's start putting some more. I even got some sealed ones over here. And if y'all know anything about the sealed market right now for anything, it can get pretty crazy. Let's go through another vintage buy it now best offer new arrival crate. Matt Nichols wants The Who, The Kids Are All Right. That's a great 2 LP compilation, and that's so to him. We're also about to go through the yesterday's flip crate and do some of those. Let's see what John's got us here in this first one though. New arrivals, buy it now best offer. Ooh, this looks like a good one. I mean, so far so good. I'm halfway through the crate. Or a third. Now I'm halfway. Now I'm more than halfway. Now I'm 2/3 through the crate. And now I'm finished with the crate. And we need to go through this buy it now or best offer. There's some pretty good looking stuff in here, okay? Here we go. So first thing we have is Willie Hutch. It's a sealed LP. It's a $10 buy it now. Concert in Blues. This looks like something Jim B's going to bid on. MC Chris, autographed, JSA authenticated, $45 start. I'm going to take these 3 VHS off the table. We might even find more Beatles we can bundle with it later. But right now, the Scorpions is with Steve McGee, and he gets that for $35. That's sold to Steve McGee. There's the signed MC Chris. Let's put up another auction right quick. And the next auction I have for you is another Scorpions. Let's do back-to-back on the Scorpions. Excuse me, this one's called Return to Forever. Scorpions Return to Forever is a 2015 Euro. Laura has a note that says cover damage. Let me see if I can find that. $15 start. She must be referring to this. Oh, I see it right here. Yeah, it's got some indentations. Can y'all see that? It's got like some, looks like a, sometimes these things are in box sets, and like there'll be like buttons and stuff, and they press down inside of the box. It was just a bad design. That looks like what happened. Looks like there was something pressing down on this, like a button or something, causing indentation. So just that damage on the cover. The vinyl's fine, and that's a $15 star for Scorpions. $15 star for Scorpions. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. You heard me correctly. Buy it now or best offer. Here's our next VHS. This is the Blair Witch Project, and this is sealed, never been opened. Blair Witch Project, a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Almost level. It'll balance at least there for now. All right, let me get my phone plugged up over here. All right. Hartsfield, Foolish Pleasures, $14.99. Everything in here, BIN or best offer. Scorpions does have a bid for $15, going once, going twice. There's Captain and Tennille, keeping our love warm. Captain and Tennille, $9.99. Risque cover. Julian Lennon Velotte, $9.99 for Julian Lennon. And The Family Who Prays, the Leuven Brothers, $19.99 for the Leuven Brothers. Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash, $26.99. Jerry LaCroix, Rick Derringer, and Johnny Winter. That's a 2LP, $26.99. A Gift from a Flower to a Garden by Donovan. Donovan's a box set. It includes a booklet, $26.99. Lionel Richie is $9.99. And Andreas Voldenwater, that's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Blondie's Parallel Lines, a 78 Terre Haute original, $39.99, and it does have the original on her sleeve. It does have a clip corner over here. Blondie's $39.99, one way or another. Cheap Trick in color, and Cheap Trick's $19.99. If anybody wants the MC Chris CD, that's a buy it now for $45. If anybody wants the Omen VHS, it's a buy it now for $10, or excuse me, the Blair Witch Project. Over here, we have Scorpions. That's at $20 with Cindy Yarborough. I also have CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys, $29.99 for that. And Surfer Girl, the Beach Boys, $19.99 for Surfer Girl. Clifford Umstead on Donovan for $20. That's sold to Clifford for $20. Thank you on that. We also have the Urban Cowboy soundtrack and original press, $19.99. Super clean, $19.99. And Thank God It's Friday soundtrack, that is $29.99. I think that's a 3 LP or 4. This has got a lot of disc with it. 1, 2, 3. I think it's a 4 LP. Let me get them all out where we can see them here. It's a 3 LP, yeah. Thank God It's Friday. In shrink, and I think the actual inner sleeves are here. Let me just store it back here behind the jacket so there's no more wear and tear. And yeah, it looks like we got the inner sleeves. Yeah, they've just been putting new ones. Thank God It's Friday, okay? We have not sold White Zombie, no. Brian Berry on Blondie. Wayne Carr, you're out on the Scorpions, by the way. What is right here? Blondie. That is sold to Brian Berry. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. And we have BG, Spirits Haven't Flown. BG's is $9.99. Okay? Next is, we'll do some of these for buy it nows later. This one looks interesting here. We'll sell these two together. One of them's in like a slipcase. I guess that's where maybe it was at a rental store at one time. I think you got to take it out of these. I'm not for sure. Y'all remember these kind of cases? It's like you can't, how do you get those out? You almost have to pinch them or something. See these down here? It's like you can't, it's like it's a locking mechanism. Here we go. Lift to release. Yeah, like that. And then you can slide out the tape. This is Deathstalker and Deathstalker 2. Both of those together for a $10 start, okay? First thing we're going to do is, thank God it's Friday, is $29.99. Urban Cowboys sold to Joe DeGaldo for $14. These are all buy it now or best offer. Brother Jack McDuff's greatest hits on Prestige, $19.99 on Brother Jack McDuff, $19.99 on that. This is Shiwi. What does that say? Shewi, The Sound of the Mines. That is $12.99. And Treasury of Mother Goose, book and record, 27 nursery rhyme favorites. That is $14.99. All right, the Scorpions is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $20. That is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $20. That has sold. The Lightning Hopkins has sold. And this is sold to Cindy for $20, okay? Let's put that away. Let's put this right in here, actually. Oh, boy. Let me do it this way. It's a lot harder to put the cover in there after the disc is. There we go. All right, thank you on that. Let's put up another two Deathstalker VHS, $10 start. Andrews Folding Water is $9.99, Down to the Moon. And Orion the Hunter. Orion is $14.99. The Osmonds, Love Me for a Reasons. The Osmonds is $9.99. And the Pointer Sisters, Black and White. The Pointer Sisters is $9.99. Okay? Next thing on this, how much a Lightning Hopkins sell for? $10. $10. Also, we have going up for bid right now. This is a pretty unique variant of this Metallica album. It's hardwired to self-destruct, and it's on the 10 Bands, 1 Calls limited edition pink vinyl. It's a limited edition of 2,500. $35 start, Metallica hardwired on pink vinyl. That's a unique one there, $35 start on that. And then the Pointer Sisters is sold to Brian Berry for $8. The two Deathstalkers is a VHS, starting bid for $10. And we have Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman, $9.99. Lightning Hopkins legitimately sold for $10 earlier. Yes, he got one bid for $10. Linda Ronstadt, Heart Like a Wheel. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. We have Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter, in shrink wrap, $12.99 for Loretta Lynn. The two Deathstalker VHS can be bought for a $10 buy it now. That's $10 for both of them. And the Rolling Stones, Sucking in the 70s, $34.99. Red Cave Collections gets both Deathstalkers for $10. Those are sold to him. Okay, Dan Seals on the front line. Dan Seals is $9.99. And Juice Newton's greatest hits. Juice Newton is $9.99. Angel of the Morning. Eric Van Leuven gets Loretta Lynn for $10. Metallica is at $40. Scott Dwallow, you're out. Next thing we're going to put up right now is Poison. And this is Sight for Sore Ears. Poison VHS Sight for Sore Ears is a $10 start. That's a VHS tape, Sight for Sore Ears. Poison there, $10 start on that. Loretta Lynn was already sold to Eric. I just shot myself in the foot over $2.99. I'll never financially recover from that. We have the Bee Gees Greatest. That's the good comp there, $14.99. And Metallica's at $40. Haven't heard back from Scott Dwallow. Going once, going twice. We have Benny Mardonez, Never Run, Never Hide, a 1980 Canadian press with a press kit release, $19.99 for that. Brian Berry offered $8 for Juice Newton, Angel of the Morning. That's so to Brian Berry. He's out of Metallica. Final call on that for $40. And somebody the other day was asking me for Shirley Eaton photos. I'm not for sure which ones they were thinking of. Here's actually some that's JSC authenticated, though. And now I have a ton of different ones that's on eBay, of course. This is the Bond girl Shirley Eaton here in gold paint. You may know her from the iconic movie Goldfinger, or the especially she's all over the movie poster and the album jacket and all that. These are JSC authenticated. She wrote Shirley Eaton and she wrote Goldfinger on them as well. They're kind of like little postcards. They're all JSC authenticated. I have those for $45 a piece. Now, on eBay, I have a wide variety of different ones, and they're on there for $59.99. But if y'all want these, $45, because I think I've got them on eBay with free shipping at $60. So $45 I buy them here. And as you can see, I've got a bunch of them. I don't know if there's any Bond collectors like me. I think I've kept about one of Fred kind of hung out with this girl, dated her or whatever, and we ended up with hundreds and hundreds of her. I probably have the world's largest autographed Shirley Eaton collection. So but the good thing is that she's in the most, it's not like she was just some one-off Bond girl in some, lesser known movie. It's probably like one of the most iconic, the Golden Girl from Goldfinger. So that's pretty cool. But yes, I've got hundreds of Shirley Eaton photographs signed, and we still got posters and album jackets. I don't know where everything is right now, but we're trying to get all those together. $45 on those. Metallica is sold to Brandon Jones for $40, revving it up. The Bee Gees is sold to Brian Berry for $12. If anybody wants Poison, it's a $10 buy now for the Poison VHS. That's the new Jewel album reissue, or not a new album. It's been out since, the early 90s or mid-90s. It's the new 30th anniversary. They're not going to stand up. So $44.99 on Jewel Piece of View. Yeah, I think every time he got to hang around her, he was like, hey, Shirley, sign this. Hey, Shirley, sign this, because he was selling them. And yeah, so that's like a postcard size. I have like 8x10s. I think I've sold all the album jackets. So she wasn't some willy-nilly Bond girl. Even though she was short-lived, spoiler alert, she dies in the first 5 minutes of the movie. But I think her image has went on for decades. So next is Billy Joe Turnstiles. This is $14.99. $14.99. Bee Gees Mr. Natural, $9.99. And we have the Beach Boys Endless Summer, $24.99. And Captain and Tennille Dream. Captain and Tennille is $9.99. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $34. We get a bunch of those Japanese pressings. There's the U.S. edition, $34.99. Sean Connery. Let's go over here, and Laura has delivered the rest of the auctions. How about John Coltrane Quartet Ballads? John Coltrane is a 1976 U.S. reissue, VG Plus condition. Let's go ahead and run this for a $10 start. There's water damage to the back jacket. There's heavy water damage to the back jacket. Now, the gatefold, not too bad. It's a 76 press, just a $10 start. Billy Joel was first claimed by Brian Berry. He gets that at sticker price. And BK, you were next. There's that. We're in a crate of new arrivals, buy it now, best offer. I'm going to finish it, and then I'm just going to read the title so we can go right into a new one, just FYI. Okay, just going to go ahead and read those off, and then we're going to go right into a new one, just FYI. Next thing is Zenith presents The Thrilling World of Stereo Jazz. This is a Zenith compilation of jazz music. Brubeck, Ellington, Monk, Winter, and Miles Davis, $14.99 on that. Also, we have Coliseum Live. Coliseum Live is a white label promo, $19.99. Coltrane 10, Coltrane 10, Coltrane 12. We have Duke Ellington and Johnny Hodges Blues Summit. That's a white label promo, 2 LP, $24. A white label promo from Verve, $24.99 on that. Donna on Jazz Summit, that's so to Donna. And then we got Josie Cotton convertible music, $9.99 on that. Coltrane 10, Coltrane 15. Benny Mardones as 7. Benny Mardones is 7. That's so to Richard Willis. Donna on the Duke Ellington. That's so to Donna. And now Coltrane's at 15. Our next auction going to be another VHS over here. And we have who? We got Star Trek. And this is Arena Episode 19. Interesting. So this may just be a single episode from that original series, maybe. If so, we'll go ahead and try that. I don't think I have any more, though. $10 start on that. We have Doc and Merle Watson's guitar album, $19.99 on that. So there's there's her autograph. And then let me see who else I have over here. What's in this little pack of Whatchamanauts here? I got all these Whatchamanauts over here as well. Give me 1 second. What is this Whatchamanaut? And then I've got these Whatchamanauts, and then I've got those Whatchamanauts. Let me figure out who signed this Stone Sour here. Let me JSA this one right quick, okay? I got Stone Sour, got Meat Puppets over here, but let me go pull up JSA's website. And let's get some other auctions rolling, okay? Coltrane over here, did Alice Cooper sell? It did. It's gone. Coltrane's at 17 with Joe DeGaldo. That's a going once, going twice. So we have High Sheriff Ricky Barnes and the Hoot Towels. That's called Bone Country. 1990 press, $9.99 on that one. Amy Grant Collection picture disc. It actually has 2 tracks from like a sampler from her collection she put out, a greatest hits, $12.99. CH19881. This is signed by Josh Rand. Stone Sour CD signed by Josh Rand. It is JSA authenticated. That's going to go up for a $35 start. There's the CD, there's the signature, and there's the JSA card. $35 on that. And then we have Best of Soundtracks, 69 press, $24.99. Dwayne Caldwell and the Amy Grant. Let me get this in a cardboard protector for you. Actually, I don't know where one is. Make sure this gets a cardboard protector for him. We need to give John a big stack of those so he knows to put those picture discs like that. So that's sold to Dwayne. We'll make sure that gets a cardboard pad behind it. The Guess Who reunion, that's a 84 Canadian press, $19.99 on that. The Isley Brothers live, that's a double LP, $24.99. And then the Woodstock soundtrack. Woodstock is $39.99. That is a must-have in my opinion. Star Trek can be bought for $10, and then John Coltrane is sold. John Coltrane is sold over here for the winning price of $17 to Joe Delgado. Thank you on that. 17. Best of Soundtrack, that's got a lot of 60s groups that was on Tower Records. So, for example, we have, it has got stuff from the themes. Yeah, so I think it's mostly the themes from these movies. The Wild Angels, Wild on the Streets, Devil's Angels, Born Losers, Wild Angels 2, and Psych Out. Now, Psych Out had some artists like Strawberry Alarm Clock, the Storybrooke, Bronze Creek. That was some of those like almost 60s psychedelia type artists, and fuzz, a lot of fuzz type music. But most of that's the theme tracks. $24.99. Woodstock, Brian Berry. I'll have to counter you on this one. I'll do $35 on Woodstock. It's marked $39, and the Isleys, I'll go ahead and sell that to Calvin, 5 off at $20. $35 on Woodstock, and the Best of Blondie, $49.99. $49.99. A 1981 press, $49.99. If anybody wants to sign Stone Sour CD, you can pick that up for a $35 bot now. It's signed by Josh Rand, and of course, everything's in here. Actually, how did this get opened, honestly? I don't think it's been opened. I bet it was like sealed exclusive because JSA got the sticker just right inside of there. But honestly, I don't think it's ever been opened. So, $35 on that. Okay, let's put that right over here. And then Brian Berry does get Woodstock for $35. There's that. And now we're ready for all new auctions. Let's start over here with, I'm going to try to get all these Doctor Who's together and sell them in one big lot if possible. Aha, Friday the 13th. That's some stuff I'm looking for here. Friday the 13th, part 3. Aha, here we go. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Friday 13th, part 3. Mark Steele on Josh Rand. That's sold to him for $35. What I plan on doing for a lot of these. Some of these I hadn't really got to check on eBay yet. We're starting to photograph all of our JSA stuff. It's been a long time coming. Tanner's boarding. He's bagging everything. He's sorting it. We're taking images. And I told him a lot of these I'm going to try tonight. $35, $45, some of them $75. But they're immediately going to go online. Buy it now or best offer. A lot of this stuff I just got to get posted elsewhere. I've got 1,000 autographs. I can't just sell them sitting over here in bins. I'm going to try to sell them to y'all first. And if y'all don't buy them, then we're just going to list them. For example, I think I sold a Stevie Nicks earlier on eBay for $1,100. It's been listed for about a year, and I finally got it sold. Yeah, it just sold. So, you know, and otherwise I just have it sitting over here in a tub. And I always show y'all the stuff first. And I sold a really cool Stevie Nicks item earlier, though. We had it listed for about a year for $1,500. Finally got an offer on it and sold it, but it was signed. It was personalized, though, to Tracy, Stevie Nicks, but we sold that just about an hour before I went live for $1,100. So we got some cool autographs. I got some stuff that's $10,000. I got some stuff that's $35, but it's all authenticated by JSA, Beckett, or PSA. But that's pretty cool. I got one more Stevie Nicks item. Now, it's much, much more money because it's a big poster, and she signed it gigantically at the top. It's a beautiful item. If you want a serious price, I can price it to you. But I've seen nothing but her autograph demand go up and increase in value pretty much since I really started getting into autographs 2 or 3 years ago. So it's been pretty crazy. Next LP is going up right now. We have Horace Scope, the Horace Silver Quintet. On Blue Note, a 61 repress mono. It does have cover damage. It's got quite a bit of chipping. VG condition, a $15 start on Horace Silver. So a low-grade cover, VG vinyl, a $15 start. Friday the 13th is at 10. Now it's at 12. Mark Steele got the Stone Sour CD and Slayer. Yeah, we've had Slayer stuff. I don't think I have anything in stock right now. I don't think I have anything in stock right now. Or I think I'm waiting for some letters to come back. Do you have anything Metallica? I have Michael, the Holy Grail of Metallica. It's big money though, but I can show it to you. I think most people know what I'm talking about. I've actually got 2 fully signed albums over here of Cliff Burton, but they're $10,000. I've got 2 of them though. I've got to Kill 'Em All and Ride the Lightning. They're $10,000. Okay, next thing I have, I'm going to read through this crate one more time. Def Leppard, I don't think so. I'm going to start sorting through the music stuff starting tonight. Trying to get all the music stuff out because I have a ton of Hollywood autographs too. I have Hollywood autographs that I think some of y'all might be interested in, like actors that Fred Goodwin had, but I just got to get them posted because, I mean, I know people online are looking for them, and we just have them sitting over here in boxes. So, okay, first thing I have is a quick read-through. I'm not going to tell prices, so if you want a price, just let me know. We have Hartsfield Foolish Pleasures. Then we're going to go right into another box. Captain and Tennille, Gillian Lennon. We have the Leuven Brothers. I have Edgar Winter's White Trash, Lionel Richie, Andreas Voldenweider, Cheap Trick, CCR. We have Surfer Girl by the Beach Boys, Bee Gees, Thank God It's Friday, The Sound of the Minds by Seshwi, Brother Jack McDuff's Greatest Hits, Mother Goose, Andreas Voldenweider, Orion the Hunter, the Osmonds, Ray Parker Jr., Linda Ronstadt. We have Rolling Stones, Dan Seals, Bee Gees, Mr. Natural, CCR. That was Willie and the Poor Boys. VG cover, no condition notes on the vinyl, $29.99. Chris Frazier and X-Wing, y'all are both out on the VHS. It's at $14 with Shakedown. Horace Silver does not have a bid, a 61 mono repress. And by the way, I've got to add some more auctions. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Next thing I have is this. This is signed by Vinnie Moore. It is JSA authenticated, nice signature, $35 start on Vinnie Moore. JSA authenticated, that's now up for bid. And then the Edgar Winter that's in here, is this one right here, Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash, a double LP, $26.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. If you need a price, let me know. If not, we'll go ahead and go into the next crate. Captain and Tennille, the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl is $34.99. Also, we have Coliseum Live, a white label promo, $19.99. Josie Cotton is $9.99. Doc and Merle Watson's guitar album. This was Boone Country, High Sheriff Ricky Barnes and the Hoot Owls. The Guess Who Reunion, the best of soundtracks, and the best of Blondie. Friday the 13th is sold a Shakedown for $14. That is sold Patrick Britton on 22 for the Edgar Winter. That is sold to him. Horace Silver does have a bid. Jeremiah has that for $15. The signed Vinnie Moore CD, JSA authenticated, $35 start on that. So the 2 Metallica albums, and I mean, my position has remained the same on these. At least one of them's for sale, but when one sells, I'm probably going to keep the other. However, I've kind of got an idea in mind what I want. I kind of want one signed on the front, or I had an idea of what I wanted. I had this one right here. I was like, if I get a Metallica album, I want one signed on the front. But also, I think this one's just as cool because it's signed on the back with all their name, you know, their photos. And I have provenance with it. I know the guy who obtained it and where it was signed at and when it was signed at and all that. So they're $10,000 a piece. And, you know, I'm kind of partial to that one because it's signed on the front and it's an OG record. But I'm also liking this one because I kind of know where it came from, the provenance, and it's all signed on their images. So, you know, these are the grails of Metallica albums or autographs. Getting something signed on a album by Cliff Burton, with Cliff Burton. That's top of the line. The next closest thing would be like a signed guitar, signed by all of them on the guitar, but that would be, I don't know if that exists. I'm sure there's at least one out there signed by Cliff Burton and the rest of the crew, but that would be, of course, serious money. That would be, my guess would be 20,000 plus. So you're talking about serious money there. Blondie, Brian, my best price on this right now, if you want this or if anybody wants it, I'll do $35 on it. It's marked $49.99. I'll do it right now for $35. Okay, and then we're about to sell Horace, and we're about to sell Vinnie Moore, and we're about to go through another crate right now. So autographs, it all kind of depends on who signed it and what it's signed on. You got a scrap piece of paper of all 4 of their signatures. It's still a lot of money, but nothing like a signed album or a signed guitar or, you know, some kind of signed piece of memorabilia they used or something, you know, maybe a drum head, something like that. But it all kinds of depends on what was signed and who signed it and the condition of the item. So, all right, let's go through another crate. We're hitting the vintage stuff early, fast, and hard tonight. We might can go through all 5 of these crates. Laura's finishing up the auctions, and then she'll be marking stuff. When we go through all the new stuff, I'll start doing more miscellaneous. I'll be doing more vintage on sale, etc., etc. Buy one, get one of Metallica. Mark Fallon's got his eye on that. One night he's going to hop on and say, Chad, I have saved up my pennies. Give me that Metallica, brother. And we'll blow an air horn for 55 minutes straight. Or we'll blow an air horn every 30 seconds on the minute. Vinnie Moore. This is going to be a buy now for $35 if anybody wants it. Signed CD by Vinnie Moore. Horace Silver got a last second bid by Ray Red. He has it for $17. So that means Jeremiah Lewis, you've been outbid. It's a 61 US repress in mono. It does have cover damage along the top. The mono vinyl's not bad at VG for a jazz album like that. I do have 45s. We'll continue with that journey, hopefully slightly later tonight. We're going to finish going through this box of buy it nows, and then I'm going to try to get into the rest, and of course, try to find some of those unique ones to auction that I know that y'all like. I know what y'all like. I just got to find them over here. What else is over here in the VHS compartment? This is Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. We've already had that one. How about we do Halloween 4? We haven't had that one. Halloween 4 here, The Return of Michael Myers. Oh boy, look how scary that is. $10 start on Halloween 4. Let's put that up. It's in one of those squeeze and shake boxes, by the way. I guess you could get that out of there. You'd probably have to like cut it if you don't want it, but I bet it's protected it real. I mean, look how it's protected the box. Yeah, it appears to be in really good condition. That has protected it, okay? That's a $10 start, Halloween 4. All right, let's keep going over here. And these are all buy it now best offer. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Imaginary Voyage, $9.99 for Jean-Luc Ponty. Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down, all night long. $9.99 on that. We have Joe Beam, $19.99. Is that Antonio Carlos? It is. Antonio Carlos Joe Beam. That is $19.99. We have Alabama, The Close You Get, Dixieland Delight, $24.99 on that one. It's available. We have Hall for $10, and that was for Halloween, right? I bet that's for the Halloween VHS bid. That's $10. Let me just lay it back there. I'm trying to keep these things balanced, but they're not wanting to do on this rigidy thing here. Horace Silver 20, and then 21, and now 23. We have Kenny Rogers, Share Your Love. He's $9.99. And look at this Alice Cooper, a clean copy, $29.99 of From the Inside. Look at that one. Very clean, $29.99. So Halloween 4 does have a bid for $10. That's going to once and going to twice. That's going to once and going to twice. And let's see here. Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost appears to have several signatures on it. Let's see what's going on with Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost. Yeah, I think it's signed by the full band. There's at least 4, if not 5 signatures on there. Paradise Lost. The name of the album is In Requiem. In Requiem, there's at least 4, if not 5 signatures on there, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. JSA Authenticated, that's a $35 start, okay? Alice Cooper, Patrick Britton gets this. So that is so to Patrick Britton. Sarah Wyberdink, you were a close second again. Alicia S on the Alabama. Make sure that goes in for $24.99, please. That's so to Alicia. Scott Dwallow was second. And then over here, VHS has a new bid for 13. Horace Silver, 24. Paradise Lost, a $35 start. I have Rainbow straight between the eyes. Rainbow is $24.99. And Triumph Rock and Roll Machine. Triumph is $19.99. Rock and Roll Machine. Horace Silver's at 25. Cockney Rejects Greatest Hits Volume 1. 1980 UK, $49.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Cockney Rejects. Halloween is at 15. Horace Silver is at 25. Paradise Lost is a $35 start. The 999 Singles album, 1980 UK. $24.99 for $9.99. Matt Nichols on Triumph. That's so to Matt Nichols. And we have the Blues Volume 3, Original Chess Masters, $24.99. Washboard Sam, Willie Dixon, Lil Milton, Howlin' Wolf, Little Walter, Muddy Waters, John Lee Hooker, Sonny Boy Williamson, Elmore James, and more, $24.99. Edwin second on Triumph. Kathy third on Triumph. We have Southern Blues, The Roots of Rock and Roll, Volume 11. Little Boy Fuller, John Lee Hooker, Earl King, 1981, that's $26.99. Horace Silver, 26. The VHS back there is at 16 with X-Wing 81, going once, going twice. We have the London Howlin' Wolf Sessions, a 78 press with Clapton, Winwood, Bill Wyman, and Charlie Watts, $26.99. Mellon Jennings on the Blues. I bet it was for this first one, right? That's so to Mellon and Jennings for $20. Paradise Lost, if anybody wants it, is a $35 buy it now on Paradise Lost. Prince, Around the World in a Day. It does have that original perforation strip still on it. $39.99. Horace Silver still getting bids at $28. How about another auction? What is that next auction, you may ask? What a long, strange trip it's been. The Best of the Grateful Dead, a 78 U.S. Winchester repress, EX edition, $25 start on the Grateful Dead. That's a great 2LP compilation. And by the way, right now, we are in a buy it now or best offer photo, anything you want, anytime, anywhere. What was the London Howlin' Wolf copy? This is actually, it's bizarre because it's on a single pocket and it's got a white cover. Howlin' Wolf London Sessions, the London Howlin' Wolf Sessions, a white cover, single pocket, $26.99. That is interesting. And then over here we have Pointer Sisters Breakout, $9.99. I'm so excited. Cliff Richard is $9.99. I'm no hero. Cliff Richard always guaranteed, $9.99. And we also have George Jones salutes Hank Williams. Look at this early, nice, clean George Jones on Mercury, $34.99. That's a cool cover, and it's in spectacular condition for what it is. Horace Silver, $28. Jeremiah Lewis, you're out. Grateful Dead's at $25 with George Burleson. George Burleson, $25 on that. Next thing I have over here is, who is this right here? This is Michael Sweet from Stropper. This is Michael Sweet from Stropper. Yes, this is best offer. It is personalized to Andy. This says Andy, God bless Michael Sweet. It's JSA authenticated, $35 start. Signed by Michael Sweet, of course, from Stropper. That is going to go up for a $35 start. Ryan Eaton gets the Pointer Sisters. I'm so excited. It's actually called Breakout. That's so to Ryan for $7. George Jones gets George Jones. Folks, we are officially living in a simulation. George Jones just bought George Jones. Chris Frazier was second, and then Cody Wright. That's gone. Horace Silver has a new bid for $29. Carol gets the London Howlin' Wolf for $20. That is sold to Carol for $20. And the VHS is out. That's a final call back there for Chris Frazier for $17. Next is Dinah Ross, All the Great Hits. That's a 2LP, $19.99. And we have Jean-Luc Ponty, Aurora. Jean-Luc is $9.99. And Will the Circle Be Unbroken? Music Forms a New Circle, $39.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, $39.99. Vassar Clements, Mother Maybelle Carter, Earl Scruggs, Doc Watson, Roy Acuff. Really cool record here if you've never seen it, $39.99. So back here, there was a question on Rainbow, track listing, and offer. Rainbow is $24.99. This is the Rainbow with Richie Blackmore. This is Roger Glover, Bobby Rondinelli, Joe Lynn Turner, and David Rosenthal. I will say this for $18 if you want it. It's marked $24.99. Prince, I'll do Prince for $30 if you want that one, Tim Roy. $30 on that one. Horace Silver still getting bids, $30, and Michelle Clements wants Will the Circle Be Unbroken. We've almost filled up a full crate over here. About time for me to do some switching or ruin. Alicia next on Will the Circle Be Unbroken. Grateful Dead just has one bid to George Burleson for $25. That's a final call. Let me swap out crates. And Michael Sweet, that's a signed CD. It is personalized to Andy. It's a final call for a $35 starting bid, minimum bid, before I make that a buy. Now, why can I get these crates to stack? There we go. The crates are stacked. And now let me grab another crate. And let's start filling up another one, folks. Great vintage LPs tonight. Very clean, making offers, making deals. That's why I'm here. Not here just to show them. I'm here to sell them, right? Brian Berry's passing on Rainbow. So John McPatriot said he'll take it for $18. Horace Silver, new bid 31. And then John McPatriot, you do get Rainbow for 18. Matt Nichols second. Horace Silver still getting bids. I have Rockorama, which is a 2 LP compilation. $16.99. Has earlier rock and roll stuff and some 60s track like Question Mark and the Mysterians. But Chubby Checker, Bobby Rydell, that is $16.99. Matt, I've already sold Rainbow for 18. And then we have Conway Twitty by Heart. Conway Twitty, $9.99. Hubert Law's Family. Hubert Law's is $14.99. The very best of Jay and the Americans. This does have some writing on the cover. If I say that, then it's from the Sean Connery collection. Unfortunately, has writing on the cover. And Gene Pitney Anthology, unfortunately, has writing on the cover. Just somebody's name there, C.R. Connery, $16.99. If anybody wants Michael Sweet, it is a buy it now for $35. JSA authenticated. Signed CD there. Michael Sweet from Stryper, one of his solo albums. Of course, the disc is in there. You get the CD too. JSA authenticated. Pretty good value if you add all that up. An autograph, a CD, already authenticated. $35. Grateful Dead, just one bid, $25. George Burleson, the only bidder on that. And then also we had Junior Walker, the All-Stars, a gas. I love how the track listing looks like old Petroliana signs. Very cool. $19.99. Horace Silver still getting bids at $40. And John Lodge, Natural Avenue. John Lodge from the Moody Blues, one of his solo albums. Artwork by who? Roger Dean. All right, well, we got one jazz going. Let's go ahead and skip over Miles Davis then, and let's put up something else. How about a Classic Records? Yeah, the same Classic Records that we had the Led Zeppelins for the other night. This is Classic Records. Audio file, 200 gram, a 2015 with poster, a 2005 with poster, the Who Sellout, an audio file grade pressing, one of the nicest jackets I've ever seen because the OG copies, the jackets are always destroyed. The Who Sellout, $55 start. That's now up for bid. That's a Classic Records press. And Elvis Hawaiian Style 19. Boy, I forgot about the VHS back here. This is sold to Chris Frazier for 17. Chris, I almost forgot about that. I looked up and he was staring at me. That's sold to Chris Frazier for $17. Let's go take this stack of sold VHS, pins, and CDs, autographs right around the corner here. And let's get a new stack going with new VHS, new this, new that. New this, new that. We sold a set of Kiss figures a moment ago. Let me show you the Kiss figures that I'm referring to. We sold Gerald Whitworth a set. I just ordered Gene Simmons because I figured I could at least sell him. And then if anybody else wants a set, these are $39.99. It's new from Weta Workshop. Gene Simmons, $39.99. And, of course, I can also get Peter, Paul, and Ace, $39.99. And I have Gene available if you just want him or if you want that one and the rest of the set. We have an order list going. The Who, Classic Records, 2005. $55 start on that. Cream, Wheels of Fire. Cream, $34.99. It looks like it's on the RSO label, so not a first press, but really clean. In the White Room, Billy Joe, Street Life Serenade. Billy Joe's $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, hand sewn. Linda is $9.99, and we have Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. That's in shrink wrap. Cheap Trick is $19.99. Now, I'm going to double two Halloween VHS up. We've already sold Halloween 5. Here's Halloween 5 and Halloween Resurrection. Okay, so this one's also like in a slipcase, possibly where it was at maybe a rental store at one point. This one has a lot of stickers, has an old resale sticker on it, and some other stickers, but it is there. Yeah, it looks like maybe these were at rental stores at one time. Halloween 5, but if you can get that out of the slipcase, this slipcase is well preserved, as you can look in there and see the artwork on the front. So there's those. We'll sell those together, a $10 start. $10 start on that. Horace Silver is at $43. Jeremiah's out. Ray Red has it for $43. David Hoy has it. Final call. The Who's a final call for 55, and Halloween, both of those for a $10 star. Andrews Voldenwater, White Winds, $9.99 on Andrews Voldenwater. Captain and Tennille come in from the rain. Captain and Tennille has the poster, that's $9.99. And Blondie is $49.99, and that's their self-titled debut album. A 77 Santa Maria, $49.99. $49.99. All right, Horace Silver's at $43. Final call. I'm just going to read the titles, not going to go through these again in detail. Now, did that Prince sell? I counted offered on Prince. Did that sell? Who made an offer on Prince? Tim Rory did. Tim, did you offered 25? I had it marked 39. I told you I'd do 30 on it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss your claim. Hubert Laws for $10 with Donna. That is right back here. Sell that to Donna for 10. My best price on this Blondie, I'll do it for for 40. This one just doesn't come through as often. It has a clip corner and it's pretty clean. Just FYI. Okay, Topographic 6 on Linda Ronstadt. That was for hand sewn, right? That's sold a Topographic for $6. Thank you on that. All right, so here's what's left. Blondie has a pending offer. Prince has a pending offer, $10 off. Jean-Luc Ponty, Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Kenny Rogers, Cockney Rejects, 999, the singles album. Southern Blues, Roots of Rock and Roll Volume 1, another blues comp. Cliff Richard, Donna Ross, all the great hits. Jean-Luc Ponty, Rockorama, Very Best of Jane's Americans. Conway Twitty, Gene Pitney, Junior Walker, John Lodge, Elvis Presley, Cream, Wheels of Fire, Billy Joe, Cheap Trick, Andrews Voldenwater, and Captain and Tennille. Horace Silver is sold to David Hoy for $43. Wow. Nobody on the Classic Records 200 gram of the Who. Can I keep this? That's sold for $55 if anybody wants it for a buy it now. And these two Halloween VHS, that's also a $10 buy it now if anybody wants those. Two for the price of one. All right, next VHS is New Kids on the Block. Hangin' Tough Live. New Kids on the Block. That's going to go up for a $10 star. Shakedown, getting the two Halloweens for $10. Those are sold to Shakedown. Conway, $15. You may be offering more than what I have it marked for. It's only $9.99. Sell that to Brian Berry. Let me get Black Flag off the table before he falls. $29.99 if anybody wants Black Flag. $29.99 on that. All right, and then over here we have J. Laud 13. J. Laud 13, that was for John Lodge, probably. That's sold to Patrick for $13. Gene Simmons is $39.99. And I can get the rest of the set as well. Okay, now there's been some people asking for this, so let's go ahead and sell it. Astro Creep 2000. It is 8 o'clock, so it's probably time for some of the better auctions. White Zombie Astro Creep 2000. A real OG pressing and shrink wrap. Near mint, a €95 original. Top copy shrink wrap. This one does not come through too often. $75 start on that. $75 start. And it's time for another crate of vintage. That one's been read through twice. We've already been through 3, and I've got 2 more over here. And we are officially rolling. I got some cool Johnny Cash stuff over here we're about to sell. I've got invoices for Taylor Swift. I've already shown those. And White Zombie already has a bid for 100. All right, let me sit over here and, squat down to pick up this piece of paper. Felt like my knees were about to blow out right then. White Zombie has bids for $175. I have not sold anything by Rush yet. Nope. And the Who, give me 1 second. I'm already walking over here to grab another crate. And let's do this other crate. Buy it now or best offer. Let's see what we got in here. I have Cheap Trick, this. Yep. Ooh, this is a good one. This has got some great titles in it. Nice. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer. I still forgot to tell John to mark my duplicates over there. I need to get all those sold. All right. The Who, unbelievably, is available for $55. It's a 2005 Classic Records audio file, 200 gram with poster. Classic Records, $55 on that. $55. What is the White Zombie? This is an OG top copy, 1995. It's real. It's an OG. It's a first press. It's near mint. It's in shrink wrap, and it has the original price tag. It is a beautiful copy. And Chase Arnold, here's been the bids. 100, a 75, an 80, another 80, and we're still at 100. So no one has surpassed 100 yet. If anybody wants New Kids on the Block, it's a buy it now for 10 bucks. New Kids on the Block, a buy it now for 10 bucks. Let's move White Zombie over here. And this is actually a check condition crate. He had 2 full check condition crates tonight. So we're about to do that. And I have Michael Jackson here, Dangerous. Let's put that up for a $10 start. MJ, $10 start on that. The short films, Michael Jackson, Dangerous, $10 start on that. John Kyle said he'll take the Who. Thank you. I figured that would sell for well over 100. I was wrong, though. And then over here, we have this. We have Edgar Winter's White Trash, VG Plus, $14.99. Edgar Winter's White Trash. We have the Best of the Beach Boys, a UK edition, flip back cover in mono, VG $9.99 for the Beach Boys. Also, Urban Cowboy 2, that's VG Plus $14.99. That's music from the motion picture. That's a volume 2. Not necessarily the second movie, because I don't think that exists. That's literally more music from Urban Cowboy, VG Plus $14.99. Also, we have David Bowie Diamond Dogs, VG Plus $39.99. Diamond Dogs is on the original OG orange label, $39.99. White Zombie, Aster Creep 2000 is a 1995 Euro OG, EU, European OG, original sleeve, shrink wrap, in shrink, near mint, has the original inner sleeve. It's a beautiful OG Euro top copy. It has a new bid for $110. Urban Cowboy is sold to John Durden for $10. Brian Berry got the Beach Boys. Matt Nichols on David Bowie. White Zombie 105, White Zombie 110. MJ, Michael Jackson's a buy it now for $10. We have Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5. German, 1992, VG $14.99. That should be the starting bid. That should be the starting bid. Billy Joel, 52nd Street, EX $12.99. Edgar Winter sold to Patrick Britton for $9.99. Boomtown Rats is VG Plus $9.99. Nielsen, Aerial Pandemonium Ballet, VG $9.99. A Portrait of Patsy Cline on Decca, VG Condition, $12.99. Grandmaster, Donna, it's yours if you want it, but it will be $14.99. That should have went up for a $15 start, and it would have sold for 67 bucks. Next auction is going to go up right now. Give me 1 second to verify it over here. Donna does get this at sticker price. Y'all can tell I obviously didn't flip through these too well. I would have pulled that out and put it up for auction. Then John Durden, then Shakedown, White Zombie 115, Michael Jacob on Billy Joel, that's sold. Craig Thomas next, Flash, Brian Berry 5th, Donna sold. And then over here we have White Zombies at 130. Next is Looking for Mr. Goodbar soundtrack. VG $9.99 on that. Our next auction is Hank III, Rise and Outlaw, Record Store Day 2011, limited to 340 copies on smoke-colored vinyl, shrink and hot. $95 start for Hank III. Jimmy Buffett, High Cumberland Jubilee. You won't see this one too often. VG Condition, $24.99 for Jimmy Buffett, High Cumberland Jubilee. I have Rat, Al the Seller, signed by Stephen Piercy. JSA authenticated, very cool. Signed by the man himself, Stephen Piercy. JSA authenticated, that's going to go up for a $65 start. Rat is a $65 start. This is Cher, I'd Rather Believe in You. I don't see that one too often. EX $22.99. Nice. The Strawberry Alarm Clock, Incense and Peppermints, an OG stereo press. EX Condition, $49.99. Brian Berry gets Jimmy Buffett for $20. That's sold. Aerosmith, Draw the Line, VG Condition, $12.99. And Ike Turner, Blues Roots. Ike Turner, VG Plus, $19.99. The Best of Joe Turner, Atlantic, VG Condition, $12.99. The Best of Joe Turner. I will say this, I don't know if I've seen that particular copy before. White Zombies at $130, going once, going twice. Hank III's at $95, going once, going twice. And Stephen Piercy, $65 signed Rat CD. Also, we have Wilderness Road, sold for prevention of disease only. Sorry, I couldn't read that font. Sold for prevention of disease only. A white label promo, VG Plus $14.99. Not done on White Zombie. High bids 135. Getz and Gilberto featuring Antonio Carlos Jobim. VG condition $24.99. And we have the Door Soft Parade with Hop sticker featuring their hits Touch Me, Tell All the People, and Wishful Sinful. I don't know if I see that sticker too often. EX $37.99. Can I put Billy Joe back, Jack? Can I put Billy Joe back? Wife already has it. You can put it back. It's only a $10 trillion restocking fee. $100 trillion restocking fee. EX $27.99. Which share did you show? I sold share right back here. I'd rather believe in you. EX edition $22.99. White Zombie has a new bid for $140. Which Hank 3? This is Hank 3 Rising Outlaw. Record store day. 2011 record store day. Limited to 340 smoke vinyl. Near mint and shrink. It is called Rising Outlaw. It has one bid for $95, final call. Rat's a final call for $65. And then over here, The Doors is sold to Patrick Britton. That's sold to Patrick Britton. Next thing is Grandmaster Flash and the Fears 5 Greatest Messages. VG Plus $14.99. Holy moly! We have Rocky 3 soundtrack. VG condition $14.99. Billy Joe, Brian Berry, that was EX $12.99. I'm going to sell it to you for less than what you claimed it for. Sweet Soul, Shirley Scott. VG $9.99, and Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago, VG Plus 1960 Mono, VG Plus $19.99. Grandmaster is sold to Donna Turner. This is not the same one. That's sold to Donna Turner, VG Plus $14.99. JD Crow in the New South, My Home Ain't in the Hall of Fame with Keith Whitley. Keith Whitley appears on here, VG Plus $26.99. Next thing is this. We had over here White Zombie at 140. Patrick got The Doors. Brian, you got Billy Joe for less than what you offer. Donna got Grandmaster. John Durden was second. Scott Dwallow first on Rocky. Chris Frazier third on Grandmaster. Craig Thomas fourth. Chris Frazier R3. R3 Chris Frazier. We'll figure out what that is. And then Cannonball, we have an offer for $12 with Donna. Cannonball Adderley, I'll sell that to you, Donna, for $17 if you want it. Next thing is White Zombie 145, Pam Murray on share. Pam Murray on share. That's sold to Pam Murray for $20. Brian, you were second on Rocky. And Stephen Piercy, if anybody wants it, is a $65 buy it now. JSA authenticated, signed by Stephen Piercy, $65 on that one. Let me put it right over here. Next is John Lennon Imagine. It is with poster and the postcard. That is in VG condition, $22.99. Floyd E. Wilson Jr. on Errol Smith. That is sold to Floyd Wilson Jr. and Robert Palmer. Some people can do what they like. EX $17.99 and J. Golf Showtime VG Plus $9.99. Hank 3 Gregory. That's sold to you for one bid, $95. That is done. Next auction over here is Aussie. This is Ultimate Live Aussie. Wow, Japanese. This is unbelievable. An 86 Japanese original shrink wrap Obi. This was not issued with Obi. I meant to say hop sticker. This was not issued with an Obi. It has an insert, a poster. It is real. It's a Japan release. It has the inner sleeve over here, and it has a poster. This is vinyl. It's not a picture disc. It comes with a really cool Aussie poster. Let's go to the God view to look at this one. Wow, look at Aussie. There he is, folks. A Japanese press and shrink hop, complete with poster, near mint minus, and pristine. And Aussie is going to go up for a $75 start. Good luck bidding on that. Wowee, wowee, wow. White Zombies at $150. What New Kids on the Block video? New Kids on the Block, Hanging Tough Live. $10 on that one. New Kids on the Block, Hanging Tough Live. Also over here, we have Hall & Oates, Abandoned Luncheonette, VG $9.99. Aussie's already at $80. David Bowie, Space Oddity, Ground Control to Major Tom, VG Plus $24.99. My Circuit's Dead, Can You Hear Me, Robert Plant, VG $9.99. Pictures at 11. VG $9.99, and we have Outlaw, self-titled, VG $9.99. Are we done on White Zombie? Chad's done. That's a final call then over here for $150. Aussie has bids for $80. Aussie has bids for $80. New Kids on the Block is sold for $10, and that is sold for $10 to the following person, Robin Murphy Glenn. Now Aussie's at 100. Brian Berry on Hall & Oates. Great crate here. Another great crate of new vintage stuff. I also have BB King, LA Midnight, VG Plus $19.99. JJ Kell Troubadour, VG Plus $24.99. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast, VG $9.99. And Quicksilver coming through. Quicksilver, VG Plus $14.99. And Cheap Trick Dream Police, EX Condition $17.99. Robin, I've got another one here if you want it. New Kids on the Block, Step by Step. Also $10 if you want it. That's another one. New Kids on the Block, Step by Step. That is $10 if you want it. Next auction over here. I'm trying to get all these Doctor Who's together. We're about to sell these in a big lot, it looks like. What is this right here? Metalhead. Oh, man. Metalhead Video Magazine, Volume 3. Iron Maiden, Ted Nugent, Scorpions, and Deep Purple. That is Metalhead Magazine featuring Iron Maiden on the front. That is a $10 start. $10 start on that if anybody wants to bid. Next thing is Ozzy got a new bid for $110 with Michael Jacob. John McPatriot on AW for April Wine. That sold. Patrick Britton was second. Do I still have Keith Whitley? I do, Sherry. Larry Underhill on Cheap Trick Dream Police. Robin Glenn gets New Kids on the Block for $10. And then over here, Ozzy has a new bid for $120. Brian Berry second on Cheap Trick. Stanley Richmond's at $115 on Ozzy. That means White Zombie over here is sold. And White Zombie is sold over here to Chase Arnold for $150. That is sold. And then Ozzy's at $120 with 007. The Metalhead, a.k.a. Iron Maiden VHS, $10 start on that. Let's go ahead and start selling some of these Johnny Cash. So these are from Music on Vinyl. I remember when they were in print, they weren't cheap, and they're not cheap now because they're out of print. This is Bootleg Volume 1. These are official releases from Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash Personal File, Bootleg Volume 1. It's a 2019 Music on Vinyl. They're numbered on transparent colored vinyl, a 3 LP with book. Johnny Cash, House of Cash, $50 start on that one. $50 start on that one. Next thing is the following. We have Tim Grindstaff on Nielsen for $7. Nielsen here, sell that to Tim for $7. The Robert Plant was VG Vinyl and VG Plus cover, $9.99. Ozzy out, Ozzy $125. Sherry Darnell does want Keith Whitley here at sticker. That was J.D. Crowe and Keith Whitley. And the Cannonball Adderley here was Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago. It's an original Mercury label, 1960 mono, VG Plus, $19.99. I've already told Donna I would take $17. She passed, so $17 on that. It's marked $19.99, and it's a nicer VG Plus mono copy, Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago, okay? Over here, Johnny Cash already has an opening bid of $75. 007 also bid $75, and the first two bids were 50-50. So 50-50, 75-75, 55, and then Ozzy over here, the high bid is $125 with Stanley Richmond. 007, you have been outbid. I'm stretching right now if you can't hear me. Oh, try not to make a big deal about it. Touching my toes. Oh, wow. There we go. Getting some blood flow back into my feet. All right. Jamie asked about Cannonball. If he passes, Donna said she will, in fact, take it. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jamie. He said he's going to take it, so that's sold to him. Ozzy's still getting bids. Johnny Cash, it looks like we've officially entered some war phases. So these auctions are now getting bids. That VHS is a $10 buy now. Boy, my no stack pile over here, my no bid. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We got 19 no bids over here. Of course, they're mostly autographs and VHS. There's no albums over here. It's all autographs and VHS. So there's that. Next thing is Bowie still available. It is. David Bowie over here is VG Plus, $24.99. And that was the first one on RCA. And I'll take all these, get them out of your way. Laura is currently up here right next to me delivering the rest of tonight's auctions. And we still got a lot to put up. There was a question on Ozzy. Does Ozzy... this has Ozzy, Ultimate Live Ozzy, is a 86 Japanese pressing. It has the insert and poster, and it's in shrink, which there's no Obi that came with this, so the hop sticker doubled as the Obi. And then also it has, actually, it has an Ozzy postcard. And, oh, that was stuck down in it, actually. Ozzy postcard. It comes with an Ozzy postcard, and I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, Ozzy postcard. It has one Ozzy postcard. Okay? Didn't even know that was down in it. Okay. All right, let me get resituated here. So, have not so clutch. Johnny Cash was at 90 and then 100. And then Johnny Cash is at 100 right now. Ozzy is at 130. Johnny is transparent numbered, yes. And then David Bowie is sold to Tim Vigari for $20. Okay, there's not much left in here. These we probably can read through one more time quickly, all right? We had the Boomtown Rats, VG plus $9.99. Patsy Cline on the Decca label, VG $12.99, a portrait of Patsy Cline. Looking for Mr. Goodbar soundtrack, VG $9.99. Listen to some of these artists. The Commodores, the OJs, Dinah Ross, Bill Withers, VG $9.99. Incense and Peppermints is still available. And OG 67 Stereo, $49.99. Johnny Cash right now, the bids are kind of out of order. The high bid right now is $125 with Vlotter check. Ozzy's at 140. I think there's some people bidding on Facebook that maybe are only looking at the Facebook bids. So yeah, that's where we're at on that. Okay. Patsy Cline is sold for $12. That is sold to Brian Berry. We have Ike Turner Blues Roots, VG plus $19.99. The Best of Joe Turner, VG $12.99. Wilderness Road, a white label promo from 73, VG plus $14.99. Getz and Gilberto, VG $24.99. Sweet Soul, Shirley Scott, VG $9.99. John Lennon Imagine. Now this one is also complete. It has a poster and the postcard. It has John Lennon playing the big white grand piano, and it has the postcard that came with it. $22.99. Ozzy's at $150. Johnny Cash is at $150. Robert Palmer, some people can do what they like, EX $17.99. Jay Giles is VG plus $9.99. The Outlaws is VG $9.99. We also have BB King LA Midnight, VG plus $19.99. Next in here was JJ Kill Troubadour, VG plus $24.99. Quicksilver, VG plus $14.99. And Robert Plant, Pictures at 11, VG $9.99. Okay, Eric Van Leuven's going to get the linen for $20. I'm about to go through all the no bids in 1 second. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. If you change your mind and you want to go ahead and grab something in here, be my guest. They're right here behind me. Or if you want to see something closer, or if you want to make an offer, go right ahead. Linen's already sold, so Patrick, you were second. Ozzy's at 155, and Johnny Cash is at 150. So those are still getting bids. All right, next thing we're going to do is go ahead and get the next crate on the table so we can go right into that. Won't waste any time here. Right into the next one. And let me take a quick peek in this one. Make sure there's no more Grandmaster Flash. Holy moly, those were fun, wasn't it? That's just something we never get in. All right, there's that. Nice. 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 Okay. Cool. Ooh, what has he got that one marked? That's probably about right, so I'll leave it in there, because I just hadn't seen that in a while. Okay, so first thing I have is this. Brian Berry was first on Robert Plant at sticker price. Then somebody just made an offer. I'm going to go ahead and sell it for $9.99. All right, so here's the deal on Ozzy. 007 has Ozzy, high bid. I'm showing one. No, John Kaiser's in on the mix now. John Kaiser, 155. The Johnny Cash is at 170. And Tim Vigari gets BB King for $15. Okay? That is sold. It was $19.99. That's sold. Let's kind of clear up the table right quick. Let me go ahead. Now, by the way, Laura didn't put this in a sleeve because the pack, it's kind of almost like a box set. So we'll have to be very careful. You'll have to be very careful with it. It's just it's almost oversized, honestly. So let me go ahead and repackage Ozzy. That way I can show some stuff right quick. So Ozzy is an 86 Japanese. This did not come with an Obi. It does have the shrink and hop. It also has the poster and an Ozzy postcard with it. everything is really nice. I mean, it's Laura padded as a top copy, okay? So very nice. Ultimate Live Aussie. I'm going to put everything back in here right quick. First, the poster and the insert. Hope everybody's having a great Tuesday night. Thanks for sticking with us tonight. What time is it? 8:21. Oh my gosh, it's early. But we are flying through new stuff. We already had 2 crates of new vinyl, and we flew through those. It just seems like everything is exponentially being gone through the last couple nights. I feel like I'm done with new stuff by 10 o'clock almost. But Laura's here. She's going to work on start marking some new stuff. And I'm going to show the new vinyl that came in one more time. 2 of them. One whole crate was a pre-order, and those got obliterated, of course. And now there's Johnny Cash. I think we're done on Cash, though. It's really between 007 and Vladarchek. Vladarchek's done. Final call for 170. And I think I've got like 3 more volumes to sell. Yeah, I've got volumes 2, 3, and 4 after that. And we'll probably just run those consecutively. And I'm going to start putting up some other stuff. But quickly, the no bids. Let's do VHS first, okay? And then I'll show the autographs after I get started with the crate. Metalhead Magazine, $10. Michael Jackson, the short films, $10. Star Trek, Episode 19, Arena, $10. Poison, Sight for Sore Eyes, Poison, $10. And the Blair Witch Project was sealed. And that was $10. Blair Witch Project was sealed. Those are all $10 a piece. Okay, Alicia wants to put back Alabama. There was somebody that was backup on Alabama. Let me go back and see if I still have it on my feed. Alabama, Alicia claimed it. There was somebody that was backup, though. Who was backup on Alabama? Instead of Alicia, give it instead $24.99. Alabama was sold to, I don't know. I know there was somebody backup, though. Oh, boy. Let me see if I can figure this out. Man, maybe they can figure it out. I don't know. I know there was 2 claims for it. I have no idea. I don't know how high up that was either. All right, just maybe whoever's watching can figure that out. And whoever's second is going to get tagged for it. Hopefully we remember, okay? So there's that. Next comment is Aussie 160, Aussie 175. Jets in the last crate for $17. Stan Getz for $17, okay? That is sold for $17. And that is sold for $17 to BMK918 over on Twitch. And I think they know who you are. Next thing, Michael Ruttman wants SR and Poison. That was for Star Trek and Poison. Sold to Michael Ruttman, 10 and 10. Tim Grindstaff made an offer for $15 from J.J. Kell in the last bin. Troubadour is sold to Tim Grindstaff for $15. Okay? And then Brent Robley wants Blair Witch. That was $10. And I think we're good to go. They will probably figure that out. Johnny Cash is officially sold. This is sold to 007 for $150. That's Brian Colsar over on Twitch. 007, you've been outbid on Aussie. John Kaiser has this for $175. Okay? The 3 other VHS, I was trying to do 3 for $15. That was Paul McCartney, give my regards to Broad Street, John Lennon Imagine, and the John Lennon Video Collection. All 3 of those for $15. Okay, all 3 of those for $15. And there was only one sealed LP, Willie Hutch, Concrete in Blue. Sealed, does have a saw mark. Willie Hutch was $10. Okay? All right. That's the only VHS that hadn't sold tonight. We have sold a bucoodle. I'll go through all the signed CDs in just a second. Looks like we're done on Aussie. Let's go ahead and put up the other Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash Bootleg Volume 2. Music on vinyl. A 2019 limited edition 1,500 numbered copies on transparent vinyl, numbered 322, a 3 LP set from Music on Vinyl. Somebody asked me to read the tracks earlier. it would take me a half hour. There is a lot of music on these. $55 start for Johnny Cash. Volume 1 sold for $150. Hopefully that one sells for $150 too. Ozzy is sold to John Kaiser. This sold to John Kaiser for $175. Good luck on those. And let's go ahead and introduce another one here. I have going up for auction right now, the Hoodoo Gurus. The Hoodoo Gurus Blow Your Cool is an 87 USOG, VG Plus condition. The Hoodoo Gurus is a $15 start. Everything in this crate is new, never shown, buy it now or best offer. Hoodoo Gurus is a $15 start. Johnny Cash is a $55 start. Ryan Eaton's in at $60. And our next VHS is going to go up, and that is The Blob, folks. You heard me right. The Blob. The Blob is a $10 start. That is now up for bid. Steve McQueen, VHS. Where's my monster at? Oh, about time for another one. And a big old Reese's. Big old Reese's cup. Reese's cups. That's going in the trash because it's almost room temperature. Here we go. Sticks 2, $19.99. It's the RSA, so RCA label, so it's a second label. $19.99 on that. Johnny Cash is at $80. Sinatra and Swingin' Brass, $14.99. Sinatra and Swingin' Brass, $14.99 on that. The Pointer Sisters Contact, $9.99. The Pointer Sisters Contact, $9.99. Darren Chrisman on BL. That was for, I don't know. But I also have Earth, Wind & Fire Best Of, $14.99. September, You're a Shooting Star, no matter who you are. The VHS has, I think, 3 $10 bids right now. Johnny Cash has a high bid of $80 with 007 Platinum. Ryan Eaton, you're out. Mega Blast, you're out. That is at $80. Next thing we have is Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, the OG 88, $79.99. Pink Floyd, $79.99 on that. And the Cockney Rejects Greatest Hits Volume 2. We had Volume 1 earlier. 1980 UK Blue Labels, $49.99 on that. Nobody bid on the Hoodoo Gurus. This is a buy now for $15 if anybody wants it. Willie Hutch over here sealed. Willie Hutch over here sealed is sold for $10 to Edwin Blom. That is sold to him over there sealed for $10. Thank you, Edwin Blom. Johnny Cash moving to a final call, which is with 007 at $80. The Blob is at $11 with Chris Frazier. That's what he was bidding on. Let's lay that right back there. The Blob. So Brett, you and outbid. Earth, Wind & Fire is sold to Brian Berry for $12. New auction going up as soon as I show you and shown you. Son and Cher, In Case You're in Love. That's an original, very clean, $16.99. Who's got the Blob? Chris Frazier does at $11. Up here on top of the screen. Chris Frazier has it for $11. Johnny Cash is a final call. Here's some of the other auctions I have. Bob Marley, Rush, Eric Clapton, Death, Leonard Skinner, Venom, Sepultura, Led Zeppelin, Mingus Dynasty, Charles Mingus, Motley Crue, Miles Davis, Misfits, Pink Floyd, Dirty Looks, Dead Kennedys, Led Zeppelin, and those are classic records, folks. Those are classic records. So hopefully Kaiser and Rob Fordham, who bought the other ones, are watching. I got Zeppelin classic records to sell you. So let's do presents. Oh my goodness. This is a 2001 Classic Records 200 gram near mint with the original under sleeve. And I'm in no hurry to sell these. They're near mint. They're pristine. A $325 start. That is now up for bid. Classic Records. So we sold Led Zeppelin 2 the other night for what? $700, $800. We sold Physical Graffiti, I think, for $395. We also sold Led Zeppelin 3 for $300 or $400. This is the Classic Records. Tonight we're going to finish the discography. We've already sold Led Zeppelin 2. We sold Led Zeppelin 3, Led Zeppelin 4, and Physical. Tonight we got Houses. We got In Through the Outdoor and Coda. The only one we hadn't found yet is Led Zeppelin 1. That's the only one we hadn't seen yet. $3.25 on that one. The Blob is at $12. We got a request for Rush. We got a request for Sepultura. We got a request for Death. And we've got What Is Johnny Cash with Danny Thomason. This is a final call to 007. We've already sold Volume 1. This is Volume 2. Johnny Cash bootleg, music on vinyl, numbered $3.22. It's a music on vinyl pressing on transparent colored vinyl, numbered. And it is a final call, and it's with 007 Platinum, and 007 has it for $80. Led Zeppelin has a bid with John Kaiser for $325. Next is Pink Floyd. This is $65, sold to Juanita Gagney. Don't forget, I still got the Hoodoo Gurus over here. That's the only no bid so far tonight. VG Plus $15. He's out on the Blob. The Blob is sold to Brent Robley for $12. Next thing I have is Jason and the Scorchers. $19.99 shrink wrap hop sticker. Jack Nicholson, 5 easy pieces, $14.99 for that soundtrack. We have the Carter Brothers, Blues in Session, an 81 UK, $19.99, and Queen, One Vision. That's the 12-inch single and 85 promo, $24.99 on that. $24.99 on that. This is called Turn Up the Volume. Bon Jovi, Bret Michaels, Winger, White Line, Firehouse, the Scorpions, the Dang Yankees. It's a double VHS. Turn Up the Volume. Looks like life in the life of hair metal here. That's going to go up for a $10 star. That's a double. Led Zeppelin's at $325 with John Kaiser. $325 of John Kaiser. He has presents. He's about to get presents. And it's at $325. Next is Mega Blast at percent easy $10, 5 easy 10, and then a claim. This will be yours, but it will be $14.99. If not, I'm going to sell it to Brent. Next thing over here is Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash is sold, and Johnny Cash is sold to 007 for $80. That is sold. Okay, this is either sold to John Durden at sticker or Brent to sticker. Next thing we have Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf London Revisited. That does have cover damage up here. This is $29.99. Also, we have this here. This is sold to Brent at sticker price. Also, we have Johnny Rivers Outside Help, $9.99. And Justin Hayward, John Lodge, Blue Jays, $12.99. Okay, so that's $12.99. John Kaiser getting Led Zeppelin presents for $325. I think Kaiser already knows this, but for anybody else that may be interested in the next ones, this was the last time Led Zeppelin was remastered from the original analog tapes. Hence the price on these. These are remasters. They're far superior sounding than any other version you can get. This is the deal. This is the real deal when it comes to Zeppelin. This is the most desirable of each of these pressings. I don't think there's really much contest among other variants. The classic records, audiophile, analog remasters are the definite versions. That's why the complete set sells for thousands of dollars when everybody, have you ever seen that big metal trunk? They released them all together in one big set. That is probably the most expensive Zeppelin item you can purchase. It's more than a turquoise OG. It's almost cost as much as a fully signed Led Zeppelin album. It is the ultimate listening experience when you're talking about Led Zeppelin. So let's go ahead and try another one, and let's put up another Johnny Cash, and I'll do Sepultura, and I'll do Rush. But first, here's the classic records. This one, also from 2001, $325 start. It's near mint. It has the Obi. It's on audiophile, 200-gram Quiet vinyl. All analog, Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, $325 start. And you don't have to bid if you don't want it. You do not have to bid if you don't want it. You can pass. You do not have to place a bid if you don't want to. $325 start on those. On that one, at least. Queen, One Vision. This is a 12-inch single. It is a studio recording from the movie Iron Eagle. It is from the movie Iron Eagle. It's a 12-inch promo single. The other song is Blurred Vision, $24.99. If anybody wants to Turn Up the Volume is a $10 buy it now. All kinds of different stuff on that, $10, okay? Back to the crate quickly. Cliff Richard, Every Face Tells a Story, $9.99. And over here we have Of Muse and Man, Jose Feliciano, $9.99. John Kaiser has House of Holy for $3.25. Yeah, the Zeppelin box will run you between 10, and I've seen a sealed one in a factory case before sell at a big auction for over $20,000. It was like sealed in a shipping box. It sold for over $20,000 before. So it is the definite Zeppelin experience. For somebody that wants like a brand new sealed in the shipping box, like never opened, it is huge money. I'm hoping one day we will find one of those in a collection. That's kind of, I think I have Zeppelin 1 and Zeppelin 2 stashed away. I'm hoping one day we'll find one of those trunks in a collection and I'll be able to get it that way. I mean, sometimes I hold out for grails. Sometimes I go ahead and pull the trigger and just find it somewhere and buy it. I'm trying to be patient and wait for us to find it in a collection, but I have never seen that before in a collection. All the collections we've bought, and we've bought some stuff that people have paid a lot of money for, and I've still never seen one of those. Here's the next Johnny Cash, Volume 3. This is a 2020 limited translucent vinyl 3 LP set. A $50 start on Johnny Cash. That's now up for bid. There's Bootleg Volume 3. Let's keep going through this crate. We have Giant Sky Tortilla Flats, an 86 UK, $9.99. We have the End Sound, Around the Nation, the top hits, the top stars, presented by the U.S. Army. This is a radio broadcast featuring Neil Diamond, the Bee Gees, the Bar-Kays, the Seeds, Peaches and Herb, $29.99. Johnny Cash already has bids for $50, $70, and $55. John Kaiser, once again, has House of the Holy for $325. That is going once, going twice. We should have put a little sign on these, Laura, in the hot picture that said Classic Records, because I think some people tuned in thinking maybe these were just regular copies, but if you didn't know that, they are the Classic Records pressing. He's already bought one, and it looks like he's about to get the other one. Boy, take a look at this. I've never had this before. Hollywood Rock, Brazil, 94, Chaos AD Tour, Sepultura. This is an unofficial Sepultura 1994 South American pressing, Estadio Cerro Pompey de Toledo in Rio de Janeiro. I don't know what I just said or if I said it correctly, but I can tell you this in English, $35 start. Sepultura, now up for bid. Johnny Cash is at $75. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $355. We're not done. Brent says, I'm in on this one. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Sepultura already has a bid for $40. Next is Gary B.B. Coleman, If You Can Beat Me Rockin'. Gary B.B. Coleman, an 88 US, $34.99. American Graffiti, Volume 3, $19.99. American Graffiti, Volume 3. There's some seam splitting going on at the top, $19.99. Also, 16 original solid gold hits, $9.99. The Harp Tones, the Tokens, the Spaniels, $9.99 on that one. Over here, Sepultura has a bid for $40. House the Holy 360, AG for $12. That was the American Graffiti. I'll go ahead and discount that just because it has some cover damage. That is sold to Donna for $12. Johnny Cash over here, 007 at $75. Ryan Eaton's done. Also, we have Golden 60s, $9.99 on that. Harper's Bazaar, The Association, Peaches and Herb, that's $9.99. And Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $29.99 on that. That's a great comp, $29.99. John 007, it looks like you are pretty close to getting the cash. Final call for $75. Houses has a new bid for $360. And then Led Zeppelin's at $365. This is the Classic Records 200 gram. All analog remaster Classic Records 200 gram. It is near mint minus. It is now up for bid. 2005 as I think is when they made those. Yeah, 2001 is when they made that one. 2001. Classic Records press 365. The Rain Song. Down, down. Down, 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 down. That was the Rain Song, guitar intro, if you've never heard that before. Kevin LeBeatty wants Queen. I'm assuming Alicia was passing, so that's sold to Kevin LeBeatty. Next over here is Peter Frampton, $9.99. Simon and Garfunkel, the concert in Central Park with booklet, $24.99. You are the starlight in my morning. So many warmth I felt before. Wow, the lyrics are on here. I could have some fun right here. This is the springtime of my loving, the second season. I am to know. Johnny Cash is sold for $70. You're going to get me in a Zeppelin mode, and I can't get out sometimes. $75, that is sold. Man, what an album. Boy, what about No Quarter? Oh my gosh. Over the Hills and Far Away. So little warmth I felt before. Wow. Dancing days are here again. The ocean. No Quarter. Wow. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Sepultura is a bootleg unofficial. 1994. It is live in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The high bid on this is $40 with Jay Barnes, and he's about to get it. Brent's out on Led Zeppelin. I probably turned him off with some bad singing. John Kaiser has it for $370, final call. The Mothers of Invention, Weasel's Wit Run My Flesh, 1980 Winchester, $39.99 on that. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, $16.99 for Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. This does have the original on her sleeve with it. $16.99 for Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. Janis Joplin in concert, $34.99. And we have Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio, Volumes 1 and Volumes 2, $14.99 for Donna Summer. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Miles Davis. This is Feliz de Kilimanjaro. Miles Davis is an OG 1969 Pitman. VG Plus condition, $20 start for Miles Davis. That's now up for bid. Sepultura is sold to Jay Barnes for $40. Thank you on that. Sepultura bootleg is gone. Next thing in here, I have the following. The Jackson 5 third album. Jackson 5 is $24.99. And Levon Helm from the band, the RCO All-Stars. Levon Helm is $19.99. Paul Cruz gets Janis Joplin. That's sold to him. And then John Kaiser gets Led Zeppelin, and we got a couple more over here to sell. And let me see if we've sold all the Johnny Cash too. Kaiser gets this for $370. Man, I love the Rain song. I saw this guy. This guy popped up on like my Instagram feed the other day, and he was doing a cover of the Rain song, just playing the guitar. And I forgot. I was like, man, I forgot how great that song is. Just one of their many just incredible compositions. John Kaiser gets that for $370. And this is a Classic Records. That was a Classic Records press. That was sold. Next thing is George Burleson on Levon Helm. That's sold. The only silver tonight I have that's melt, like that's not collectible silver, is the dimes. That's the only thing I have left. There's one more Johnny Cash left in that set, and that's Volume 4. Let's go ahead and run this one. A 2020 limited to 1,500 numbered copies on transparent vinyl. Once again, $55 start. I bet 007 is going to be it. He's already bought Volume 1, 2, 3. $55 on that one. Next thing over here, and George Burleson got Levon Helm. Jenny, if you want those 2 books of dimes, they're still $170. And by the way, gold surpassed, I think the market went up on everything today, right? Oh my gosh. Yeah, gold did hit 4,000 earlier. So, man, I sold that guy those 2 1-ounce gold coins, I think, for $38.50. And now they would already be now $400 more. Conway Twitty is $9.99, just crazy. The Hollies Romany, $9.99, and Donny Osmond is $9.99. We have Miles Davis Miles Davis, Donna has it for $25. That is a going to once, a going to twice. Johnny Cash is at $75. $75. Next is Led Zeppelin. I'll go over what Led Zeppelin is again. This kind of blows everybody's mind when they start seeing these go up for bid. This is Led Zeppelin Classic Records. Why is this so important? This is so important and they're so expensive. If you buy an original Led Zeppelin record, it is, you know, an original press, okay? Since those original pressings were made, there has not been any other analog remaster until this right here. If you buy a brand new Led Zeppelin record, it says the classic 69 debut album on 180 gram, remastered by Jimmy Page. This is, I believe, these particular ones are DSD, digital transfers. They have never since been cut from the original master tapes until this pressing that Classic Records did. They did every album, even Coda. So that puts them at the top of the line when it comes to audiophile listening experience. It's better than any OG pressing, any Japanese pressing, and any remaster that's ever been done, because it's only been this one time that Classic Records did these, and that's it. So if the audiophile community knows about them, it is superb. They are the top of the line. Led Zeppelin is a $350 start, 2001 Classic Records, and not only that, they're pressed on really high grade, 200 gram Qui-X audiophile grade vinyl. Long story short, you're talking about one of the biggest collectible artists of all time, Led Zeppelin. Their catalog, one of the most desirable and collectible catalogs, and it's the ultimate versions. So it's Zeppelin, the best way it's ever been made. That's why they're so expensive. $350 start on that one. Okay? Classic Records, they used E. I don't know if there's all different variants, but they used E. They used E for that one. Clutch is on deck. Back to the bin. So I have to explain those pretty in depth because everybody's like, holy crap, why are they selling for hundreds of dollars? That's exactly why. That's exactly why. It's the Zeppelin catalog, the best way it's ever been made. The Zeppelin, the best way it's ever been made. Okay? That is it. Next thing, Miles Davis, one bid, sold to Donna Turner for $25. Johnny Cash over here, Johnny Cash is at $75 of 007 Platinum. It's kind of like the Beatles mono box. It's the same way. Why does the Beatles mono box sell for over $1,000? Because it's the Beatles catalog, the best way it's ever been released. So when you have a huge collectible band and you can get the best sounding version of a big album, which in this case, Led Zeppelin, all 9 of their albums were big, it is the best way to listen to it. Okay? We have Jukebox Classics, original artist. Jukebox Classics is $9.99. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, $19.99. Also, Johnny Rivers, the sensational Johnny Rivers, that's $9.99. Mel Tillis, Greatest Hits. Mel Tillis is $9.99. Smokey Robinson and the Miracle Special Occasion, $14.99. Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow? Olivia Newton-John is $9.99. Kenny Rogers is $9.99. They don't make them like they used to. Jean-Luc Ponty, also $9.99. And Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. And 87 BMG Music Club, $34.99, okay? Gene Simmons is $39.99. All you guys say, James, is I'll take it. It's a Weta Workshop. I've already sold one, and somebody else wanted the other 3, which is Peter, Paul, and Ace, $39. All you got to do is say one word, sold. That's all you got to say, sold. It's yours. I'll bill you on Monday. $39.99. How much was Donnie? Donnie Osmond over here was $9.99. Scott O'Man on MT. MT Mel Tillis, that's so to Scott O'Man. The fourth and final Johnny Cash over here. Johnny Cash is sold to 007 Platinum for $75. He bought all 4 volumes. Led Zeppelin is sold to John Kaiser for $350. He's going to end up buying almost all those. Next is Clutch. Clutch is the Elephant Riders. Wow. 2016 first time on vinyl. Clutch, $95 start. Donnie Osmond is sold to Robin Glenn. Next thing over here is this. We have Dangerous Toys. Oh, wow. I can't believe more people hadn't been asking for this. I'm kind of flabbergasted. More people hadn't been asking for this to go up. Dangerous Toys is in shrink. It's with hop sticker. It is near mint minus and pristine. It's not in print. It's an 89 USOG. Dangerous Toys, shrink wrap, inner sleeve, hop sticker, near mint minus, $125 start for Dangerous Toys. $125 start on Dangerous Toys. Gene Simmons is still available if anybody wants it. $39.99. Okay, there's that. And here we have, I definitely need another monster. And let me make sure I didn't miss the under claims over here. So let's run through these again. We're about to get into some vintage discount. I've often wondered why a monocopy would be more desirable than stereo, because he explained that for a second. I'll explain that while I'm walking up front to grab another monster out of the fridge. So some albums are originally recorded in mono. The Beatles, all the way through the White Album, which would be from 63 to 68, those original recordings are in mono. That's how George Martin and the producer and everybody there at Abbey Road recorded those albums. So mono, obviously meaning one channel. Basically everything coming out through one source. That is mono. Everything's coming out through one channel, one source. M-O-N-O, mono, monophonic. Now, what happens is, if you ever see a Beatles album, especially the U.S. pressings on Capitol, those have been doubled down to replicate fake stereo. So they're just not really good sounding records because they've been doubled down to replicate fake stereo. Same thing for the Rolling Stones, same thing for the Beach Boys. All those recordings are original monos. Now, the Beatles catalog, we could be here till next Thursday talking about different mixes. So they take those tapes. Sometimes they've mixed stuff differently in stereo, like Magical Mystery Tour. Magical Mystery Tour, there's a really good like German stereo mix. It depends on how they took the tapes and who mixed it to make the best sounding work. So the Beatles, though, for example, the UK original stuff in mono is the way you would want it because it was recorded in mono. That's the original mono tape, and a lot of them were cut from the original mono masters, which are now locked in a 3-foot concrete vault underground at Abbey Road like the Declaration of Independence. They'll probably never see the light of day again. That's why the mono box set's so desirable. A lot of times there's fake stereo recordings. So the stereo recordings for like the Rolling Stones, they've been rechanneled. They basically take mono and then they split it and they make it sound like a stereo, and it actually sounds pretty crummy. Like I said though, records, you have to go pressing by pressing. After you get into the 80s, it really doesn't matter. Actually, when you get into the 70s, sorry, they kind of got rid of mono, so about everything's in stereo. So you don't have to worry about mono and stereo when you get into the 70s and 80s. But all the stuff from the 50s and 60s, mono and stereo versions are pretty unique. You have to basically do your research. Is mono better? Is stereo better? What mix is better? That's kind of what you have to take it almost case by case and figure out what's going on there. Same thing with mastering, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why we have Discogs, and audiophile channels that does all these reviews. It's you can really get into the weeds on stuff. But mono is preferred because that's what they were recording with, especially the Beatles. Mark Stanley has Clutch for $160. The Elephant Riders. Clutch is a 2016 first time on vinyl, $160. That's the high bid on that. Dangerous Toys over here. The last bid on Dangerous Toys was the first bid. The minimum bid was $125. MT Matt bid $125. Then somebody bid less and nobody else has bid. This is an unbelievable OG top copy. We've sold these before for $400 in this condition just recently. This one's about to sell for $125. MT Matt's going to pop a bottle of champagne. It's a final call for $125. And then next thing over here is Rush. We got somebody waiting on Rush. Rush, you shall receive. Counterparts. Rush is a 2025. That's the newest remaster, 2025, a $20 start, okay? Now Dangerous Toys is still getting bids. Hope everybody just didn't take a bathroom break all of a sudden. Gold futures, the international market has it at $39.96 and silver is at $47.91, which is irrelevant to us right now because I basically have nothing left in stock except my own personal investments, which I'm obviously not going to sell right now. You should be buying. If you do want to sell, send us a message. I'll buy it from you. Rush, Dangerous Toys, and Clutch is all up for bid. While I was chit-chatting, I walked up front and got a Monster Energy drink. I'm letting the tea settle back to the front. And let's get started. I think I've already read through these once. I'm just going to read the titles one more time, and then we're going to go ahead and get into discount crates. I hope y'all ready. If you need a price, let me know. We have Sticks 2. We have Sinatra and Swingin' Brass. The Pointer Sisters Contact. Cockney Rejects Greatest Hits. Sonny and Cher, In Case You're in Love. Jason and the Scorchers. The Carter Brothers, Blues in Session. Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf. Johnny Rivers, Outside Help. Justin Hayward, John Lodge. Cliff Richard, Every Face Tells a Story. Over here is Jose Feliciano. Excuse the nudity on that one. Jose Feliciano is $9.99. And then Giant Sky, Tortilla Flats, $9.99. Stevie Nicks, I should be coming up on Stevie in just a second. And the first thing is the In Sound, $29.99 on that. Gary B.B. Coleman, $34.99. 16 original solid gold hits, $9.99. Golden 60s, Elton John's Greatest Hits, Peter Frampton, Simon & Garfunkel, Mothers of Invention, Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, $16.99. $16.99. The Edge of 17. Just like the way she knows. Sings a song, sounds like something. JF, $7. JF. Who is JF? JF, John Fogerty, John Peter Frampton, JF, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, JF, John Lodge, JF. I don't see a JF, but I do see over here Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radio, Volume 1 and 2. We got Jackson 5. We have Conway Twitty. We have the Hollies, Jukebox Classics, George Thorogood, Johnny Rivers, Smokey Robinson, Olivia Newton-John, Kenny Rogers, and over here Sting. That is sold. $225. I knew we sold one up there not too long ago. $225 to Gregory. $225. Okay? Jose Feliciano. That's why I couldn't find it. I was like, who the heck is JF? Jose Feliciano, right over here. That's sold to Ed Riviera for $7, okay? Next comment, Rush 31, Rush 35, Dangerous Toys 141, BMK, Stevie Nicks, $12. I've been listening to a lot of Stevie Nicks lately. That's sold to BMK, $12 on that. Jose 7, Dangerous Toys, Stevie Nicks 12. Okay, so what about Clutch over here? The last bid on Clutch over here. Clutch, the last bid on Clutch. Clutch, last bid, Clutch. Clutch. What was the last bid? Clutch. Clutch. The last bid on Clutch. Clutch. Last bid on Clutch. Mark Stanley, 180. It was up to Joshua Cross. I got to make sure Joshua says out. He hadn't said out, but we're about to sell it. Dangerous Toys. Toys. Dangerous Toys. DT. I think John Kaiser already has a high bid of 150. Now it's at 160 with MT Matt. 160 of MT Matte, 160 MT Matte, 160 MT Matte, OG, shrink wrap, near mint, top copy, hop sticker. That is what we're bidding on. Rush, 25 remaster. Cindy Yarborough, $35, final call. Frank Sinatra here. Frank Sinatra and the Swingin' Brass is on reprise, of course, $14.99. Gene Simmons, this is new from Weta Workshop, $39.99. We've already sold one, and I ordered the guy the rest of the set. I have Paul Spaceman. How about I just do their names? Paul, Peter, and Ace. I think for licensing purposes, they never say Paul, Peter, and Ace. They just use their nicknames. Starchild, Catman, Spaceman. $39.99. I have Gene, and I can order you the other three. I have Gene, and I can order you the other three. Next thing over here, Dangerous Toys, $165. Price on the Jackson 5 back here. The Jackson 5 third album is $24.99. Going back to Indiana, I'll be there. The cover's in VG minus, $24.99. Frank Sinatra is sold to Heath Norman. Sold. Clutch out. We must have got a new bid. Darren Johnson, wow. So 185. Joshua's out and Mark's out. 185 on that. Dangerous Toys is at 165. We're not done on Dangerous Toys. MT Matt, you're out. Rush is at 35. 1 second, please. Let me check on something over here. Okay, sorry for the delay. Checking on something over here. All right, we're good to go. Okay. Clutch is sold. Clutch is sold to Darren Johnson for $185. Dangerous Toys is at $205. And Rush is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $35. Anybody interested in a Rush box set with those albums in it? I think I've got one up front. I bought 3 originally from the website, and I think I have 1 left if anybody else wants one. Next thing over here is Dangerous Toys. That's at $205. Let's get that last Classic Records up. Hopefully Mr. Kaiser's watching. He's bought the other 3 tonight. And this is the Led Zeppelin Coda Classic Records. And this is a 2001 200-gram Qui-X Classic Records. And this one is actually not that much. This one's a little bit cheaper. Classic Records, 200-gram, $150 start on that one. So $150. Laura has it as a 2011 Near Mint. It's on Qui-X SV-P vinyl. $150 start on that. $150 start on that. And this is, we're about to do a half-off crate. So we're done with new vintage, except for anything that Laura marks. We're about to do $6.99, buy it now best offer, and half-off crates until Laura brings us a crate. And then when Laura brings us a crate, actually, I'm going to read through tonight's newest vinyl one more time, but it's only like 7 records. And yeah, and I'm going to do some condensing back here. Is that the Rush for October? No, that is up for pre-order. You still have time to pre-order that in our group. This one is the other one. This one has Counterparts, Presto, that and that. If y'all give me a second, I'll check it, and we'll get it done, okay? I'm trying to actually buy something over here. Okay, and there's the next Classic Records, $150 start on that. Okay, let's see here. All right. All right, here we go. Sorry, let me do a little bit of condensing. Doing some deals. Got to make sure I have plenty of stuff for y'all to always be buying, right? Absolutely. Okay, empty crate, empty crate. That's one of my favorite things to say. We've emptied a crate, or at least condensed one. That means we got stuff over here in the sold pile. That means these are being emptied. I'm ready to do some half off and vintage, and I got bonus auctions. I got surprise auctions. I got stuff that'll make your eyes go cross. I got stuff that'll make your eyes go recrossed. And we have Dangerous Toys 45, Dangerous Toys 250, and next thing over here is this, Leonard Skinner Street Survivors. This, of course, is that original record with the original cover. And this is a $35 start, 77 US Picnic OG with both inserts. $35 start on that. Dangerous Toys is at $255. That's more like it. Wow, Led Zeppelin Coda Classic Records, no bid. Final call. That was one of our last ones there. $150 start on that. And that is going to once, going twice. I'm trying to do a little bit of condensing over here. I've almost got these two all down into one. Let me do that right quick. And y'all about to see probably some stuff you hadn't seen in a while. I think I'm going to do one of those nights where I go up front and like crate stuff up and just kind of sort it right quick and like try to do $6.99 and get some stuff like that sold. Let's see here. Not much left in that crate. I can almost put all these together. I think I'll just leave them like that, though, for right now. So, John marked 5 crates yesterday. There's 2.5 left. John marked 5 crates today. There's 2.5 left. So, we're on about a 50% sale rate on the stuff he's put out in the last couple nights. So, we still got, all of a sudden, 2, 4, 5 crates left of stuff from the last 2 shows. Okay, Coda does have a bid for $150. Empty mats, got that. We'll make sure we're all done. Chad's about to chug that monster you seen back there. And that is... Okay. And, okay, here's the newest stuff that came in today. Let me show you all the no-bid autographs as well. Let me show you all the no-bid autographs as well. The no-bid autographs are as follows. And VHS. There's not many, but right now we got Dangerous Toys sold. Thank you. I was getting worried at first, MT Matt, but fantastic copy. $255. That's so to you. I remember when Paul showed me that, he's like, look at this. Like, oh my gosh. I was like, that's one of those that like makes everybody's hair stands up on the back of their neck. Kaiser got Coda for $150. He almost bought that complete set for me. So if he got those individually, probably at a really good price compared to what the whole set cost in that trunk. Don't forget here, Zeppelin's that original Flames cover. Now, this does have a little bit of a damage right here, just where a sticker got peeled off. Original gatefold. I seen one of these sell at an auction that was signed by everybody inside of the gatefold. Wow, that was an incredible piece. Huge money on something like that. It has the original inserts. Pretty cool here, because this album came out, and of course, you know, they had the tragic plane crash. It has an insert with tour dates, which never came to be because they never got the tour because of the plane crash there. That's up for bid, Leonard Skinner. Let's also throw up Bob Marley here. I've got Bob Marley Exodus, a 1979 U.S. Winchester reissue. Bob Marley's EX edition, $25 start on Exodus. $25 start on that. I've got 2 copies here of The Rockin' Roots of Metallica. The Rockin' Roots of Metallica, which is a 1986 live radio broadcast. It really doesn't say when or where. We just know it's live in 86 Metallica, $34.99. We have the new Taylor Swift album, and if you don't have one already, I've got a few left. The Life of a Showgirl. Orange glitter vinyl, $38.99 for Taylor. I've got Dream Theater, Images and Words. That's $29.99 for Dream Theater. And Steely Dan, Can't Buy Thrill. Are you reeling in the years? Back, Jack, Do It Again. Silverchair Frog Stomp, that has that great song on it, Tomorrow. That's a limited edition yellow and green marbled, $54.99 on that. And Rat now playing. Rat is $24.99. Any Doctor Who fans? I've been selling a lot of VHS tonight. I'm down to these right here and some others, but this is all kinds of Doctor Who stuff. The Power of Noel, The Robots of Death, The Terror of the Zygons. Who is this here? Revenge of Cybermen, The Brain of Morbius. So 2, 4, 5 Doctor Who cassettes, or excuse me, VHS there. 5 VHS, all Doctor Who. We'll say a $20 start on those. Paul Cruz on Steely Dan. That's so to Paul Cruz. Steely Dan does not have FM. So FM is a weird one because they did that for that movie. You can only get that on the FM soundtrack or an album called Steely Dan Gold. So it's only on Gold compilation or FM soundtrack. It's not on this one, $36.99. That one has Reeling in the Years, and we have the new reissue of Jewel, Pieces of You, 30th anniversary sea glass smoke color vinyl. Jewel is $44.99. $44.99 for jewel pieces of you. So far, the no bids tonight, I still got this. Turn Up the Volume, Volume 2, which has Bon Jovi, Slaughter, Bret Michaels, Matthew and Gunnar Nelson, White Line, Winger, Trickster Firehouse, Scorpions, and the Dang Yankees. That was $10. And then the no bid autographs tonight. If you want to make an offer on anything, let me know. But some of these are pretty firm. First time showing them. Stephen Piercy from Rat, $65. Michael Sweet is $35. Paradise Lost was $35. These are all signed and authenticated. Gary Moore is $35. Bond Girl Shirley Eaton from Goldfinger, $45. MC Chris is $45. John Mayall's $35, and Branford Marcellus is $35. Those are all JSA authenticated autograph CDs, and of course the Shirley Eaton or postcards. There's only one no bid LP, and that was the Hoodoo Gurus Blow Your Mind, an 87 OG VG Plus, $15. And folks, you're pretty much up to speed. You hadn't missed anything except what has already sold. Actually, a few more VHS here. 3 John Lennon and Paul McCartney, $15 on those. Metalhead was $10 and Michael Jackson was $10. So that is all that's left right there. Skinner's at $41. Mark Chesler, you're outbid. Patrick Britton, you're outbid. Bob Marley is Exodus. It is a 79 U.S. Winchester reissue with the original inner sleeve. EX edition. I'm looking for a $25 start. What was the Gary? The Gary, what Gary Moore is that? Gary, where'd y'all see Gary Moore at? Did I show Gary Moore? Did I say Gary on this? I may have said Gary Moore on this. No, I didn't. Where did y'all see that? Georgetown says, what was the Gary and what Gary Moore? Patty wants this for $10. No Gary Moore. If I said Gary Moore, I maybe meant Vinnie Moore. I think I meant Vinnie Moore. Vinnie Moore. My bad. Vinnie Moore, Meltdown. Mother Love Bone, we had 100 ordered of each copy. They only sent us 3. We ordered 100. They only sent us 3. They're allocated, and they're supposed to be making more next month. There's more due out next month, okay? I think the rest of the VHS I have in here, I'm going to do for $10 each. I'm just going to show them for buy it nows. That way I can go ahead and move into another crate, because I have a whole nother crate over here. We've been knocking these out a few at a time. I'm about to show you what's left at $10 each, okay? Gary Moore, yeah, that would be probably a little bit more. You never know, though. I honestly don't know what I have over here, okay? And I still got some more to put up. Right now, Leonard Skinner is a final call. Patrick Britton, $43. Yeah, Patrick Britton has it at $43. We're caught up. That was all of tonight's newest new vinyl. Just that right there. This is the first time I've actually got new vinyl this week. Yesterday, there was essentially zero. Essentially zero. Let me put that in there. What did I just drop? These sealed records? Yep. It's okay. We'll sell those later. Gene Simmons figure. We're pretty much caught up now. We're caught up and ready to go. Ow. Bob Marley Exodus is EX. So it's pretty clean. 79 reissue. Rush box. Yes, let me go up and try to find that. Let me go up there and do that right now. All right, then we're going to grab our next discount crate. Pretty excited. We're about to get into, hopefully, where we're just slinging records out of bins like we're lunatics. Just like slinging stuff everywhere. Oh, I may have 2 of them, actually. Presto, Roll the Bones, Counterparts, Test for Echo. Yeah. bum 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 down. Bum dun 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 dun. Half off this crate. Spin out Babysitters, Jackson Brown. I think I have found our first half off crate of the night. Let's get started with that. Okay. Exodus is a buy it now for $25. Leonard Skinner is sold, and Leonard Skinner is sold to Michael Wood for $41. Didn't hear back from anybody else on that. Let me read you what I have left over here in the auction bin, because there's still some great stuff. Plus I have surprises, plus I got VHS, plus I've got autographs. Let me put away that Leonard Skinner. Now my crate's really full. That crate is full. Let me slide this one right over here, and we're ready to do this again. Let me grab a new empty crate right over here. I do have the rest of the 45s I hadn't shown tonight. Yep. I'm going to try to flip through and pull out all the auctionable stuff. And of course, we still got plenty to read for buy it nows. And here we go. First, no bid on these Doctor Who cassettes. Gosh, why am I calling them cassettes? Doctor Who VHS, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5 Doctor Who's for $20. Here's some we've already sold. I'm going to go ahead and take these in here because I need to start a new pile because I feel like we're about to sell a bunch more. So all those are gone. Another stack of VHS sold. Let me move John's cart here. John's cart has been pushed away. Now we can walk through here better, thank God. Half off coming up right now. Greg Beddinger said they bid $43.43. Let's see here. Leonard Skinner, Michael Wood, $41. Patrick Britton bid $43, and somebody else said they bid $43. Okay, Patrick has it for $43. Michael Wood, you're the one I hadn't heard back from. I haven't heard back from Michael Wood. Let's give that one more chance. Skinner is at $43 with Patrick Britton. It was Michael Wood that I lost. Michael, I don't know if you've realized you've been outbid, but you have. Time is ticking, and we're definitely about to sell it now, okay? I'm going to move the Doctor Who VHS over here. Got all the autographs there. And now, I'm going to start, before we do anything else, I'm going to read you all the auctions that's left tonight. At least the ones that were advertised. Eric Clapton, Death, Venom, Led Zeppelin, Charles Mingus, Motley Crue, Misfits, Pink Floyd, Dirty Looks, Dead Kennedys, Opeth, White Album, and The Replacements. Let's go ahead and put up the Misfits. Project 1950. I don't recall seeing this one too often. A 2003 purple vinyl limited edition OG Misfits. $35 start. That is now up for bid. $35, that's now up for bid. Sorry. I'm good to go. Leonard Skinner out. Patrick Britton, sorry. That's now sold to you for $43, okay? Misfits, $35 start. I have 5 VHS here, $10 a piece. We've got Whitesnake Trilogy, Needful Things, Bon Jovi, The Leading Man, U2, Red Rocks, Under a Blood Red Sky, that's a great one, and Deathstalker 3. We've already sold Deathstalker 1 and Deathstalker 2. There's Deathstalker 3. Half off LPs, no more, no less. Quickly. Don Williams Portrait, $5. MCA Inner Sleeve, clean record. So we'll do at least 2 what we call nonsense crates, which are at least really recent LPs at half off, no more, no less. I always do 1, sometimes 3 every night, sometimes 2, sometimes I do 0 if we have plenty of originals. So Red Cave gets Deathstalker 3 for $10. That's sold. Michael Ruttman on second on Deathstalker. John Durden got Don Williams for 5. Misfits 38. Donna Summer, I remember yesterday, Donna Summer is $9.99. Southbound Blues Band is an 82 German, that's $20. How much was Donna Summer? She's $5. I may have said $9.99. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Ace Moreland, Sizzling Hot, $7.50, that's a 1990 pressing. Rick Nelson's a 1970 German, that's $7.50. And Rock and Roll Graffiti, and this is called the Bobcats, and that's an 81 UK Rockabilly, $10. $10 on that. This is the Misfits Project 1950 2003 USOG limited edition purple vinyl. That has a bid of $35 and now a bid for $38. So these VHS are still available. Whitesnake, Needful Things, The Leading Man, and U2. Those are $10 a piece. There's Misfits. I'm about to put up Death. I don't think that's the same Death as you're thinking, though, but we'll see. Checking out Beach Sounds. The Tramps, Mel and Tim, Fontella Bass, Beach Comp, $7.50. So this is Death. I think it's a different Death, though. A compilation of demos recorded in 1985. Maybe not. That might be the same Death. Death, D-E-A-T-H, Meeting Your Archangel. That's a 2007 Bolivia unofficial compilation demos recorded in April of 1985. Death is a $35 star. So we got Misfits, we got Death. We also have Silver Connection, Golden Girls, $5. Half off crate, no more, no less. Silver Connection, checking out Beach Sounds, Rock and Roll Graffiti by the Bobcats, Rick Nelson, Ace Moreland, Donna Summer, and Southbound Blues Band. That's what's left so far in there. Here are 5 more at $10 a piece on the VHS. We have the following: White Heart, live at the Powerhouse. Also, we have the Black Crows, Who Killed That Bird, out on your window sill. Amy Grant's Old Fashioned Christmas sealed. Lover Boy, and this is Any Way You Look at It, and Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix, those are all $10 a piece. Death is Meeting Your Archangel, A-R-C-H-A-N-G-E-L. Also, we have Fire Beats Inc., 2006 Norway Garage, $15 on that. The Black Crows is sold to Brent Robley for $10. And yeah, I've got the Rush box set back here. Give me a second. Give me a second on this. And the Rush box set is... here's the... right here is what I'm looking for. Okay. Let's see here. What is this one called? It's sealed. I really don't want to open. I'm trying to find a... Okay. Next thing is the Wayne Caldwell wants the White Heart for $10. Next thing, Misfits 42. Death has a bid for $35, and Rockabilly sold to Patrick Britton. He is talking about this right here, the Bobcats. That's sold to Patrick Britton for $10. Thank you on that. Now, Patrick, you are a first-time buyer tonight, yes, or you bought from us before? I'm trying to remember. I was checking on a few people earlier tonight as well. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure we sold to you before, best of my memory. I just want to make sure because we've had so many new people this week, and especially after what happened last week. B-R-I-T-T-A-N. Yeah, okay, he has bought from us before. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, next thing is Don Williams Images. This is $5. K-Tel Alert, another compilation, this time Don Williams. Art Garfunkel Breakaway, $5 on Art Garfunkel. Chikanga, the Walter Wanderley Trio, $10 on that. And Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. Three Dog Night is $10. Also, Electrolyte Orchestra 2. Electrolyte Orchestra 2, $10 on that. ELO 2. Also, Eddie Harris, Mighty Like a Rose, 61 mono, $12.50. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less. Death got one bid and sold to Jim Cooper for $35. That's sold. The Misfits is still getting bid. It's at $45. Scott Wynn has the Misfits at $45. That's sold to Jim Cooper. Still got Hendrix, Loverboy, and Amy Grant there. And then a few more VHS. These are $10 a piece here. And we've got one called Them, and that's a movie, the sci-fi classic of the atomic age, Them. Them, and then Elvis Presley, Loving You. Where's Regina at? And folks, we got the Spice Girls. Those are $10 a piece there. Also, we have Tony Bennett, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. Tony Bennett is $5. David Doyle on ELO, that is sold to him. Michael Ruttman on the Them VHS, that is sold to him for $10. Deep Purple live in London, half off of $29.99 is $15. EMI Harvest, and that is a UK pressing. The Misfits right now is at $45. Gerald Whitworth on Three Dog Night, Hard Labor, that's sold to him. TB price, Tony Bennett is $5. $5 on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this Pink Floyd, because I'm very curious. Now this is very interesting, because this is something you shouldn't see too often. A promo marked Pink Floyd. Now the label isn't a promo, but it has a promo timing strip and a gold stamp promo on the cover. Pink Floyd's a 75 Terre Haute gold stamp promo, and it happens to be really, really clean. And it has the original on her sleeve. Pink Floyd, a promo mark copy, $35 start. Tony Bennett sold to John Durden. Deep Purple sold to Scott Dwallow. And we have Ricky Nelson. That is $10. Ricky Nelson is $10. The Who Quadrophenia, great album, $20. Love Reign Over Me. The Real Me. Yeah, The Real Me and Love Reign Over Me. Great tracks on that one, $20. Pink Floyd, $35. Also, we have Elvis Presley and Spice Girls. Next thing over here is Happy Being Lonely by the Shy Lights, $7.50. We have Elvis. That is his first album, and it's a Japanese pressing, or his second album, excuse me. Elvis is his second album, 92 Japanese. $25 on Elvis Presley, $25 on that. Also, hey, right here in the bin, you can get an early 80s Carrollton press for $32.50. That's crazy. Half off of $64.99. Half off of a $50 Elvis. And Donna gets the Shy Lights for $7.50. Pink Floyd has two $35 bids. Pink Floyd has a bid for $65. So right now, the starting bid was $35. Now we have another bid for $35, another bid for $35, and now a bid for $65. Next thing is the Misfits over here. The last bid on the Misfits, Scott Wynn had it for $45. $45 on that was Scott Wynn. Next thing in here is this. BMK wants the Pink Floyd in the crate. Pink Floyd in the crate. That's this one. What labels the Who Quadrophenia? It is an MCA reissue. It's an MCA reissue on the Cloud Rainbow label. X-Wing second on Pink Floyd. Eric Van Leuven on Elvis, and Pink Floyd's at 68 and then 70. I mean, I thought something like this should be way up there, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and take a drink of this because I desperately, 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 desperately need it. So let me crack this open, take a good ice drink cold of Monster Rehab. Nice. Nice. Let me open this up over here. Okay, first thing is Delaney and Bonnie on tour of Eric Clapton. We're doing a half off crate, no more, no less. $10 on that. Sting is $7.50. What's the Misfits? It's about to be sold. Misfits over here has a high bid with Scott Wynn for $45. He's had it for the last 3 minutes. Final call to him for $45. It's a 2003 USOG limited edition purple vinyl, near mint. It's about to sell. Also, Weather Report, Mr. Gone. Weather Report is $10. Herb Alber and the Tijuana Brass. What Now, My Love? That's $10. Pink Floyd's at $70 with Thomas Hujar. Shakedown, You're Out. Gavin, You're Out. Everybody's Out. He has it for $70. John Baldry, Good to Be Alive. John Baldry is $7.50. And Simon & Garfunkel, The Concert in Central Park. The Concert in Central Park, $12.50 for Simon and Garfunkel. Also, Yardbird's Favorites, that's $12.50. And Ted Nugent and Amboy Duke's Call of the Wild. Ted Nugent's $12.50. And Jay Giles' Monkey Island. Jay Giles is $10. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Third auction, Eric Clapton Unplugged. Wow, a real 1992 OG Euro. New copies of this are what, $40, $50, depending on which version you get. It does have a seam crackle, or in this case, a bust. This got a bust on the top of it. So this is a 1992 USOG VG Plus, a real OG Unplugged, a $20 start. Pink Floyd 73, Pink Floyd 80. Amy on YouTube. Amy, are you a first-time buyer? Rick Nelson sings, $10. Let me know if you're a first-time buyer. I don't recognize just Amy on YouTube, but that's sold to you for 10. Patrick Britton on 10. I bet he meant Ted. Did you mean Ted Nugent? Patrick Britton, 10. Ted? I bet he meant Ted Nugent. We'll find out, though. Right now, Ted Nugent sold to you. John Smetzer on Herb Albert. That's sold to John Smetzer. Sorry, I need to pass the Pink Floyd to the next person. I just realized I bought a copy. Okay, so Pink Floyd is sold to X-Wing 81 instead of BMK, Brian Colsar. Okay, sorry, I speed read your comment there. I kind of got to the bottom to it pretty fast. Change this from BMK 918, X-Wing 81. You're getting the Pink Floyd out of the bin. You're getting you're going to get this right here, okay? You're going to get this right here, okay? That is sold to you. And then next thing over here is Scott Wynn. He's probably standing on pins and needles. This is sold to him. The Misfits. He's like, any day now, Chad. $45. Sold to Scott Wynn. Next thing over here is Pink Floyd. The last bid was with Gavin at $80. The next thing over here is, can I see the Fire Beats, please? The Fire Beats, Fire Beats, Fire Beats, Fire Beats, Fire Beats. The Fire Beats Inc. This is a 2006 Norway press, a garage rock album, $15 on that. My apologies, what Sting was that? This is Sting, a 4-track EP. This is a 1985 press. It's got 4 tracks, which I think is basically a sampler from that album he had come out from that same era. $7.50 on that. Eric Clapton has a bid for 20. Patrick did get Ted Nugent. Eric Clapton has a bid for 30. Not a first-time buyer, bought twice before from Collectco. Are you on YouTube, or are you under Amy as another name? And then Jackson Brown is a 72 Presswell press with the textured cover, and Jackson Brown is $25. $25. Michael Drini wants Sting. Let me make sure Cindy doesn't want it, and we'll find out right there, okay? So before I do anything else, before I say anything else, before I do anything else, before I do anything else, one second. Pink Floyd over here is the following. This is a 1975 U.S. Terre Haute OG gold stamp promo, near mint minus vinyl, promo time and strip. This is now a high bid at the moment. It's between Shakedown and Gavin. Gavin has it right now at $80. Wish you were here with promo markings. $80 on that. Going once, going twice. Clapton is an OG pressing from 1992. It does have a seam split at the top, and this is at $20 and now $30 of Mark Chesler. The next thing I have is Sting is sold, unless I hear back from the other person, to Mike Quadrini. Mando Jeff's out on Clapton. Cindy passes, so that is sold to Mike Quadrini. Edwin second. Clapton's at $35. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $85. Paul Butterfield, put it in your ear. Paul Butterfield is $10. Next thing is Roy Buchanan, Hot Wires. $10 on Roy Buchanan. No Laura Crate. Chet Baker, Once Upon a Time, $10. Or Once Upon a Summertime, $10. Jamming with Edwards, Shrink Wrap, $17.50. We have Dr. Feelgood, Sneaking Suspicion, a 77 White Label promo, $7.50. Reverend Gary Davis, 1974 press, $12.50. Shakedown has Pink Floyd for $85. Eric Clapton Unplugged, that is at $35 with Travis Woods, and that means Mark Chesler, Mark Chesler, Mark Chesler, you have been outbid. Graham Nash is $7.50. Carole King Music is $7.50. And the Babysitters, $15 for the Babysitters. And the last thing in here was Spin Out. Spin Out is $15. Now Clapton has a new bid for $36. Gavin, it goes next to you on that. And then we have our next auction is Venom. Venom is Hell at Hammersmith, alive in '85. This is a 1985 UK OG limited edition of 1,000. Venom is a $35 start. Never had that before. GD condition. What was the GD that was in here? Gary Davis. Gary Davis has no condition notes on the vinyl, and the cover's not bad either. Pink Floyd, the last bit over here was Shakedown at $85, going once, going twice. To Shakedown, Brent Robley on Roy, and that was for Roy. That was for Roy Buchanan. Clapton has a new bid for $40, and Pink Floyd has a new bid for $86. Venom already has a bid for $35, okay? Next thing is the following. Reverend Gary Davis, and so did George Jones. Let me go over here and grab this. Let me go over here and grab this last bin of VHS for tonight. Make sure there's no other ones over here I want to auction. If not, we'll do a bunch more buy it nows and finish all these up for tonight. So here we go. Here we go. First thing is, let's see here. Let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's do 5 here for $10 buy it nows. Okay? $10 buy it nows. Let's see what we have here. First thing is the following. I have Venom at $35. George said sold on that. Clapton 41, Clapton 45, Clapton 50, Venom 38, and Pink Floyd one more time. Gavin has this for $86. Now Shakedown's out. This is a promo mark. Of course, the label's not a promo, but it's a. But that Pink Floyd's like that a lot. So I've had like promo copies of this album and The Wall, but the labels aren't marked promo. Just one of those deals where not really promo labels may exist, but very, very scarce if they do. This is a 75 Terre Haute promo Thomas Strip and gold stamp promo. Pretty scarce. And this right here is a final call, $86 of Gavin, okay? Eric Clapton's at $51 and Venom's at $40. Eric Van Leuven won't spin out. That was a great half-off crate that's definitely worthy of another read-through. Probably do one more like nonsense. Nonsense means it's something pretty recent, and we're going to read through those one more time, and then I'll go do another one. Then I'm going to do some older stuff from up front. So VHS for $10. White Snake. And this one's called Foreplay. White Snake, The Beastmaster. Omen 4, The Awakening. The Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus. There is some staining on the front of the slipcase. And Roger Waters, The Wall, live in Berlin. Those are all $10 a piece on those, okay? Beastmaster is sold to Red Cave Collections. Eric Clapton, 51. Venom 40, Venom 43, Venom 45. And that leaves White Snake, Omen, Rock and Roll Circus, and Roger Waters, The Wall, live in Berlin, okay? I'm kind of running out of space here. Let me stack those way up there. And if anybody else decides you want those, let me know. First thing we have is that, and then Michael Ruttman on TW. That was for The Wall, Roger Waters. That's sold to him for $10. Now, what is LZ90? LZ90, do you mean Pink Floyd 90? Janet, you put LZ. Did you mean PF? Because you put LZ. Clapton's at $60 and Venom's at $45, okay? Next thing, half off read-through one more time. Southbound Blues Band, which was $39.99 in 82 German press, $20 on this. The price I'm telling you is the final price. No more, no less. That's the final price, I'm telling you. Southbound Blues Band, $20. Donna Summer, I Remember Yesterday. Donna Summer is $5. Also, we have Ace Moreland, Sizzling Hot. Ace Moreland is $7.50. Rick Nelson Sings, that's a 1970 German press, $7.50. Is that what Amy wanted earlier? What did that Amy claim? Because I pulled out a Rick Nelson, but I thought she said Rick Nelson. She says Rick Sings Nelson. What did I pull out of the crate earlier for her? I pulled out of the crate some kind of Rick Nelson, though. Was there another one in here? There was a Ricky Nelson album. Amy, which one did you want? I've got one here just called Ricky Nelson. Okay. Is that the one you wanted, Amy? I wonder if she's still watching. Did you want this one, too? So you wanted this one. Okay, so that's sold to Amy. Okay. Gavin, you do get Pink Floyd. This is sold to you. Gavin, that's sold to you for $86. Thank you, Gavin. Let's put this away for Gavin. The OG Eric Clapton Unplugged, something I don't think I've had too many times because it came out in the 90s. This is at $60 with Travis Woods. That's a final call. And Venom's a final call to Paul Cruz for $45. Okay, I'm glad I got you the right one. I'm glad I got you the right one. All right, next thing is checking out Beach Sounds. That's $7.50. Silver Connection Golden Girls, $5 on that. Don Williams Images from K-Tel, $5. Art Garfunkel Breakaway is $5. We also have the Walter Wanderley Chio Chikanga, $10 on that. Eddie Harris Mighty Like a Rose, $12.50 a 61 mono. The Who Quadrophenia was $20. Delaney and Bonnie was $10. And Weather Report Mr. Gone was $10. Now, let me go ahead and add another auction. This is pretty unique here. So this is on my Grail list. It's an alternate cover of Led Zeppelin 2. So in Turkey, the country Turkey, they released Led Zeppelin 2 with an alternate cover. This cover right here, it's extremely rare. This is, of course, is a bootleg. It is an unofficial on yellow-green vinyl. It's an extremely rare cover. I need to fly over there and spend about a month just looking through shops. You probably wouldn't be able to find one, though. Led Zeppelin 2 is a a yellow vinyl unofficial, $35 start. So really cool. They bootleg this because it's obviously so rare, but most Zeppelin collectors, this is on their list. It's an extremely rare pressing, a Turkey bootleg. And of course, this is a bootleg, $35 start, okay? A Weather Report. I don't have a lineup for you. I don't think he plays on that one, though. Okay, Venom is sold, and Venom is sold to Paul Cruz for $45. And then over here, Wayne Carr is in on Zeppelin, and Travis gets Clapton for $60. This is sold for $60, okay? Now, let's put this right over here. And we're finishing up a recap of the half-off crate. Kathy got the Don Williams K-Tail collection. Zeppelin has bids for $35.40. Still got some killer stuff over here to auction. Let's go ahead and do Mingus. I forgot about this one. Wow. 1960 US OG promo copy. Charles Mingus. This is VG Plus condition of $20. Mingus Dynasty has a promo stamp on the back. Charles Mingus and his jazz groups. That is a 1960 USOG VG Plus condition. The cover is kind of lower grade. It does have a seam split at the top. $20 start on that. $20 start. How cool is that bootleg of Led Zeppelin 2? Very, very cool of that. Very, very cool. Next thing is the price on the Who. The Who is $20. It is a MCA reissue from the early 80s. Love Reign Over Me. Next is John Baldry, Good to Be Alive. That's $7.50. Simon & Garfunkel is $12.50. Concert in Central Park. Yardbirds Favorites, $12.50. Jay Giles Monkey Island, $10. We have Fireballs Inc. for $15. This is a real OG first pressing with the burlap sack textured cover of Jackson Browne's debut album, now $25. Dr. My Eyes, original first Asylum Records label, 1841 Broadway from 1972. This is about as OG as it can get for that one. $25. Jocko is on the Weather Report. Jocko Pastorius plays on Weather Report. He does. $10 if anybody wants it. Next is Paul Butterfield. $10. Put it in your ear. Chet Baker is $10. Also, Jamming with Edward. Really cool if you're a Stones collector. Jagger, Wyman, Watts with Rock Cooter, Nicky Hopkins. $17.50 on that one. Kaiser on the Jackson Browne, that's really sweet. Dr. My Eyes. We have Dr. Feelgood, that's $7.50. Graham Nash, once again, another OG record, has a textured cover. Graham Nash, $7.50. That was his first album after the CSN breakup. I'll take Weather Report, I don't have it. Ah, George Burleson. He does, I think you said that earlier and I missed it. Okay. I don't have it, okay. And then, Sieg wants James. Now, are you trying to get Jackson Browne or something here? James, Jay Giles. Let me know, Sieg, what you're trying to get. Zeppelin's at $55. Wow. Donna may be getting the Mingus for $20. She's the only bidder, and I'm going to have to go ahead and sell it pretty soon. Next, I'm going to go ahead and grab Opeth over here. This is called Ghost Reveries, and it's a limited edition 4,000 smoke-colored vinyl. This is a music on vinyl, numbered colored vinyl edition. Opeth Ghost Reveries, a $55 start. Mingus has a new bid for $25. Carole King Music. This has some great music on it. Wow, Sweet Seasons is on this one. We got a lot of textured covers here, a lot of clean OG stuff in this crate. Unbelievably left over in the half-off bin. $7.50 on that, and The Babysitters, which is a glam rock album. $15 on that. See, I figured you was going after Jackson Browne. Yeah, you were second. John Kaiser beat you that one. Okay, here's some more VHS. for $10 a piece. I'm almost done showing everything once. I'll do one big recap, and maybe we can sell everything to somebody in a big bundle. But here's 5 more. Another Blair Witch Project, which is sealed. We had one of those earlier. Nightbreed, Come Meet the Dead of the Night. We have Cream, Strange Brew. That's pretty cool. Cream. We have The Ring, and then we got The Invaders. Those are all $10 a piece. Chet Baker is called Once Upon a Summertime. It's a gold stamp promo. There is some writing on the cover, 647-1084. It might have been at a radio station with those kind of markings on it. It's on the Galaxy label. It's nice, $10. Chris Frazier on Ring for $10. That's so to Chris Frazier. We still got Invaders, Cream, Nightbreed, and another sealed Blair Witch Project. And those are all $10 a piece on those. Zeppelin, the Turkey unofficial bootleg is at $65. Mingus is at $31. Ryan Mustaine, you're out. And Opeth is a $55 start. All right, give me 1 second here. I'm actually buying some autographs over here. You're going to like this stuff. Okay. Jared Inc. sold on Chet Baker. Led Zeppelin, Wayne Carr 65. It was up to Kaiser. Hadn't heard back from Kaiser. Mingus is up to Ryan Mustaine. Hadn't heard back from Ryan Mustaine, and Opeth doesn't have a bid, or we're going to have to go ahead and sell that. Now Kaiser has back in on Zeppelin at 70. Chad needs a drink of Monster. Bundle deal. Man, I don't know. There's still too many great titles. I may set some of these aside for the flip video in the morning. I'll price these out, just see if we have any takers. I can tell you what the price is going to be right now. No more, no less for what's left, but let me count them so I can get you an accurate update. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right, there's 22 records in there. Here's my price for the bundle. 22, if anybody wants them, $115. $115, and that will buy everything that's left in there. $115, a bundle deal. There's great titles. That gets them down to like 5 something a piece. $115, and I think that is a great deal for whoever's a bundler tonight. If you're a bundler, that's a great price. Just saying. All right, Opeth is a buy it now for $55. That's a 2018 limited to 4,000 on smoke-colored vinyl. Opeth, $55 buy it now on that if anybody wants it. I have that for $55. Another half-off crate's coming up as soon as I show the last handful of buy it now DVDs, and then I've got to get these restacked over here because I've got them everywhere. They're about to fall over. I have another Spice Girls unauthorized. This is The Doors Live, the original Light My Fire video single. Also, Paul McCartney put it there. The Complete Beatles and The Beatles One Last Time. Those are all $10 each, of course. Anybody on the bundle? Let me count those again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 records. 22 records. And that was a price of 22 records, and that was a price of $115. So that makes them $522 each. Think long and you'll think wrong. Zeppelin's at $75. John Kaiser, you're out. Mingus is at $40 of Donna. And Patrick Britton gets Exodus over here for 20 bucks. That's sold to Patrick Britton for 20 bucks. Okay, now we have a new bid on Zeppelin. The yellow vinyl bootleg of the rare turkey cover. It's not a turkey on the cover. It's a made in the country turkey. Okay, I thought I had maybe more of these or a set, but I don't. I also got Ozzy Live and Loud. And I think this has been like wrapped in shrink wrap or something. Maybe tape. It doesn't look too pretty, but that is Ozzy Live and Loud. And I've got Metallica, which I think is part of a set, 2 of 1 Metallica. Those are all $10 a piece. And that's all the VHS I have in here. Okay. Next thing over here is this. We have Old Man Hilton on the Ozzy. That's sold to Levi Hilton for $10. And Ginger wants the Complete Beatles. That's sold for $10. All right. And it's up to Ryan Mustaine on Mingus. And now, Wayne Carr, you've been outbid by both Kevin Voitosh and John Kaiser on Zeppelin. Okay. I'll do 10 on Fire Beats. Can't do it. No more, no less. If you do, unless you want to see a riot started. Now, if you want me to incite a riot, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for 10 bucks. What's $5 between friends, Denise? Ryan Mustaine said 44 on Mingus again. Yeah, that never did came in. That never did come in. Now it came in because Donna would have bid. So yeah, that must have not came through. Came in, come through. Zeppelin's at 80. All right. I had 2 Grandmaster flashes earlier. And they're both sold. Okay. Those were in the bin. It caused a ruckus. All right. All right, let's go through another half-off crate. Sorry, I think I'm done with. I wonder if Mr. Pierce is still watching about this Rush box set over here. Dang it, I can't figure out. I've been multitasking like 30 things over here tonight. It's really slowed me down, but I'm chipping away over here. All right, Opus is sold for $45 to Bradley Smith. Yeah, it's the 6 LP box of Presto, Roll the Bone counterparts, and Test for Echo. You're absolutely right. I'm trying to figure out, because I may have bought them. See, I think I bought some through. Yeah, they're not available there. I need a SKU number, but I don't think I can find one. Because I can't remember if we got these in a collection that recently got, or I bought these through the website. Because I'm worried I might have too much in them. Because they're sold out through the website. Here, I bet I can find it like this. It's called 89 to 96. Yeah. I also have 6 Beatles mono box sets still. Yeah, here we go. I think this is it here. All right, 6. What are they selling for? Not sealed, sealed, Brand new sealed, August. Okay. Yeah, $349.99. That's what I'll do. $349.99. Presto, roll the bones, counterparts test for Echo. I mean, they're still sealed in the shipper. I've never opened them. I've already took mine home. I've got 2 extras. $349.99. I have 2 available. You get Presto, roll the bones, counterparts test for Echo. $349.99. What did we just sell? We just sold a pre-owned copy of counterparts for what? $55, $65? I think. Is that what we just sold that one for? Yeah. The box here sealed, which was a limited edition run, $349.99. That's just basing off what I'm seeing here. One sold in August of 20 for that exact price. Okay, now what about Zeppelin over here? I think Wayne Carr went out. This is sold to John Kaiser for $80. Kaiser, that's sold to you. Let's do another half off, Ben. Sorry for the delay. I actually over here buying autographed albums. I'm over here looking up rush box sets. I'm also over here trying to call out bids. I'm also over here talking to Tanner. I'm also over here trying to do another deal on an autographed guitar. So, and it's one of those deals like I get a lead about it, and if you don't act fast, somebody else is going to buy it. So bear with me. We're about to do a half off crate. Let's do something kind of bizarre. Let's do something like a little bit more obscure titles over here, maybe some even New Orleans type stuff. I'm ready. If y'all are ready, I have all night ahead, okay? I have all night ahead. Those are all the albums that were out of print. If y'all remember, these albums were out of print before this pressing. Presto, Roll the Bones, Counterparts, and Test for Echo. That is everything from 89 to 96. I have 2 available. I have the Beatles stereo box, and I have the Beatles White Album box. And I think the White Album boxes, I think we've got like 6 of them in stock. They're $1,500 if you don't have that already. Okay, Donna gets Mingus for $60. Couple jazz aficionados there. And now we still got more stuff to auction too. Sorry for all the in-between action here. I'm going to try to, let me ask you this so I can stack them all right here. Is there anybody watching maybe interested in a VHS bundle deal? If not, I'm just going to box them all back up. I'm going to price them, and I'm going to put them out in our shop for people to look through there, you know, just put them out for sale there. Surprised more people hadn't asked for this. Dirty Looks. Dirty Looks is called Cool from The Wire. And this has got the original hop sticker. Someone trimmed it out and they kept it. And this is an 88 USOG with the original under sleeve. Dirty Looks is a $35 start. Dirty Looks is a $35 start. Okay, and Dirty Looks, and I got another Zeppelin over here. The Zeppelin I have is a 71 OG club copy. And what's cool about this is the hop sticker. A lot of Zeppelin records didn't come with hop stickers, and if they did, a lot of times they were reissues. But this is the 4-digit, and it's a 4-digit catalog number. It's a 71 club copy. And this is really nice too. Gatefold jacket. Look at the thin dead wax. That tells me it's got some really good mastering to it. $35 start on that. Dirty Looks already has multiple bids. And Rob Fordham says he'll take a rush box. There's one left. Mark Pierce, if you want it, or Kaiser, there's one left. Mark Pierce asked about it. There's one left, we'll go ahead and sell one to Rob Fordham. Okay, thank you, $349.99. That is sold. I'm going to go ahead and lay it over here in the miscellaneous pile. And I think I've got one more up front. I need to bring that whole pile of stuff back here. There's no telling what is mixed up. I have a little pocket up front behind the counter where I put my, should I sell these or should I keep these? And if I bring that stuff back here, we might end up having some air horns. All right, half off crate. Ian Deary and the Blockheads, $10. This is a half off crate. Ian Deary, do it yourself. Bob Geldof, deep in the heart of nowhere. Bob Geldof is $7.50. The Lounge Lizards, $12.50. So the question is, should Chad bring his secret stash back here? Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits Volume 4. Tony Bennett is $5. And we have the Young Presidents Coalition. Ivan Neville, 2014 sealed, $10. Next thing we have over here is Zeppelin. This is at 35 with Brent Robley. Brian Call wants Guild Off. He put Held Off, but he meant Guild Off. That's sold to him. Adam Bernardi was second. Dirty Looks is at 60. Led Zeppelin's at $35. Next thing I have is War Peace Sign. War Peace Sign is $5. No More No Less half off bin. Soundtrack to The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean. That was a Paul Newman movie. The music's by Reese Jar. Andy Williams does a song on here. $10 on that. Also, we have Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. $10 on that. We have Donna on War, Peace Sign, and we have George Burleson on Young Presidents. Brian Call next on War. We have the Beatnik Flies from Paris Unknown, and that is an 85 alternate rock, $10 on that. Led Zeppelin's at 40, Adam Bernardi on Joe Cocker. Zemo is out on Dirty Looks. Zeppelin has a new bid with Sig at 40. Brent, you've been outbid. Dirty Looks, OG, Angela Ledbetter has it for 60. That's going once, going twice. Also have the Mothers of Invention, Overnight Sensation, half off of $49.99, clean copy, $25 on that one. Kenny Rogers and Dottie West Classics, Dottie West sealed, $7.50. Chris Frazier on PN. That was probably for the soundtrack of The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean. Brent Robley back in on Zeppelin at 42. Tony Bennett, A Time for Love. Oh, Tony there is $5. Porter and Dolly, two of a kind, a 71 OG Hollywood press, $12.50 on that. Sig, you've been outbid on Led Zeppelin. The Righteous Brothers, Soul and Inspiration. In shrink wrap, the cover has a little discoloration there, but it's only $5. It's $5. Paul Cruz on Mothers of Invention. Love this half-off crate so far, and we've got more where that came from. We have Peter Yarrow, Hard Times. Peter Yarrow is $5, and we have Gordon Payne. Gordon Payne is $7.50. Another copy of Gordon Payne. Gordon Payne worked with Waylon Jennings. At one time, he was a member of a band called The Crickets. And we have Face Dancer. Face Dancer is a 79 U.S. rock album, $5 on that. So Dirty Looks is, in fact, sold to Angela Ledbetter for $60. Led Zeppelin's now at 50, 71 OG club copy. Next is Shout, Shout, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue. This is an 83 U.S. Allied OG. It has the merch insert and several posters from magazines. So you get the merch insert from the Sin Club, and it's got all kinds of magazine posters and centerfolds as bonus items. So all kinds of different stuff here. Magazine centerfolds mostly, Circus magazine, that kind of stuff, and a Motley Crue discography book. That looks interesting. With a poster in it. This looks interesting. This almost looks like a promo item. Guitar Magazine, there we go. Guitar Magazine. So that is a real OG 83 Allied retail copy. It is VG Plus cover, and you get a lot of inserts, even the original merch insert. And it looks like somebody trimmed it off. Yes, somebody mailed in and bought a t-shirt. So it's only half of a merch insert. $30 start on the OG Motley Crue. Zeppelin's a final call for $50. More half off. Function, Play It Maestro. An 82 jazz rock prog album, $10 on that. We have Gary Burton, Times Square, $7.50 on that. And J. Michael Henderson, Night People. J. Michael Henderson is $12.50. We have Billy Crockett, Surprises and Disguises. Billy Crockett is $5. And Come Quickly Jesus, The Common Bond, a 74 gospel folk album, $5. Daryl Mansfield, Revelation. Daryl Mansfield's an 85 blues rock metal album, $10. Another copy of that. And Joy in the Lord, Change in Time, a 72 gospel, $7.50. Led Zeppelin is sold to Sig for $50. Motley Crue's at 30 with Red Cave Collection, so that will sell. It's got one bid. It's a final call. Dwayne Caldwell on Function, and that was right here, Dwayne Caldwell on Function. Next thing is the following, the Beatles White Album. What do we have here? I saw Laura got a White Album ready, and I'm like, uh-oh, what kind of White Album do we have here? It is embossed. It's not serial numbered because it's a 73 reissue. So it is on the Apple label. That would be the correct first label for a U.S. edition or UK or anywhere, but it is a 73. It has all 4 photos that came with it and the poster. So if you're just looking for a nice vintage copy of the White Album, I probably have a couple hundred in this building. Most of them are G+, VG-, fair, good, poor. This one happens to be not bad whatsoever. Super clean. Near mint minus. It's got the photo inserts. There's John, Paul, Ringo, and George, and it has the gigantic poster with photos, and the backside of the poster had all the lyrics. So this is a 73 reissue, poster and photos, $50 start for the White Album. That's now for bid. Also, technically, officially known as The Beatles. It's actually a self-titled album. It's commonly known as the White Album. So Function was sold to Dwayne Caldwell. He also got Common Bond, and he also got Daryl Mansfield. Now, there's two Daryl Mansfield, Dwayne. I bet you want the better one. I've got a Near Mint and Shrink for 10, and I got a VG for 5 with a braille strip on the front. I'm assuming you want the nice one and Shrink for 10 bucks. If not, let me know. Okay. Also, we have Lost Gonzo Band, Signs of Life. That is $5. And we have Ray Davies, Other People's Lives. That is sealed. Wow. Half off of $79.99, 40 bucks. Somewhere Jim B just fell out of his recliner trying to buy that. He's like, oh my gosh. He's falling out of his recliner. Diet Mountain Dew went everywhere. He's trying his best to get in an RD comment so he can claim that. Here's some more CDs if anybody's interested. I have not shown these tonight. These are all going to be buy it nows for $35. I've went through a lot of autographs tonight, but I have a feeling y'all might be interested in these right here. Okay, I have, first of all, Lonnie Brooks. It is personalized. It says, to Chris, best wishes, Ronnie Brooks. And then he signed it again over here. He signed it twice, $35. And then another Lonnie Brooks. And this one is not personalized. It just says Lonnie Brooks, 1394. That's also $35. And then I have another one that's signed, Lonnie Brooks. I think it says, I don't know if that's a name or not. I think he wrote, I don't know what that says, but then it says Lonnie Brooks. He also dated it. And then we have Fabulous Thunderbirds, and that's signed by Kip Wilson and Franz Christina. And another one signed by, I think it's Kip Wilson and Franz Christina, or Christina, I think. Those are Fabulous Thunderbirds. And, of course, these are all JSA authenticated. All JSA authenticated. So autographed, Lonnie Brooks, 3 different ones. And then 2 Fabulous Thunderbirds. Those are all $35 each, all JSA authenticated. Boy, we've went through a lot of, I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12. I got 14 autographed CDs still left over here from tonight. White Album has one bid for $51. We're about to sell it. Motley Crue's at $33. Now it's at $35. Brian Call on Ray Davies. Samuel Coppage was next. Next is Gene Amon's Early Visions, Chess Masters and Shrink, a 2LP, $750. David Pomeranz Time to Fly, a 71 Soft Rock EX650. Wild Oats is a 77 country album, VG $5. By the way, Red Cave, you've been outbid on Motley Crue. It's now at $35. Al Di Meola Casino, legendary guitarist. That is $9. Michael Freiberger on Gene Amon. Some jazz mixed in there. Michael Freiberger was first, then Adam Bernardi. The Nice, Misera's Longa Vita Brevis. That's, of course, is Keith Emerson, EX650. And Pete Chrisleb, Wayne Marsh Quintet, Apogee, APOGEE. A 78 US VG plus $6. The White Album is not numbered because it's a 73 press. It's a 73 Apple Winchester. It's not numbered, but it is near mint minus on the vinyl. Of course, those 68 pressing, so hard to find them high grade. Like they're almost always beat up. There is a new bid for $53. Ryan Mustaine on AL for Al Di Meola. That's so to Ryan Mustaine. Adam Bernardi on The Nice, which had Keith Emerson on it. There is one Daryl Mansfield left. Dwayne Caldwell actually never did let me know which exactly one he wanted. So there is one left, the lower grade copy, the one that was VG for $5, because I gave him the better one for $10. I'm assuming that's the one he wanted on that one. Okay, and then next over here is Willis Jackson, Bar Wars, 78 US, EX, $9. Bar Wars, $9 on that. David Greasom, Mondo Mando, EX650 bronze out on the white album. So Michael Freiberger has it for $53. Looks like that's going to buy it. Now Motley Crue 36, now Motley Crue 37. Dwayne did get the better copy. So Edwin gets the VG copy for $5. We got that figured out. Adam Bernardi on Greaseman. Shakedown was second on that one. And then we have the Kathy Trio Sings, Hymns of Faith and Trust, VG plus $6. Gene Martin, the Haynes Temple Choir, COGIC of East St. Louis, Missouri, a 74 Gospel Funk. $7.50 for Gene Martin. Come On In, Santo and Johnny, EX $9. And we have Urban Suburban, the fantastic guitar of Roy Clark, VG plus $5. The white album is sold to Michael Freiberger for $53. Motley Crue is sold to Brian Hickson for $37. And the next auction is this right here. It's the Replacements as a box set. The Replacements. This is a 2015, limited 8,000, their first 4 albums. Nice. So you get Sorry Ma, Forgot to Take Out the Trash, Stink, Hootenanny, and Let It Be. Their first 4 albums in a box, numbered and limited edition. The Replacements is a $65 start. That box sets up for bid. And we also have the Dead Kennedys. And this is a 2002 U.S. reissue, VG condition. $10 start on the Dead Kennedys. Bar Wars info. That was right here, Willis Jackson. And Willis Jackson is a 78 US in shrink, EX $9. Donna just asked about it, and David Hoy just claimed it. Donna, it's yours. If not, it goes to David Hoy. Chad needs a drink of Monster, right? So to Donna. David, you were 1 second. I mean, a half a second, it would have been yours. Dead Kennedys 10, Replacement 66. Our Front Porch, and this is a 1970 gospel album, VG plus $7.50. Super Sax plays Bird Volume 2, Salt Peanuts. VG condition $5. Dead Kennedys 10, Dead Kennedys 10. Hampton Hawes Trio, a 1955 U.S. Hampton Hawes, Red Mitchell, and Chuck Thompson. VG minus, though, $6. VG minus $6. Also have Jubal Onward. Jubal is an 82 Detroit rock funk album. Look at that. Half off of $49.99. Jubal, $25. Hank Cochran is $5. And we have Hot Tuna. Yellow Fever, Hot Tuna with Yorma Calcoen, $7.50. And this is, I don't know, it's $10, Speed Metal. It is, what does that say? Against the Grain. There we go, Surrounded by Snakes. Against the Grain. David Hoy on WH for Hampton Hawes. Adam Bernardi on Hot Tuna. That's old Adam Bernardi. I love tuna and crackers. Star-kissed. In water, you crack it open, you get some great Zesta saltine crackers. We have DJ Not So Good on Salt Peanuts. Nothing wrong with some peanuts either. Brian Call next on Hot Tuna, then George Burleson, Dead Kennedy 16. The Replacements is at 67. Michael Freiberger bid 70. So the Replacements is at 70, and Chris Knapp also bid 70. So we got a two-way tie at 70 on the Replacements. Also, we have 999 Concrete. That's now just $15. It's an 81 UK. $15 on that. Dead Kennedys is at 20. Now there's another bid for 20. James Booker, Blues and Ragtime from New Orleans. Wow, half off of $74.99. Gosh, $37.50 for that one. Must be a good record. $37.50 on that. Craig Thomas on 999. We had 999 in this morning's discount flip crate. I think 4 or 5 people are trying to get it. We have the Glorias. Gloriism. The Glorias is an 89 Garage. $12.50 on that. And this is called Scum Rider. A 2009 black and purple splatter. Black metal, death metal. $10 on Scum Rider. That is now available. Give me 1 second. Okay, so the Replacements is called the Twin Tone Years. It's their first 4 albums in a limited edition box set. Their first 4 albums in a limited edition, numbered 408 of 8,000. It's a numbered box set. Okay? That has got a high bid right now of $78. The Dead Kennedys The last bid on the dead Kennedys was Scott Dwallow at 20. And then Brian Call, you tied him. And there's a lot of other people saying out right now. So that's tied at 20. The next thing is X-Wing 81 on Scum. And Patrick Britton was next on Scum. The next thing is Patrick Sky, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, VG $5. The String Benders, Rings and Fries in Room 1, a Private Press Bluegrass album, VG $5. Iron City House Rockers, Have a Good Time But Get Out Alive, VG $5. Play Magazine, 80 Canadian import, EX $9. And Eruption featuring Precious Wilson, a 78 Funk Soul Disco album, VG Plus $5. The replacements box is a high bid of Thomas Hujar at $78. Now it's at 85 of Michael Freiberger, so Thomas, you're out. The Dead Kennedys over here is a 2002 U.S. reissue in VG condition. Craig Thomas on Play Magazine. Magazine is sold to Craig Thomas. And then replacements is still getting bids. The Dead Kennedys is at 25, and we definitely need to probably go through this half-off crate one more time. This crate was completely full. Looks like we've sold about half of it, and I would love to sell the other half. I would love to sell some of these records back here in the back. No one needs a sealed Goodbye Yellow Brick Road for $44.99. No one needs a sealed 2018 definite mix of Pink Floyd Animals for $34.99. What about Rush Debut as a rediscovered box set? $49.99 for Rush, and then back there in the corner is Led Zeppelin by Led Zeppelin, $29.99. Okay. And let's go through that again. Replacements is still getting bids. That's between Thomas and John Kaiser right now. And the Dead Kennedys is with Chris Knapp at 25. And Michael Freiberger is still bidding on the replacements too. Can't forget about Michael. Okay. All right. I'm ready to do a speed run here because we might can go ahead. I think I've got another crate kind of similar to this. I'm okay doing this kind of stuff half off on this. Santo and Johnny. Also, somebody asked about Bar Wars. Bar Wars is gone. The Bar Wars is gone. Santo and Johnny. That was right in here, I think. That's so the DJ not so good. All right, let's do another speed run through these. Ian Deering, the Blockheads, do it yourself. No condition notes, $10. The Lounge Lizards, 86 press, $12.50. Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits Volume 4, $5. The Beatnik Flies, this is called From Paris Unknown, From Parts Unknown. From Parts, P-A-R-I-S? P-A-R-T-S, From Parts Unknown, I think. Yeah, that makes more sense. $10 on that. Lounge Lizards is sold to BMK 918. The Replacements has two $93 bids. Dead Kennedys is sold to Chris Knapp for $25. That's sold. Now the Replacements is at $95. Our next auction is what? I'm going to have to get over here to my bonus stuff. First of all, let's keep going through these then. Kenny Rogers and Dottie West sealed. It's called Classics for $7.50. Another Tony Bennett, A Time for Love, $5 on that. Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, 2 of a kind, $12.50. Chris Knapp on Beatnik. That's sold to Chris Knapp. I think I can come up with another crate like this with a lot of random stuff next. The Righteous Brothers is $5. We have Peter Yarrow, Hard Times, $5 on that. Just so Beatnik, it was sold to Chris Knapp, it was $10. We have Gordon Payne, $7.50. I've got 2 of them. They're both $7.50. Also, Face Dancer, a 79 US Rock, $10 on that. The Replacements is at $95. Freiberger, you're out. Thomas Hujar, you're out. Let me step up front. I was talking about that little, it's probably not much I can auction, but I do have like a stash of stuff back here. There might be something cool tucked in somewhere that y'all might want to bid on or buy. It's mostly autographed photos that I'm about to have framed, and a couple box sets over here that I've bought, and I bought extras. We already sold 1 Rush. Let me see what all this stuff is. I also have up here, whoa, what did I just drop in the trash can? A signed Neil Young, of course. I didn't want that to happen. It landed on top. It's okay. It's like George Costanza that time. And then some of this stuff is not available at all, but I will show it to you. Or it's not going to be available tonight. It could be available Thursday. So a lot of teasers, but let me grab all this stuff. I still left the Beatles box because I've ran out of hands. My 2 handfuls are... I have 2 handfuls now. Might can find something, though, to sell here. All right, I've got it back here. Let's finish going through the half-off crate. Back here, we have replacements 96. Chris Knapp on Peter Yarrow. All right. Adam Bernardi second. Brian Call wants a Pink Floyd Animals, $34.99. Great. Now we can redecorate. There's that. And then over here, we got the replacements, $96. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. We also have Gary Burton. This is $7.50, Times Square. J. Michael Henderson, Night People, Night Teddy Private Press, $12.50. Billy Crockett, Surprise and Disguises, $5. Joy in the World, Changing Time, $7.50. Lost Gonzo Band, Signs of Life, $5. David Pomeranz, Time to Fly, EX 650. And Brian Call got a Pink Floyd Animals. I got them, yeah. Thank you. And then over here we have Wild Oats, VG, $5. Next is Apogee. Apogee is a 78 US Post Bop, VG plus $6. And we have the Kathy Trio Sings, VG plus $6. What replacements is it? The replacements, the Twin Tone Years 4 LP box set, numbered, limited to 8,000. Thomas Hujar has it for 96. John Kaiser's out. We're about to sell it. Chris Knapp on J. Michael Henderson. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Also, we have Gene Martin, the Haynes Temple Choir, COCGIC. That's VG for $750. Chris Knapp on Gonzo. That is sold to Chris Knapp. This crate is right up Chris Knapp's alley. This is Roy Clark, VG plus $5. Our Front Porch is VG plus $750. Jubal Onward, and that was an 82 Detroit rock funk album. Half off of $49.99 makes that $25. Hank Cochran was $5. We have Against the Grain, which was a metal album. Green vinyl, $10 on that. Next is Kathy Trio. That was this right here, sold to Chris Knapp. And Face Dance Details. Face Dance Details. Face Dance Details. Face Dance. Face Dance. Face Dance, Face Dance. Face Dance is a 1979 press, U.S. press. It's a rock album, $10. The replacements box set is officially sold to Thomas Hujar for $96. Thank you, Thomas. That is sold to you. And then Chris Knapp on Front, and that was for Front Porch. That's sold to Chris Knapp. He also got Jubal. That's also sold to Chris Knapp. And the last couple in here, this was James Booker, half off of $74.99, a 1980 German import, $37.50. The Glorias was $12.50. We have Patrick Sky, VG for $5. The String Benders, VG for $5. Iron City House Rockers, VG $5. And Eruption. Eruption's VG plus $5. VG plus $5. And I think we can do another crate like that. The Surprise Crate. Oh, yeah. I've always got surprises over here. I've always got surprises over here. What is this right here? What is this? Oh, my gosh. I'm surprised myself looking through it. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Well, the first 30s are all Metallicas. Can't do those right now. But I will put up AC/DC. Back in Black. A 1980 USOG, embossed and not bad. VG++ condition. This is Back in Black. Nice. It's not a bad copy whatsoever. Mastered by Bob Lowig, RL and Dead Wax. It has the original under sleeve, 1980, $25 start on AC/DC. Chris Knapp also on Patrick. Chris Knapp on Eruption. And Dwayne, you were second on Jubal. Adam Bernardi gets Face Dancer. And that fills up my crate over here. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. Let's do a bundle deal. Everybody done buying out of there? I'm at least going to offer those for a bundle. And hopefully if you want those in for a bundle, you'll pay attention to the price and quantity here in just 1 second. Sorry, we have filled up another sold crate. That's amazing. So let me jump over here and grab a new empty one. And here we go. Down, 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 down. We passed upon the stairs. spoke of wise and west. Okay. There you go. That's for sale. That's for sale. That's for sale. That's for sale. That's going to be for sale. Okay, there's my other rush box. So I got one more rush box. Presto, Roll the Bones, Counterparts, Test for Echo. $349.99. $349.99. $349.99. That was for that last rush. I'm going to sell this Thursday night. It's a signed copy of Ozzy by Ozzy Osbourne. This is Beckett Witnessed. This is going to be sold Thursday night on Thursday Night Metal Night, signed by Ozzy. I have a Neil Young signed backstage pass. I have 2 of them from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is for sale right now if anybody wants it. It's signed by Neil Young. I have a full letter from JSA. It's signed. And I have another identical listed right now on eBay. I have a really, really nice copy of Led Zeppelin 2 and RL. Probably going to sell this Thursday. It's a higher grade copy, like better than most. Probably EX. I got to clean it. We got to test play it. That's probably Thursday. This isn't for sale. Sorry. I'm going to get that framed. That is getting framed. I'm going to frame that with a Moonraker soundtrack. Y'all know I collect Bond stuff. That's signed by Roger Moore. I got to get that framed with a Moonraker soundtrack. I'm going to keep this. It's a really cool Russian bootleg of Sticky Fingers, and the belt buckle looks like the hammer and scythe, you know, Soviet Union communism. This picture of Roger Moore I'll sell. That's for sale, signed by Bond, Roger Moore. Here's finally, I was able to get a photo of Sean Connery. Took me forever, finally, to get a photo signed by Sean Connery that was actually Bond era and looked very Bondish. So I've got to get that framed. I think I'm going to frame it with a Dr. No soundtrack, maybe, or maybe a signed Goldfinger, Shirley Eaton. This is a Beatles rarity I've been looking for forever. I might go ahead and sell it soon, but look down here. Souvenir of their appearance at Red Rock Stadium, Denver. Look at that. That makes that so much rare. The Beatles with the souvenir strip where they played at Red Rock Stadium in Denver, 1964. So tough to find those with that sticker on the front. And then this is definitely not for sale because Paul was trying to buy it, but I snatched it. It's a white label promo of David Bowie, the man who sold the world. And check this sticker out. Canceled by retail outlet. How cool is that? Canceled by retail outlet. It's a white label promo of David Bowie, man who sold the world. And then this is going to be for sale probably very soon. It's another signed Val Kilmer photo of Doc Holliday. And that's mine. That's Billie Eilish, No Time to Die. But there's no record in it. I don't know what happened to the record. And there's Roger Moore. So if those are all for, some of those are for sale. Some of them are going to be for sale for sure Thursday night. The Beach Boys is $1,575. It is signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. $1,575. Signed by 4 of the 5 people there on the jacket. Okay. Now, if you got one additional signature on that, which is impossible now, the one that's missing, he's obviously passed away, that would bump it up to like 6,000. It takes a huge jump. It takes a huge jump if you get one more signature on that, which it's impossible now. So like a fully signed is like 5,000 to 7,000. That one right there is not bad at $1,575. It's signed, an iconic album, The Pet Sounds. Okay, that was some preview, some stuff, and me showing off some of my personal collection. That stuff I've recently stashed away. I've got more up front. Wow, no bid on AC/DC. Final call. This is an 81 an 1980 US OG specialty VG++. Nobody's bid yet. $25 start on that. Is the Rush box have all OG copies? Well, actually, the Thomas Hujar, right before you asked that, just bought the other one. $349. But yeah, that was straight from Rhino whenever they came out. What I do is if I found out an artist is putting out something big, I'll try to buy one for myself if I know it's going to be a website, and I'll try to buy 1 or 2 extras if they allow it. And that's how sometimes I'm lucky enough to have these extra copies. So I still got the Beatles mono box sets too if anybody wants to see those. But Kaiser, if I have one more left, I'll be lucky, but I think that's it. And I do have the Beatles stereo box up front too. I'm going to go grab that next. And then AC/DC does have a bid, and George Burleson wants James Booker, and that's sold to him. Big discount, $37.50. Now let's do a bundle deal for everything that's left in here, okay? Bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's 21 records in here. 21 records. Let's do a bundle deal right now. I will sell everything that's left at this moment. 21 records, $115. 115 divided by 21. 115 divided by 21, that's $547 each. Come on, Chris Knapp. Come on, Thomas Baumhart. Where's my bundlers at? 115, 21 records there. AC/DC's at $25, $26, and now $30. You know, I could make a threat and say if we don't sell this bundle, I can't do another one. How much is Neil Young Backstage Pass? Let me see what I have it listed for on eBay. What did we sell today? Stevie Nicks silver, and I sold a piece of Neyland Stadium. Wow, somebody bought my piece of Neyland Stadium. Where's my active listings at? I think it's, let's see here. There we go. Now I can search Neil. Neil Young. I've got a bunch. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I've got 14 signed Neil Youngs listed. Backstage Pass is $750. $750. Chris Knapp gets the bundle. All these are sold to Chris Knapp for $115. Thank you. How could you go wrong, right? There's that. Sold, $115, all those sold to Chris Knapp. Let's do another half off. He's like, oh no, he's making a threat. I better buy them so I can buy more. There we go. AC/DC. Info on this. This is a 1980 USOG specialty. 1980 USOG specialty. Back in black. It's embossed, of course, and it's mastered by Bob Ludwig. VG++ and a VG Plus cover. Not bad. Bids $30. There's that. Now, Neil Youngs are expensive, so I've got a backstage. Now, that's make offer. I've had that for a while, and then I've got a lot of albums, which I'm basically asking either $1,200 or $1,500 for, depending on which one you want. So this one's $1,500. You know, one like that, that's nice, not personalized. And as y'all know, at one time I had 30, 27, counting the 2 backstage passes, I think I had 29 signed Neil Young albums or items. Now I'm down to, I guess, 14. So we've sold a bunch, and I don't think I've sold anything less than $1,000 on any of the Neil Youngs. So that was a great find with Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Okay. Rush Counterparts is sold. Yep. Counterparts is sold. And then Dan Davis Metallica is 2 of 1. The 1 videos. 2 of 1. That's $10. 2 of 1. At first, I thought it was part of a set, but I don't think it is. And the signed Beach Boys Pet Sounds, $15.75. That's like one of the last big signed albums that I have left that I hadn't sold yet. And I'm just kind of surprised. I figured like by now, somebody'd be all over it. Wow, this next crate's going to be very similar to the other one. A lot of jazz in here, a lot of Paul type stuff, a lot of interesting, just looking bizarre. And let's get started right now. Half off, no more, no less. Let's get this stuff sold. I am ready. Hope y'all are too. I am ready. Okay. Here we go. AC/DC's at 40. Dan Davis gets Metallica for $10. And the label on AC/DC, it is this right here. It's in gray print. That's a variant. It's in gray print. Or gray label. Dun, da 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 da. What a comeback album. To lose your lead singer and say, hey, we got a new vocalist, and you drop that album right there. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Of course, we've all heard it a billion times, but you appreciate it. You know, we know those songs like, you know, we've heard them a billion times, like I just said, but when you put on a really good sounding Back in Black on vinyl, it kind of rejuvenates you. It's like, wow. It's like you're hearing it all again for the first time. Monster. All right, no telling what else I have over here in the surprise crate. Mike Quadrini, thank you. That's sold to you for $40. We're doing a half off crate. I think y'all are going to like this one. I'll still try to put up some interesting, odd, and unusual. And if anybody decides you want any of that stuff that I showed, a couple of those things are available right now, like Neil Young or Best Offer. I would love to sell at least one. I mean, I've had these now for a couple years. The Roger Moore photo, I really got to check that. I think I'm going to auction Val Kilmer again. The Beatles and Bowie's probably not for sale. Sean Connery's definitely not for sale. The Stones, y'all might talk me out of it one day or before I take it home. So, and of course, the Beach Boys. I think I'm going to leave that back there. I'm probably going to make a really nice sign for it and just have it back there so everybody knows that I have it. About the only flaw with it is this right here. There's like a little bit of a hairline crease. I mean, if you want to get really, really nitpicky, just that little hairline crease, that's it. Of course, it comes with a full letter from JSA. Oh, and Beckett. Yeah, it's double lettered. I've got a letter from Beckett and from JSA. Steve Grad, Brian, yeah. Yeah, this is like top of the line. Fully authenticated. It's good to go. Okay. Half off crate. Beatrice Lilly. Let's see. Let me jump ahead here. Okay, this is these cast albums can be confusing. High Spirits soundtrack sealed. The music is by Hugh Martin and Timothy Gray. Sealed, a 64 soundtrack, $10. The signed Stephen Piercy, $55. That's a good one. And if you're interested, I have a fully signed Rat. I also have one that's fully signed over here. And I have this signed by the guy who animated Yellow Submarine. So there's a fully signed Rat for $175, $55 for just Stephen Piercy you've seen earlier, and then this is signed by Ron Campbell, who did the animation for Yellow Submarine. That's the DVD, and it's signed $175. Okay, let's move on. So we have 18 Western Swing Jewels by O. Rosmanson and his Cornhuskers. Sounds like some early obscure Western swing there. $7.50. Soundtrack to Macintosh and TJ. Waylon Jennings did this whole soundtrack. Fred Goodwin's collection, $7.50. Michael Freiberger on Western Swing. Also have What Am I Bid? What Am I Bid is $5. That's another soundtrack. Tex Ritter, Leroy Van Dyke, Johnny C. and Farron Young. We have O.C. Smith, Love is Forever. That is sealed for $10. And we have Confunction Fever. Confunction is $10. Also, Randy Crawford, Secret Combination. Randy Crawford is $5. And we have Thad Bosley, a 1990 gospel funk album, sealed for $5. And Melinda, That's another soundtrack, music by Jerry Butler, and that is a 1972 USOG 25, and I think that's pretty obscure. That's one of those black exploitation films. Very collectible soundtracks. Melinda is $25. RC is Randy Crawford. That's sold to Donna. Let's peek over here in my surprise crate, the same crate I just got the AC/DC out of. Maybe I can go ahead and pick 2 or 3 out of here while I'm already over here. A Judas Priest picture disc. That's interesting. Let's pull that out. What is this? We have Love Gun. That is an OG. Let's go ahead and do that. Does it have a gun? And it has a gun and merch. Let's do that one. There's another Judas Priest. There's a Beatles. Queen's Rock. We can try that. A Sinatra Christmas album. We can try that. We can do Crocus. We can do Helix. We can do Bowie and Yngwie. I don't mind doing some of those right now. Let's see what we got over here. Okay. Let's see what's going on first with this Queen's Rock single. This is Queen's Rock, 1980 USOG, a promo, EX edition. It's a double-sided promo, Walk in the Shadows. Queen's Rock, Walk in the Shadows, $15 start on that. All right, moving right along, we have Henry Butler, The Village, 1987 double LP. This has Ron Carter, Jack DeJohnette. This is $10. $10 on that. Also, we have the Yellow Jackets, Mirage of Troy. The Yellow Jackets is $5. And Ultimate. Ultimate is a 1979 promo, Ultimate. $7.50. That is on Casablanca. But I think that's disco related. $7.50 on that. Do I have a Bowie autograph? I do not. No. That has... I had a Bowie album over here that's really rare. That's not for sale right now. But no, I don't have an autograph. I have 2 customers that are on the lookout for one. I know a couple dealers or collectors that have them, collector dealer. I got a lot of contacts that people I know that collect autographs, but they also casually sell them, like they have an eBay page or whatever. I've made some really good contacts. That's how I've been able to track down some stuff for some people. I know a guy that has some signed photos and stuff like that, but I'm really trying to find a signed Bowie album, which, if you don't know already, is extremely difficult to get. Yellow Jackets, that's sold to Chris Knapp. My next trick, probably here in about 5 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and get back into the 45s. Jan Garback Group. Jan Garback is $10. We have Tim Weisberg, High Risk. Tim Weisberg, Jazz Funk, $5. No mechanical, but I do have this right here, Kiss Love Gun. This is a real 77 USOG Terre Haute. It has the inner sleeve and the merch, VG++, and the gun, and the inner sleeve. Wow. A complete, not bad copy whatsoever of Love Gun, $35 start. Next is Off We Go, United States Air Force Academy Falconairs. This is a Air Force Academy band, $5 on that. Queen's Rock is at $21. Eric Gale, Island Breeze. Eric Gale is a white label promo, $5. Soft Shoulder by Generation Band. Soft Shoulder is an 83 Jazz Funk Fusion, $7.50 on that. D Bale, Eddie Duran and Stan Getz, Let There Be Love, 83 US, that's $7.50. Music from the soundtrack Sunflower by Henry Mancini, that's a 1970 USOG sealed, that's $10. And we have Gary Mulligan, Chet Baker, Carnegie Hall Concert, a 75 US sealed, $12.50. Vladimir on the Air Force Band record. That's sold to Vladimir. Also, Bob Mover. That's a 78 US. That's Jazz on Vanguard, $7.50. So Queen's Rock is at 21. Mike Straws, you're out. MT Matt, you're out. Kiss is at 35. Kiss is at 40. Michael Freiberger has it. Chad Sauls and Paul Cruz, you're out. In Like Flint soundtrack, that's music by Jerry Goldsmith. That's a 67 US. It is VG minus, though. So In Like Flint is $5. And we have I Want to Live, Gary Mulligan, Shelly Mann, Art Farmer. That's a 58 US stereo, EX, $9 on that. Now Queen's Rock is at 23. MT Matt's done, but that now means Chad Schneider's out. Hollywood starring Bloodstone. This is a VG Plus, $6 on that. And Lifeline, Roy Ayers, Ubiquity. Royers is VG $7.50. Michael Freiberger says, I want to purchase everything in this crate. We have Bill Connor's Assembler. That's VG plus $7.50. Donna on Royers. Queen's Rocks at $24. Next thing over here is the following. I have Roy Harper, and Roy Harper over here is VG plus $12.50. Michael Freiberger on Jazz. Oh boy, that could be a bunch in here. Maybe this one right here, the Jazz combo from I Want to Live. Is that maybe what you wanted? EX, $9 on that. One second, please. Let me see what this says right over here. All right. Okay, this is soda Michael Freiberger. This, okay. Now, Kiss, one more look at this. The new high bid's $41. This is OG first pressing. The 1977, year of release, of course. Nice VG Plus or better jacket. And here's what's selling it right now. It has the inner sleeve, the merch insert, and the gun. So it's complete OG, and the vinyl's not bad at all. VG++. That's at $41. Queen's Rock is at $25 of Alonzo Breezy Bresno Jr. Everybody else is out. I have East West, the Butterfield Blues Band. That's VG $6.50. Glass Harp, It Makes Me Glad. Glass Harp is a 72 psych prog album. Phil Keaggy, VG plus $12.50, and Houston Person, 73 US Soul Jazz EX, half off of $37.99 is $19. Houston Person, $19 on that. $19 on that. What crate did I stop going through yesterday? I'm trying to figure out where I left off yesterday with our singles. I don't remember showing this Blondie in Boston, so definitely this crate then, or the Who. Here we go. I'm going to start showing some singles here in just a second for $6.99. Next thing is Dwayne Caldwell on Glass. That is sold. Chris Knapp second. Queen's Rock is at $26. We got First Cousins Jazz Ensemble. Cosines? Maybe that's like, you know, mathematically. I think I said cosines. The first cos of jazz, is that right? Am I reading this correctly? Cosine, like, you know, we're talking about a circle. EX, $9 on that, or am I being crazy? Joe Pass Simplicity, that's VG plus $5. And Gary Burton Quartet in Concert, recorded live at Carnegie Recital Hall, EX $9. Jazz Ensemble, that is soda Donna. We won't worry about math right now. Rod, Shake It Up, Do the Boogaloo. 1980 US VG plus $6. How the West Was Won, the second chapter of Acts. Phil Keaggy and a band called David. That looks like an interesting one. VG $6. Adam Bernardi on Gary Burton. That's sold. What about Queen's Rock? It's at $28. What about Kiss? Kiss is at $43 of Michael Freiberger. Chad Snyder, You're Out. Preston Rose on Pass. That's sold to Preston Rose. Pass, P-A-S-S. Also, we have Tony OK, America. This is VG plus $5. The Greatest Gardener, Errol Garner, VG plus $7.50. And Cat Mother, Last Chance Dance. Cat Mother's a white label promo, VG 5. How the West Was Won, so did Dwayne Caldwell. He's out on Kiss. We're about to sell it. An OG complete love gun with all the inserts, $43. Queen's Rock's at $28 with Alonzo. Chad Snyder, you're also out on that. He's also out on Queen's Rock, and Donna on Errol Gardner. Let's read through that half-off crate one more time. Here is a quick handful of 45 for $6.99. Boston, Can't You Say? Blondie, The Tide Is High. The Busters, Bust Out. The Moody Blues, Nights in White Satin. Ray Stevens, The Streak. Herman's Hermits, A Must to Avoid. And Leonard Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama. Those are all $6.99. You heard me correctly. Dwayne Caldwell on Tony OK sold. Chris Knapp on Cat Mother sold. Which Houston Pearson album? That was Houston Pearson. It's technically self-titled. It is, no, The Real Thing. It's on the Eastbound label. $19 is the half off price. We're going to read through these again right quick. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. We're also doing $6.99 singles here. We love $6.99 45s. And first is Edwin put B. Is that for Buster's, Edwin? Boston. He gets Boston for $6.99. Let's go ahead and sell Kiss. Nice pickup there for an OG complete copy. And that was sold for $43 to Michael Freiberger. Showed. That Love Gun is always missing. Or the merch insert. And then Queen's Rock is sold. Alonzo Breezy Brisno Jr. 28. Now let's jump over here to our other ones. And we do have Bowie here in the bin for auction. That's Diamond Dogs. It's a 74 OG, but unfortunately it's pretty low grade. G minus, VG minus. G plus, VG minus, which has a few fillable marks, but it is OG $5 start on Bowie. Still got Skinnerd, still got Herman's Hermits, the Ray Stevens, Moody Blues, the Busters, and Blondie. Let's knock these out one more time. We might can sell these, read through these, do a bundle, and maybe do another one. High Spirit soundtrack, that's sealed for $10. This is Macintosh and TJ, music by Waylon Jennings, Gold Stamp Promo, Fred Goodwin Collection, $7.50. What Am I Bid soundtrack, that's $5. O.C. Smith, Love Is Forever, that's sealed for $10. Confunction Fever, that is $10 for Confunction Fever. We also have Thad Bosley, a 1990 gospel funk album, that's sealed for $5. Melinda soundtrack, half off of $49.99, and it's sealed, just $25 on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's see what's going on with this Helix, No Rest for the Wicked. Helix is an 83 USOG Winchester, VG plus $10 on Helix. VG plus $10 on Helix. Top cam view, there's Bowie, there's Helix, got the half off crate here. Got some 45s right over here. There's my phone. There's the unsold autographs. Who wanted the Rat stuff? I hope we can strike a deal on Stephen Piercy or Rat. There's all the unsold VHS. Got a lot of random unsold stuff over here. We'll do one big recap, of course, before we sign off any later tonight. Confunction is sold to Chris Knapp. That's sold to you. We also have Henry Butler, The Village. That's, of course, another jazz album. $10 on Henry Butler. Ultimate is $7.50. Very quickly on these, Jan Arback Group. That's called Wayfair. $10 on that. Promo sticker. Tim Weisberg is $5. 1986 Jazz Funk. Also, we have Eric Gale, Island Breeze. Eric Gale's a white label promo, $5 on that. We have Soft Shoulder. This is Generation Band, $7.50 on this. Butler Condition, no condition notes on Henry Butler. Yeah, it was really clean. No condition notes on that. Thank you, Chad. I keep all the singles at $6.99. I mean, later on, I might do a bundle on a bunch of them, but I just keep them across the board, $6.99. D. Bell, Eddie Duran, and Stan Getz, an 83 US, $7.50 on that. Sunflower soundtrack, Henry Mancini, $10. And Gary Mulligan, Chet Baker, Carnegie Hall, more jazz, sealed for $12.50. Over here, I have Bob Mover. Bob Mover is a 78 US jazz album, $7.50 on that. In Like Flint soundtrack, VG minus $5. And then over here, Adam Bernardi does want Adam Henry Butler. D. Bell Condition, I think same thing. Yeah, really clean record. Also, no notes of condition. Superb. Beautiful. And then the Getz, Bob Mover, and then the Mulligan Baker here, it was sealed. Henry Butler's already sold. Helix has one bid for 10. The low grade Bowie, no bid, looking for a $5 start on that. $5 start on that. Helix is at 15. One second, please. Adam Minardi says he will take D.D. Bell and the Baker. Those are sold and sold. Ari Van Luva on the Melinda soundtrack, this one right here. Yep, I was about to say, if I do a bundle, that's got to be pulled out because I could very easily, couple clicks, and that's listed on Discogs for, you know, $50. Javi Soto wants the Blondie single. That's sold to Javi for $6.99. David Jennings on the End Like Flint. If anything, that's a cool cover, right? The End Like Flint soundtrack. What happened to it? Right here? Yeah, if anything, that's a cool cover. That's sold to David for $5. Helix has a new bid for $15. That is with Bill Reese. That's a final call. Bob Mover over here. It was no condition note, $7.50. That's on Vanguard, another jazz album, $7.50 on that. We have another soundtrack here, Bloodstone. No, wait a minute. Is this? Yeah, this is a soundtrack, Train Ride in Hollywood, starring Bloodstone. Yeah, and that is VG VG plus $11.99, so $6 on that. Donna gets Bob Mover. I think all the jazz is going to be sold by the time we're done here. Bill Connors is VG plus $7.50. Roy Harper, Folk Joke Opus. Roy Harper, as in the Led Zeppelin song, Hats Off to Roy Harper. VG plus $12.50. East West, the Butterfield Blues Band. VG $6.50, and that's a '66 Monarch original. Last two, Rod Shake It Up, 1980 US. VG plus $6. And Houston Pearson, that's the only jazz remaining. It was EX $37.99, a 1973 US original, so that makes it $19. That's the only thing left. Bill Reese, you get Helix for $15 sold. Cynthia gets Bowie for $5 sold. It is the airbrush genitals. Yeah, no genitals on the dog. That's the most disappointed ever for me not to see genitals on a dog when I flip that thing over. The only no-bid LP tonight is Hoodoo Gurus. Blow Your Cool. I'll reduce it by $5, which was actually supposed to be the original starting bid. $10 on Hoodoo Gurus, an 87 USOG. That's the only no-bid LP tonight. $10 on that. We sold the Dead Kennedys, and now we're about to put up some more stuff. Not before I show y'all some more singles for $6.99. BMK, Brian Colsar on the Houston Pearson. Okay, and then Scott Oman on HG. And if that was supposed to be for Houston Pearson, it just got sold. And one more final call, and then we're going to try to do a bundle on these. Next thing is the Beach Boys Melody and God Only Knows. We have the Beach Boys Heroes and Villains and You're Welcome. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Pointer Sisters, Jump for My Love. Pointer Sisters, He's So Shy. And we have, excuse me, The Who, Summertime Blues, Dean Martin, Let the Good Times In, and Them with Van Morrison, Here Comes the Night, and that really cool original parrot sleeve. Hoodoo Gurus, my bad. So, BMK got Houston Pearson, Scott Oman got Hoodoo Gurus, Bell and Getz is already sold. And Robert Vladicek on Pointer Sisters Jump, which is this one right here. Yep, that's sold to Vladicek for $6.99. Okay, so Rod, Butterfield Blues Band, Roy Harper, Bill Connors, Bloodstone soundtrack, which the film is Train Ride in Hollywood, Sunflower soundtrack, which is Henry Mancini, Soft Shoulder, which is Generation Band, Eric Gale, Island Breeze, Tim Weisberg, Jan Garback, Ultimate, Thad Bosley, O.C. Smith, What Am I Bid soundtrack, Macintosh and TJ soundtrack, and High Spirit soundtrack. Them is sold to Samuel Kopich, $6.99 on all these. Now, final call. Bowie sold for $5, a steal, but yes, it's gone. What am I doing with the leftovers? I got them right here, okay? That way I know I've gone through them. I've got more. Let's introduce at least one more auction. Let's see what's going on with this Crocus. Crocus is called One Vice at a Time. It's an 82 USOG and boss cover, VG Plus, just a $10 start on Crocus. And then I'm going to start counting these so we can do a bundle deal. We love bundles. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's get these last 16 sold. Bundle deal. 16. I'll do these for just $4.25 each. $68. $68 $4.25 each. Deal. Y'all clear this one out. I'll roll into another one. I was only going to do a couple. I think we're now in, what, our third or fourth? I'll roll into another one. We got to get these last 16 sold for $68. I'm going to go ahead and put a divider on them so they know. Come on, Chris Knapp. Come on, Thomas Baumhart. Where's Mark Kaser and who's the other guy up in, I think, Kentucky that I sell to? Come on, John Berry. I had to start singing the song. I don't think he's watching right now, though. Come on, John Berry. For anybody local, don't forget, we got a dollar sale this weekend here at Collectco. A $1 sidewalk sale, and it will be all inside the store. What are these right here? Hey, I found some interesting looking records laying over here. Yeah, here we go. I don't think these got bids, or these didn't get paid for or something. Unfortunately, it's got a creased corner. It looks like it got dropped. All Night Drug Prowling Wolves. All Night Drug Prowling Wolves, $7. How much is Pet Sounds? $1,575. It's signed. This is some Hatchet Ed stuff I never did show. Los Falanas present Cockroach Blues. Southern Culture on the Skids, $20. Southern Culture on the Skids, $20. Split Ends, 6 months in a leaky boat. Split Ends, $10. Sade, Smooth Operator, $6.99. And Madonna, Crazy for You, and Gambler, $6.99. Madonna, $6.99. Southern Culture on the Skids, $20. Split Ends, $10. And Sade, $6.99. We'll put up All Night Drug Prowling Wolves for a $7 start. I don't know what that is. Donna gets Sade for $6.99. And there's those. I think that was some Hatchet Ed stuff that I never did show. Crocus has one bid for $10. Who wants this bundle deal? 16 records, $68. Come on, let's do it. I'll roll into another one. I know y'all want these. I know y'all want these. Who wants a Dimebag Darrell figure? Only $24.99. Cowboy from Hell. Dimebag Darrell, $24.99. I have several of them. They're a Reaction Super 7 figure. I need to clear off this table over here. That's why I'm starting to show random stuff. Dimebag Darrells, $24.99. What a riffer. What a riffer that guy was, eh? What a riffer that guy was. Favorite Pantera song? Shedding Skin. Into the distance, a ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back. Flight is fancy, living on wheels. How can I escape this irresistible rust? Gotta have my circling skies, tongue-tied, twisted. All right, if anybody wants All Night Drug Prowling Wolves, $7 on that. Numbered. Crocus is a buy it now for $10 to Patrick Britton. Sold. Are we really going to have to stop the show on a bundle no bid? Oh my gosh. A new level. Yeah, that's an awesome one. His fingers have got to be going picking. It's like I can't even move that fast. Sold to Floyd E. Wilson Jr. Everything you buy from Sunday, if you bought on Sunday with Paul, 7 days, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Paul will be here Saturday as well. $8 unlimited shipping. Silver, where is Neil Reigler? I know, I mean, where's Chris Knapp at? He already bought one bundle. He's done his duty. We got one more to sell here. If not, I'm going to be very disappointed. Michael, yeah, the only silver I have left that is close to like melt or is melt. This was the price the other day. 168, that's 48 dimes, and plus 8 dimes at face value, $170 to make it easy. This is a complete set, 1946 all the way through 64, and you get bonus dimes as well that's not silver. That is at melt value, $170, give or take a buck or two, either way. And I got 2 books, so $170. $170. I've gone brain dead. What was the tongue twat? That was Pink Floyd, Learning to Fly. Into the distance, a ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back. That's a Gil. That song will put you in a trance. Ice is forming on the tips of my wing. Do you want one book or both? Do you want one book or both books? And you have pretty much just bought the rest of my silver, except for these 1 grain bars, which are pretty much just like a novelty item. $2.99, 1 grain. 1 grain. And those are $2.99 each. That's Learning to Fly by Pink Floyd. Tongue-tied and twisted, just an earth-bound misfit. Okay. Oh, man. I hate it. I hate it when we have a bundle that sell. I mean, it's just like, I like selling everything we're showing at this point. We're so close. 16 records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 records in there, $68. At this point, I'll entertain an offer. So Michael wants 1 book. Sell him this book of silver dimes. So we just sold dime bag, and then here's a book of dimes, $170. I have 1 book left, and then you want all the grains. So that baggie I just had, let me make sure, these are $2.99 each. And I want to make sure we got a count on these, and okay, you're good with it. These are $2.99. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I was about to say, the baggie should have 25. That's 25 in there. I have 25 at $2.99. That will be $74.75 if you're good with that. $74.75. I actually paid a lot more than these than I realized. I went back and looked, and I'm making like less than $1 a piece on those. But I'm like, okay, we got to sell them somehow. And quantity is the best way to sell them. I was hoping, Michael, you would buy them like, I was hoping that's how people would buy them. Like, I'll take 20 at a time. That way it makes it, because if I have to start selling these individually, it's like horrible for us logistically. So all those are sold for $74.75. I've got 1 book of silver dimes left for $170, okay? Those are going to go right there. And now we have Pink Floyd. Well, yeah, kind of. It was priced $39.99, and I honestly was going to pull it out and give it to Laura to auction because it's a beautiful copy, inner sleeve, and it's near mint OG. So, you know, I would sell it for $39.99. Otherwise, I was going to give it to Laura. And I honestly think it's an OG because it doesn't have the black box around the photo. It could be the other way around, but it's the first print. There's no black box around it. And I don't know if John even knows about that variant. So, yeah, $39.99 would buy it. It's a true OG, and it could even be the first press. It's worth it just for that one song. Holy moly. $32. I can't do $32. I'll do $60 on these if anybody wants them. I was at $68. If not, we'll go ahead and move on to another one. Sad but disappointing. Sad and disappointing, but it is what it is. No takers on the bundle. Can't take them for, sell them for $32. I'd rather just do them for $6.99 tomorrow, and we can sell them for more. How about a buy it now best offer crate here? This was a check condition crate that's only been shown once, and when I showed it I did not take offers on it. So it's only been shown once, and it's check condition stuff, so y'all know what's coming. Great titles at great prices, but it has not ever been discounted, okay? George Burleson is sold on the Pink Floyd. All right, so that's sold to him at sticker. Good deal, because I was thinking about having Laura tag that for like a $35 start auction, and you never know what it might end up. It could end up at $35. It could have sold for $72. All right. Michael Rudolph, I thought you would want a bundle deal on all these VHS. Thank you for the dimes and silver purchase. By the way, if you ever decide you want more of those grains, I've got them, okay? We have like 150 left. Jim B, you've already missed all the nonsense. You have been too bad on you. You've been taking naps. Michael, I will give you a heck of a deal on a VHS bundle here, just so I don't have to show these again or put them out in the store. All right, let's do a buy it now best offer crate. Great titles in here, check condition. We'll go over anything we need to here to show these and get them sold. One of my favorite albums, Moody Blues, Days of Future Past, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Nights in White Satin. It's a concept album. It's an album, it talks about the different times of the day. The day begins, dawn is a feeling, the morning, peak hour, lunch break, the afternoon, which is Tuesday afternoon, which is a great song. It's almost as popular as Nights in White Satin. VG Plus, $14.99, sold to Thomas Hujar. Original Darren Press, that's gone. Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. Gold Stamp Promo Hop Sticker. VG, though, it's $26.99. It does have the original under sleeve. Some great songs on this one. An OG Gold Stamp Promo Hop Sticker, Fleetwood Mac. Tell Me Lies, Tell Me Sweet Little Lies. I Want to Be With You Everywhere. That original lineup. Buckingham, Stevie, Mick Fleetwood, Christine McVie, and John McVie. There they are, Fleetwood Mac, VG, $26.99. Neil Young, probably top 5 of my favorites for his. Might be number 1 or number 2. Everybody knows This Is Nowhere. VG condition, 2-tone reprise label, $14.99. Some classics on here. My favorites, Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl in the Sand, and then probably next would be Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere, and Round and Round's a great song too. That is just good. VG, $14.99. I never knew that about the Moody Blues. Yeah, it's a concept album. It talks about each time of the day. It's pretty cool if you listen to it from beginning to end. The day begins. Oh yeah, it's just amazing when you listen to it. It's like a movie. You know, it's a movie and music and words. Dawn is a feeling, the morning, lunch break, peak hour, Tuesday afternoon, evening, the sunset, twilight time, and then Nights in White Satin. I heard that title forever. I thought it was Nights, like KN, like a knight on a horse. But when I realized later that's what's going on here, yeah, it talks about each time of the day. And this wasn't even really supposed to be, this album to change their career, it was actually not even supposed to be what this is. They were supposed to be doing something for a movie or something, and it just turned into this epic project, and then of course it changed their career, because before this they were a pop British group. They put out pop music, and you know, they were from the UK. They had stuff like Go Now. If you ever heard the song Go Now, that's like pre that album. Then of course they went down that prog, and then in the 80s they probably kind of went more pop back in the 80s, kind of like Yes. Roger Daltrey, One of the Boys. This is EX condition, $12.99. Of course, the lead singer for The Who. The Eagles' greatest hits, one of the greatest selling albums of all time, one of the biggest selling albums of all time. VG condition, $14.99. Take It Easy, Witchy Woman, Lion Eyes, Already Gone, Desperado, One of These Nights, Tequila Sunrise, Take It to the Limit, Peaceful Easy Feeling, and Best of My Love. Also, we have John Lennon Rock and Roll. VG Plus condition, $17.99. This was a covers album he did. It was his tribute to the early rock and roll standards, and he did a well-known cover of Stand By Me, When the Night is Young. VG Plus, $17.99. That's, of course, the original by Benny King. We have Elton John, Rock of the Westies, one of the biggest songs on here, Island Girl. VG Plus, $14.99 for Elton John. This is a first OG, and it has the original inner sleeve, $14.99. There's his songwriting partner, Bernie Taupin. If you hear an Elton John song, Bernie probably wrote all the lyrics. And, man, he had such a great band. Anybody that played on any of these Elton John albums, especially back there in the back, Yellow Brick Road, that lineup of Elton John was spectacular. Yeah, this, well, they made so many of these. Yeah, I mean, this is probably, it's not a new copy. It's not a brand new one. I can't tell you that's like first press, because that's one of those albums they made millions and millions and millions of. But yeah, it's definitely a earlier version. It's not a new copy. Okay, here's some singles right quick. Joy to the World, Three Dog Night. The Beatles, Twist and Shout. Hadn't shown any of these yet. Jody and the Starlighters, Wing Ding. Nat King Cole, The Good Times. Early Styx single there on the Wood Nickel. That's their first label. Styx, You Need Love. Rick Springfield, a exclusive club recording, a personal message from Rick. Gene McDaniel's Tower of Strength, and Gene McDaniel's 100 Pounds of Clay. Those are all $6.99 each. Kelly Vladorchek on Joy to the World. Got more singles over here I'm trying to get to, just trying to multitask. That's so to Kelly. Let me start a new stack, because I got Dime Bag and I got the silver over here. Anthony Goodley on the Eagles, thank you. And let me get a new stack, because we might get into a bunch of 45s all of a sudden. Let me stack this stuff right here. We'll get a new stack going. Whoa, don't fall. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Did those peace dollars sell? Yeah, okay. That was Oso, yeah. All right, sorry, here we go. Chad Snyder on the Beatles for $6.99, and Regina on the Rick Springfield, which was this one. Yeah. All right, thank y'all. And we'll do some more Buy It Now Best Offer, and then we'll do more singles. We have Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver, VG Plus $14.99. That was a $7 no bid. Craig said he would do $5 on it. Let's sell this to Craig for $5. That's sold to Craig Thomas. Next thing I have is Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, VG $9.99. Quick notes on this. The Dreamweaver, some great music. Obviously, Dreamweaver. Love is Alive. Let It Out is a good one. Power of Love, I Was Made to Love You. Probably one of the best ones on there other than Dreamweaver. Steve Mason on GR. And GR was for Gary, probably Gary. Then Be Yourself Adventures was second. I've already shown that. Alan Parsons, VG $9.99. Big solo career, sold millions of albums. Known mostly for producing an album called Dark Side of the Moon. Styx, Paradise Theater, VG Plus $14.99. And the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. Stones is VG Plus $24.99. OG and Styx, big album here, some big hit songs. Too Much Time on My Hands. VG Plus $14.99, and that has got a laser etching on the vinyl. Boss Skaggs Down to Then Left, VG Plus $9.99, and Billy Joel's 52nd Street, big shots on here. My Life's on here, and that's VG Plus $9.99. All right, more singles, and these are $6.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders, Mr. Sun, Mr. Moon. Connie Francis, When the Boy in Your Arms. We have My Girl. This is a double-sided hit from The Temptations, My Girl, and The Way You Do the Things You Do. Those are two great ones there. Everybody's Working for the Weekend, Lover Boy, and that's When It's Over, the flip. Billy Ocean, Caribbean Queen. Let's see what the flip is. Caribbean Queen, No More Love on the Run. Oh, so one is the track and the other side's instrumental. Spanking Our Gang, Lazy Day, and Jimmy Jones, Handyman. Those are all $6.99. Billy Joe is sold to Steve Mason. Kelly Vladorchek on My Girl. That's sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Also over here, we got the Yes album. Y'all know how I feel about this. $9.99. Starship Trooper, I've Seen All Good People, A Venture, Perpetual Change, VG $9.99. That is an OG too, had the right label, the right address. Elton John, another great one from Elton. Now this is not a first press because it's not a gatefold. Yeah, it's a later label from MCA, $9.99. Come Down in Time, cool song. Country Comfort, cool song. Where to Now, St. Peter, one of the best deep cut Elton John songs. Incredible if you've never heard it. That is Elton, and then Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Speaking of one of the best-selling albums of all time, VG Plus $19.99 for Rumors. I mean, pretty much all hits. Secondhand News, Dreams, Never Gone Back Again, Don't Stop, Go Your Own Way, Songbird, The Chain, You Make Love and Fun, I Don't Want to Know, Oh Daddy, and Go Dust Woman, a Stevie Nicks classic. Patrick Britton on Yes, that's so to Patrick Britton. Next is Elvis Spin Out, one of his original movies. I like this one because look at the cars there and his Shelby Cobra. VG $19.99, Elvis Presley, an original soundtrack to Spin Out. And Rotary Connection is VG Plus $19.99 for Rotary Connection. Next handful of singles. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to jump ahead and do this right here. A great song from Donovan, Sunshine Superman, in the company sleeve. Three Dog Night, Celebrate, Chuck Berry, No Particular Place to Be. I think that's the one that sounds like Come Together. John Lennon kind of influenced Come Together off that track, No Particular Place to Be. There's a line, the Come On Flat Top, he come grooving slowly. I think there's a line coming from that song. Wow, Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying, that's an instant sale. What about a Roy Orbison on the UK label, Mean Woman Blues, Aerosmith Promo, Last Child, the Esquire, State Fair, nice, Frigid Pink, House of the Rising Sun, and Free, All Right Now. Baby, I'll let y'all finish it. We have Elton John, Here and There, VG $9.99. Great track listing on this live one. Skyline Pigeon Board, it's a Honky Can't, Love Song, Crocodile Rock, Funeral for a Friend, and he goes in, of course, to Love Live Bleeding. Love Live Bleeding. Boy, that's a mouthful if you try to say it fast. Rocket Man, Beanie and the Jets, and Take Me to the Pilot. VG $9.99. Melanie on Stevie Ray Vaughan for $6.99. So to Melanie Jennings. Wow, there's some great singles back there. Next, Robert Palmer. This is VG $9.99. Doctor. I got a Bad Case of Loving You. There is some writing on the cover. VG $9.99. Regina just claimed Elvis. And that was close because Burt Jordan was next. So Regina got it. Chad Snyder got Free, All Right Now. Burt next on Elvis, and Donna on Elton John. Yeah, that side two's awesome. Funeral for a Friend, Love Lies Bleeding, Rocket Man, Beanie and the Jets, and Take Me to the Pilot. That's going to be a good one. We have Here We Go Around the Mulberry Bush. That's a soundtrack. Music by Spencer Davis Group, which is Steve Winwood, and Traffic, which is Steve Winwood. VG Condition, $9.99. Also Nectar, one of my favorite songs by them. Remember the Future. You got to check that out if you never heard it. It's a prog masterpiece. VG Plus, $14.99 on Nectar. Let me see if this sticker will come off. There's an old sticker on the cover. Oh, man, that made that so much better. Just a little bit of residue that you probably could clean off. Nectar, Remember the Future. VG Plus, $14.99. What is down in here? Who is that? Is that one of the Deep Purple guys? I don't know who that is. Looks like one of the Deep Purple guys. Next is, speaking of Traffic and Steve Winwood, Welcome to the Canteen. VG $9.99. El Dorado, a symphony by the Electric Light Orchestra. VG Plus $14.99. El Dorado, VG Plus $14.99. We have Brewer and Shipley, One Toke Over the Line. This has the hop sticker. It was probably originally on the shrink wrap. Somebody stuck it on the cover, and that is VG Condition, $9.99. One Toke Over the Line, VG $9.99. Wow. Is Danzig getting a reissue? Somebody just messaged me and said Danzig's album's getting a reissue. Roger Dean. That is right. Yep. I can see it now. Queen, that's right, Queen bass player, Roger Dean. That's exactly who that is. Good job, Eric Van Leuven. And we have another Elton John Rock of the Westies, another VG copy for $9.99. I think that makes the second one. No, we got a VG Plus and we got a VG. Folks, one of the most made I'm not saying it's his best-selling album, but I promise you there's been more made on these on vinyl than any other Elton John album. Now, by numbers, Yellow Brick Road and Greatest Hits probably sold more, but I'm telling you, they can make a lot of stuff on vinyl. That doesn't necessarily mean they sold a lot. There's more copies of that, I think, than any Elton John album. We get them by the truckloads. Rock of the Westies. Happy Trails Quicksilver Messenger Service, VG Plus $14.99. La Bamba soundtrack, that's VG $9.99. We have Live George Thorogood, VG Plus $14.99. And then the two Elton John. Now, are you talking about both copies of Rock of the Westies? Next thing is Genesis Invisible Touch, VG $9.99, Invisible Touch. And Fleetwood Mac, hey, we had rumors. Here's their self-titled album. Fleetwood Mac self-titled, VG Plus $24.99. Monday Morning, Warm Ways, Blue Letter, Rhiannon. Over My Head's one of my favorite, the Christine McVie song. Crystal, Say You Love Me, Landslide, World Turning, Sugar Daddy, and I'm So Afraid. So nobody on these singles. That was Frigid Pink, The Esquires, Aerosmith, Roy Orbison, Chuck Berry, Three Dog Night, and Donovan. I almost forgot to show more. I was expecting more of those to sell, but I'll go ahead and grab another handful here. And these are going to go up for $6.99. I have, this is a reissue, but it is in mono. The Animals, House of the Rising Sun, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, and Long Time Gone. Gosh, that's a good one. Cream, Sunshine of Your Love, and Swallow Bar. Gosh, that's a good one. Runt, which is Todd Rundgren, We Gotta Get You a Woman. Gosh, that's a good one. The Kinks, Sunday, Sunny Afternoon, $6.99. Gosh, that's a good one. The Who, Summertime Blues, $6.99. Gosh, that's a good one. Moni Moni, the original, Tommy James and the Shondells, $6.99. Gosh, that's a good one. Layla, Derek and the Dominoes. Gosh, that's a good one. $6.99 on all those. Holy moly, did somebody rob my 45 collection? Donna, was your offer for the same two Elton John albums? If so, I'll sell them to you. Rock of the Westies. Oh, you're talking about, my bad. I forgot there was Tumbleweed. Okay, so Tumbleweed and the VG Plus Rock of the Westies. Sell those to Donna. Yes, so we'll do them for $12 and $8. We'll do those for $12 and $8. Okay, thank you. I got you figured out now. La Bamba is in VG condition. La Bamba is in VG condition. $9.99. It's going to play well. Oh, yeah, it's going to play well. I mean, for what it is, $9.99. Adam Bernardi on Roger Daltrey. You must be talking about this right here, right? Okay, and then Roger Daltrey, and then that's on Adam. Javi Soto on the Animals, which was this one, $6.99. George Burleson on Layla, $6.99. And Hessen said, Say It With Me. Am I missing something? Or, here we go. We got Tommy James. So we got Moni Moni, Summertime Blues, Sunny Afternoon, We Gotta Get You a Woman, Sunshine of Your Love, and Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. He is sold on the La Bamba soundtrack. Great check condition crate there. Just sold a chunk out of those. I'm telling you right now, what you don't buy out of here, these are probably some of the great titles that's going to be in the 9 a.m. flip video in the morning. These right here get obliterated in the 9 a.m. flip video. So if you need a price, or if you want to go ahead and get something right now, this would be the time. We still got Elton John, Fleetwood Mac. We still have Genesis, George Thorogood, Happy Trails, Quicksilver, Brewer and Shipley, El Dorado, Steve Winwood. We have Nectar. We have the soundtrack to Here Go Around the Mulberry Bush, which is Spencer Davis and Traffic, Steve Winwood. We have Robert Palmer. Chad, I've already pulled La Bamba for you. I've already pulled it for you. We have Rotary Connection, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Boz Scaggs, Styx, the Rolling Stones, Alan Parsons, John Lennon, Neil Young, and Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. All right, here are some more singles for $6.99. I have Donovan, There Is a Mountain. I have Sanford Clark, The Fool. Dickie Lee, I Saw Linda Yesterday. Barry Manilow, Mandy, and It's a Miracle. Barry Manilow, I Write the Songs. And Cloud It Be Magic, or yeah, Could It Be Magic? Sorry, Cloud. Pat Benatar, Somebody's Baby and Crazy. Tommy James and the Shondells, She and Loved One. The Trogs, that is the real original Wild Thing. Now, I think that's a second label because it should be on the Fontana, but that is the original versions of Wild Thing. Fabian, You're Only Young Once. Wow, Alice Cooper, Caught in a Dream. I think that one's pretty early. Love It to Death, yeah. And then Deep Purple, great one there. Hush, Hush, Deep Purple, $6, and that's on the original Tetragrammaton label. Trogs, Wild Thing. Dun, 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 dun. You make me want to eat double stuffed Oreos. Dun, 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 dun. I dip my Oreos in milk. Dun, 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 dun. Oreos. Okay, that was my rendition of Chad Loves Oreos set to the tone of Wild Thing. Alice Cooper, So to Patrick Britton. You make me dip my Oreos. Sounds like a sounds like a punk song I've heard before or something. There's something in the back of my head making me sing this cadence. I got a Paul crate here, possibly for half off, if Chris Knapp is still watching, because he'll buy 2/3 of it. Bum bum ba da da da, bum ba da da da. Eric Van Leuven. Okay, we need another crate. I got to keep y'all entertained. What time is it? 11:30. What is y'all's favorite thing for me to show? And don't say Oreos. Kind of hungry, honestly. Whew. I am hungry. It is early, I know. I need to get a snack almost. What have I got up front? A parfait? Let me step up front. Let me get a bottle of water. Laura, did you bring me a bottle of water today? I think Laura she has ignored me on the bottle of water tonight. She usually brings me a complimentary bottle of water. I think unless I've already drunk it. I probably have already drunk it, don't remember it. Let me go up here and grab something to snack on. My head is starting to hurt. Oh my gosh, we're out of waters. How could we be out of waters? No, there's two back here. Tanner, that's probably why Laura didn't get any. Tanner drinks the fire out of these waters. He drinks 20 or 30 a day, bottles of water. I'm like, dude, what are you, a cactus? My head's starting to hurt. Let me tell you right now, if I don't eat a couple things, this show's gonna go crash, okay? I gotta get something. I'm a big boy, I require a lot of calories. I mean, I require a lot of calories. This Slim Jim is not cooperating. All right, I'll go to the next one. All right, scissor time. Baked potato, parfait. Slim Jim. These Slim Jims, I'm gonna eat them all every day. Crab chips? You know, where's a good bag of crab chips when I need them? Pringles. Junk food heaven up here. See, if I don't get some food, I'm starting to feel already better. Y'all know how that is, right? Where's everybody watching from right now? Where is everybody watching from right now? I've got my mic muted because I'm crunching on some Pringles right now. Whoa! Well, crumbs just went everywhere. I got my mic muted. I'm crunching on Pringles, but they're all spilt now. All right. Got my mic unmuted. Let me go back up here. I need to put some waters in the fridge right quick because I'll need them for tonight and when I go to the gym. Yep, I can tell Tanner's open. He drinks them at room temperature, so he never has to restock the fridge. I'm going to put about 4 in here so I'll have some to take to the gym tonight. I got to have them for the gym. Otherwise, I'll be like hawking up a lung. Okay, we're about to get the show back to selling. I had to take a snack break. I was getting like total concentration without interruption for 5 or 6 hours is pretty tolling on the brain. And I don't know if y'all have ever tried that before, but it's pretty tolling. You can ask Paul next time he does a show. All right, let me clean my hands off. Whoop. Yep, I'm getting all the Slim Jim juices, Pringles grease, and Reese's peanut butter off my fingers. Crumbs, grease. They're just already kind of dirty from handling stuff all night. Okay. Y'all are the most amazing customers in the road. I'm gonna do some sweeping right quick because there's crumbs everywhere and I don't like messes. So let me sweep right quick. It was starting to get kind of out of hand anyway. Just dust collects right here where I stand all night. I told y'all I've almost worn a hole through the floor, and that's even standing on a mat that the Vlodderchecks bought me. But I've still almost worn a hole through the linoleum floor here where I stand in the same spot every night. So floor replacement coming soon. Okay, I'm putting my broom up. Now let me get caught up on comments. That's a delicious bottle of water. Half off crate. All right, so there's my trash can. Move that there. There's the leftovers so far from tonight. That was bought no best offer. Those would definitely make it to the flip crate. Okay. All right, so let's see what we can show here. I think I had my eye on this crate. It looks like unusual type stuff, but I can't really tell till I get to it. Let's do it half off, no more, no less, okay? It's just a little short crate. We can fly through these and see what else is going on, okay? I got more singles to try to show you too. I need to get to a new box to see if I can find some more auctionable ones, but let's see what happens right now showing the rest of these. Let's see here. Johnny Crawford from ABC TV show The Rifleman, $6.99. Cochise, Love's Made a Fool of You. Bobby Darin, Mac the Knife. Bobby Darin, Irresistible You, Multiplication. Doctor and the Medic, Spirit in the Sky. Dion, Ruby Baby. And then over here we have Fabian, Tiger, Mighty Cold. And then the Cheers, I Need Your Lovin'. These are all $6.99. Tony Bennett is a white label promo, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. And these are all $6.99, okay? I got a bunch really good ones coming up, it looks like next. Belafonte, Elvis, and more. All right, so let's jump over here and see what's going on. Doctor and the Medics is sold to Craig Thomas. That's right here. Spirit in the Sky. Next thing is, Chad, I sent you a message about Donovan. Chad, I'm not sure if you saw my question. How about both Donovans for 10 or 12? Well, now, somebody earlier made an offer on a single, and I told him I was going to keep all these $6.99 unless maybe we do a bundle. But if you do want both, I'll sell them to you for $12. And that was the two Donovans. But somebody wanted Ray Stevens for 3, and I said I was going to keep these sticker price. The only way I'll really discount them is if you buy a couple. But I will sell you that one, and I will sell you Sunshine Superman. So that's both for $12. Sorry, I'm tongue-tied twisted. Just the Earthbound Misfit eye. But yeah. So let's do that, and that's both Donovans for $12. I'll give you a $1.98 discount as soon as I can find it. Sunshine Superman, and they're both in the original Epic sleeves. All right, $12 on those. Sold. All right, those are done. Half off LPs here. Next thing, Laura in the house. Laura is in the back. She's working on tomorrow's auctions. Yeah, we have Maria Moldar. Maria Moldar is $5. This one has Midnight at the Oasis, big hit song from her. $5 on Maria Moldar. How the West Was Won, that's a soundtrack. That is now $10. How the West Was Won. $10 on that. Big movie from back in the day. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3, that was $10. Also, Nielsen Sings Newman, $8.50. Harry Nielsen Sings Newman, $8.50. Orange RCA label. Also, we have Frankie Lane Rockin'. Frankie Lane is $5. Adam Bernardi on Maria Moldar. We also have Rowan and Martin and Work. Rowan and Martin is $7.50. Dwayne Eddy Pure Gold, that is $7.50. Ohio Express Yummy Yummy Yummy, $7.50. Moon Martin Escape from Domination, $5 on Moon Martin Escape for Domination. Next thing is these for $6.99. We've got Harry Belafonte, an EP picture sleeve from the 50s, Close Your Eyes. Another one, $6.99. And this is part of a set. See, Act 3, Act 2. That's Act 2, Act 3. Also, the Bee Gees 1, the Beatles Twist and Shout, and There's a Place. Silver's Hotline, George Strait, The Chair, and Elvis Presley, Fools, Fall in Love, and Indescribably Blue. $6.99. Steve Biddlecombe on Frankie Lane. Thank you, Biddlecombe. That's so do you. Brian Call on Dwayne Eddy. That's also in here. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Everything in here is the price I'm telling you. We have Crosby and Nash, Whistling Down the Wire. $10 on that. Focus Moving Waves. Focus Moving Waves is $10. We have the Sons of Mrs. Righteous. That's the Righteous Brothers. $5 on that. Burt Jordan wants Elvis for $6.99. Cliff Richard, 40 Golden Greats. That is $12.50. The Beatles here is So Does Stacey Metternich for $6.99. Jungle Drums, Martin Gould, $7.50 on that. Steve, you were second on Elvis. We have Melanie, Lay Down, Candles in the Rain. Melanie is $5. Dave Evans, Repeat When Necessary, $7.50. Lulu New Routes, that is $6.50. The Buddy Holly Story, the original motion picture soundtrack, $10 on Buddy Holly. Carol Burnett Sings, $7.50 for Carol Burnett. Peter, Paul, and Mary. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $5. Traces, the Classic Four, $5 on that. Jay and the Americans is $5. Jay and the Techniques, Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie, VG Plus $7.50. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, that is their second album with the big hits on it, like You Make Me So Very Happy and Spinning Wheel. There is some writing on the cover, $7.50. And King Swamp. King Swamp is $5, no condition notes, okay? There we go. Now, next thing is... All right, let me grab these here. What if I have and have not shown? Have I shown these? Give me 1 second. I showed those. Southern Pacific, Sting, John Fogerty. There's Corazon, the flip of that. Yeah, I've shown those, I think. All right, we have Gary Puckett, Union Gap, Over You, the Union Gap Woman, Melanie, Candles in the Rain, Rick Dees and his cast of idiots, Disco Duck, Gary Puckett, I Just Don't Know What to Do with Myself, Gary Lewis, Where Will Those Words Come From, Zager and Evans, in the year 2525, Will Man Still Be Alive, Skeeter Davis, Gonna Get You Along, Skeeter Davis, Gonna Get Along Without You, and Gilbert O'Sullivan, Alone Again Naturally. Okay, that is... Everything in there is still available if anybody wants them. They're half off, no more, no less. And I tell you right now, I'm going to offer these as a bundle. If not, I'm going to move on. Okay, so over here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 records in there. Bundle price is as follows. We can close these out for $85. $85 divided by 22 is $386 a piece. $85 for everything that's left. Stacy gets Gilbert O'Sullivan for $6.99. If anybody decides you want any more of these, let me know. And we're about to get right into another one, so don't go anywhere. Let's try to find a few more in here. These are all $6.99. Joe Jackson, Is She Really Going Out With Him? The Isley Brothers, Twist and Shout. Minnie Riperton, Loving You. The Rolling Stones, We Love You. And Dandelion, that's a great one. God Knows I Love You. Only You Know and I Know. That is the hit side on that one. I think I got these on the wrong way. Yeah, this is Beach Boys Surfing Safari. Paul Revere and the Raiders, and this is Corvair Baby. Chuck Berry, No Particular Place to Go, and You Never Can Tell. This is Ray Charles, Woman, Sensuous Woman. Neil Diamond, Brooklyn Roads. Senator Bobby, Wild Thing. Senator Everett McKinley, Wild Thing. Delaney and Bonnie, Only You Know and I Know. Those are $6.99. Anybody on this bundle deal, $85, 22 records. Going once, going twice, going once, going twice, going once, going twice, going twice, going three times, going twice, going three times, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. And we'll move on to another one. Okay, I'm going to condense these right in here. Only you know and I know. Delaney and Bonnie. Dun, 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 dun. Sitting on the park bench. Judas Priest and Yngwie. How about right now? Melinda Daring on Minnie Riperton. Minnie Riperton. That is sold to Melinda Daring, okay? Sold. Trying to figure out what I have and have not gone through over here, honestly. Maybe I hadn't gone through any of them. And the stuff I did go through is over here in this crate. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I have figured it out. These hadn't been shown. Those hadn't been shown. Okay, here's a quick auction. Look at this one. Very cool. Love Me Tender, Any Way You Want Me. RCA 476643. A really clean Elvis there. $10 start. $10 start. Shoot. Rob Halford. Heston, I'm making a note right now. I've been talking to him today, but I hadn't asked him about that. I can't believe I didn't remember. I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down. Okay. I've got a note. I've got a gigantic sticky note over here next to me, and I always come back here and check my sticky notes before I leave every night. So we'll take care of you. Elvis is a $10 start, and he's right. I did tease a couple auctions earlier. I teased a Judas Priest picture disc. Elvis has got a bid for 10, and here's a Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance 2012 35th anniversary limited edition picture disc. Near mint. Judas Priest is a $25 start. It's a 2012 U.S. limited edition picture disc, $25 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Elvis has bids for 10, now 12. This is a half-off crate. What do we have here? Lost Vigilantes, Al Finn, 2014 Garage, $12.50 on that. Rock Therapy, Colin Winsky. Rock Therapy is a 1980 Rockabilly, $7.50 on that. Fern Knight is a 2007 folk rock. Fur Knight is 10. Hold on one second. Fur Knight is $10. We have Mirage Man Thrilling. Mirage Man Thrilling, a 1997 Italian press, $13.50 on that one. Getaway Solid Brown. Getaway Solid Brown is a 2005 German press, a garage album. $10 on that. Also, Brian Call on the Rockabilly, which was this second one here. Rock Therapy, that's sold to Brian Call. Next thing is Mouth of Steel, King Biscuit Boy, 1984 UK, $12.50 on that. Live in London, Volume 1, Mickey Jumpman, Diz and the Doorman, The Electric Bluebirds. That is $10. Elvis has two $15 bids. Steve bid 15, Regina bid 15. Chris Knapp on Fern. And that was Fern Knight. That's right here. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Next is Reefus Moons. Reefus Moons, The Word Raven, an 81 UK, $12.50 on that one. Reefus Moons. Matt Curtis, Rock Me. Matt Curtis is $10. And Howard Roberts, Antelope Freeway. That is a 71 press, $15. So the first bid on Elvis that came in was Steve Biddlecombe. So Bert, you're out, and Regina, you're out. He was first at $15. The Judas Priest is a $25 start. That is a picture disc from 2012, which is a 25th anniversary edition. I've got more singles here to show you at $6.99. right now. And that is John Cougar, Pink Houses, Pat Boone, Speedy Gonzalez, Martika, Exchange of Hearts, Fats Domino, Blue Monday. We have Rick Nelson, Summertime, the Ripcords, Hey Little Cobra, and the Kingsman, Jolly Green Giant. Those are all $6.99. Chris Knapp on Raven, the word Raven, that's sold to Chris Knapp. Also over here we have Crazy Boys. Crazy Boys is a 67 Mexico press, $10 on that. Sons of Blues, Romancing the Blue Stone. Cheetown Hustlers, $10 on that. Elvis is at 16. Steve Biddlecombe, you've been outbid. Raunchy Rick's Persuader Band, Rock Rhythm and Blues, an 89 R&B, $7.50 on that. Carl Perkins and NRBQ, Boppin' the Blues, 1970. Carl Perkins and NRBQ, $10 on that. One second, please. Okay. Next is Preston Rose on Carl Perkins. That's sold. That's pronounced Chi-Town, as in Chicago. Ah, what was that one? Right here. The Chi-Town Boys, like Chicago. Gotcha. Chicago. We have Willie DeVille, Heat of the Moment. It's so easy pulling my strings. 1980 Holland, $10 on that. Nobody on these singles except for Elvis, which is still getting bids. An original picture sleeve there of Love Me Tender. Judas Priest is a no bid, $25 buy it now on Judas Priest. We have Mink DeVille, 1978 press, $8.50. The Astro Musical House of Scorpio. This is one of those horoscope records. This is if you're a Scorpio, October 23rd, November 21st. You listen to this and it will basically change your life. $10 on that. This is the soundtrack to Judith. Music is by Soul Kaplan, $10. Sorry that took so long to find. So, Steve Biddlecombe and Regina, y'all are both about on Elvis. Chuck Haley has it for $17. We have Victims of Convenience, Convenes, an 86 that is billed as Funk, F-U-N-K, $15. El Chicano Celebration, $10 on that, and Good God. And Good God is a 1972 pressing, $7.50 on that. And we have Carol Brothers, Baby Get Down. Carol Brothers is a Canadian press in $13.50. Steve Biddlecombe's at $20 on Elvis. He says he's off to work. We'll be on Wednesday from 10 to 2, whole hours if you have much of my persuasion. I'll try my best. But right now, he has Elvis at 20. That means Chuck's out. That also means Regina's out. And that means I'm going to show you the next half-off record, which is the Festival File, Volume 7. Ray Brown, The Whispers. $7.50 on that. Doug Sam, this is called Hell of a Spell. Is that what that says? Hell of a Spell, $12.50. Regina also bid $20 on Elvis. So you've tied Steve Biddlecombe. So you're still out, and so is Chuck Haley. Showbiz, the Downliner Sect. Downliner Sect is a 79 German Garage, $10. Los Flechazos in Asion, a 1992 Spain press, Power Pop, $20 on that. Pox, P-O-X, Voodoo Power, 1986 Holland Psychobilly, $15 on that. Eric Squindo on Doug Sam, which Elvis is up for auction. This is an original picture sleeve of Love Me Tender. It's actually not bad. The sleeve isn't at all. VG Plus, just a little bit of fraying along the top. And the disc is actually pretty dang clean, probably EX. High bid's $20, and that's still being led with Biddlecombe. Next thing is Chris Knapp on Downliner Sect, which was this one right here. Elvis is on black vinyl. It's the original, definitely black vinyl. That would be the original from what, 57, 58? When did that song come out? It's a 50s record. Next is Chris Knapp on Pox. Patrick Britton was second on that one. Next over here we have 4 by Art. Everybody's an artist with 4 by Art. 1986 Italian, $13.50 on that one. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3, $10. Here stands Fats Domino. This one's always been tougher to get. $12.50 on Fats Domino, $12.50, and we have Hunters and Collectors, $12.50. Human Frailty. What is going to be my next handful? Here we go, $6.99. Leading off of a smash hit single, as featured on the movie Anchorman. Treat Her Like a Lady, Cornell's Brothers and Sister Rose, a classic. Treat her right, treat her like. It's pretty cool how they sing it. You got to hear it. $6.99. Homer and Jethro, Jambalar, something like that. Bobby Sherman, Easy Come, Easy Go. Rick Nelson, Garden Party. Johnny Cash, Get Rhythm. And Hey Porter, a reissue on the Sun label. Fats Domino, I'm in Love Again. The Dixie Cups, Girls Can Tell. People Say, and Linda Ronstadt, Blue Bayou. A few more here in the half-off crate. Gene Vincent, The Day the World Turned Blue, $12.50 on that. Vladarchek on the Johnny Cash here. That's sold to Vladarchek for $6.99. The Righteous Brothers, $5, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Jeremy Stagg, Wayfaring Stranger, $25 on that. And Murray the K's, Gassers for Submarine Race Watchers, VG, $5. Well, I'm assuming Chuck and Regina didn't want to bid again on Elvis. Steve Biddlecomb's actually had it for 3 minutes now. I'm gonna count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold. That's gonna go over the big pond we call the Atlantic Ocean. That's probably been in America since it's been made. And it's going to go in Steve Biddlecomb's box all the way over to the UK. That's sold to Biddlecombe for $20. Steve Biddlecombe. Johnny Cash is sold to Vladarchek. Donna wants to pay for it. Donna would like to pay for that, and she says send it to the Vladarcheks, but she wants to pay for it. So make sure we make that adjustment. Chuck Haley on Murray the K. Okay? There's that. And also remember, I think it happened again this week with a couple people's orders. If you give something to somebody, you might have to wait until they pay for their invoice or that other invoice is paid before, you know, we can get it in an order without having to pay extra postage. So Ed has a big box of gift records, and he knows who they're supposed to go to. He has to keep up with it all because we try to get it in the next paid order to the person it's supposed to go to, as long as their order has shipped or their order has paid and their order is ready to be shipped. And you get what I'm saying, right? So two things has to happen. One person has to have an order going out that's paid, and the gift has to be paid. Now, that's not a problem with most people, but we did have some things get hung up, and Ed told me, he said, well, we had a guy message page. He's like, wait a minute, I think I was supposed to get something from free with somebody. And I was like, well, it hadn't been paid for yet. So it has to be paid for, obviously, before we send it, but that's usually not a problem. Okay? So thank y'all for that. What a kind gesture. A lot of gift giving. Maybe one day I can get in on that action. Maybe one day I can get on some of that action. Maybe they'll be like, Chad, I'll just go ahead and buy this whole crate and you can keep it and just resell it again. You just go ahead and I'll take the whole crate and then you can just keep selling them. Ooh, Love Me Tender, an EP sleeve, and it's pretty dang nice. No splits except for right down here at the bottom. And this is 1956 Love Me Tender, $10 start. $10 start. Wow, that's clean too. Love Me Tender from the 50s. That's pretty crazy. I see some records from 1988 and it looks like they've been used to nail in a coffin. That doesn't make any sense. But you get what I'm trying to say. They're destroyed. $10 start on Elvis. That's from 1956. And how much is Ray Brown, Denise? Ray Brown is $1 billion. No, let me figure out in here. Ray Brown is $1 trillion. How much is Ray Brown? Ray Brown is I forgot about Judas Priest. I'm just going to re-auction that again tomorrow. Let me put that right over here. Ray Brown is $1,000. Ray Brown. Are you sure there's a Ray Brown in here? This one here? Solid Brown, Ghetto Ways. Is that Ray Brown? Solid Brown? I don't see a Ray Brown. No Ray Brown, unless this is Ray Brown. Getaway Solid Brown. Okay, more buy it now singles. $6.99. How much, Chad? You guessed it. $6.99. Bee Gees, Boogie Child, Let's Live for Today. One of my favorites from the Grassroots. Elton John, Take Me to the Pilot, and Your Song, nice. Steve Winwood, One and Only Man. Early ZZ Top, or at least on the Blue London label, It's Only Love and Asleep in the Desert. Smoke on the Water, Deep Purple. The Left Bank, Lazy Day and Pretty Ballerina. The Miracles, Going to a Go-Go. And Spirit, Cadillac Cowboys, double-sided promo. Those are all $6.99. The Festival Life, blue cover. The Festival Life, blue cover. Ray Brown and the Whispers, Miles of Hits. A 1988 Australian Garage, $7.50. $7.50. ZZ Top sold to Eric Van Leuven. Sold. And I'm going to give you the picture of Roger Dean since you identified it. Okay, so, and you're going to get this picture of Roger Dean. And we have Denise on Ray Brown. All right, that really has filled up my crate. We'll offer these as a bundle. Elvis is sold to Tim Graham for $25. That's sold to Tim Graham for $25. Very cool one there. And as soon as I said that, Regina bid $26. Am I crazy, or I thought both of them set out? Oh, man, Bert just set out on Elvis. I could have swore I looked down and Regina had set out too after he went ahead and threw in $25. I've already called it sold, though. I owe Regina a Love Me Tender. Or we can put it up and keep bidding on it. No, I've already said sold. I could have swore they both set out. Regina's got that really bad connection up in Crossville. I have to give her more time to say out. It takes sometimes 3 minutes for her to bid to pop up. I've already got that sold to Tim Graham. I think, do I have one more Elvis in here? No? Well, you know what? I actually have about 100 over here behind me. That's no exaggeration either. Probably more than that. Okay, let's do a couple more, and then let's move into another crate. Interesting stuff in here. We have the Doobie Brothers, Little Darling, I Need You. The Youngbloods, Get Together. Don Williams, Overlooking and Underthinking. The Young Rascals, I Ain't Gonna Eat My Heart Out Anymore. And Syndicate of Sound, Litty Girl. $6.99. $6.99. Regina's bid came in for sold. It probably looked that way on Facebook. It probably looked that way on Facebook, but not on Restream. You're probably looking at your Facebook chat. You're probably looking at the Facebook chat, aren't you? Just go ahead and say yes. I know you are. All right, I have filled up another crate. That's pretty epic. All right, let's find another one over here. I'm assuming no one wants a bundle deal on this. There are no bids. Well, unless you want to go through 3,000 VHS and about 100 autographs. Realistically, about 20 VHS and about 50 autographs. 20 autographs. Everything's sold tonight. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move these over here too because I need this empty crate. Okay. All right, so what time is it? It is 12:07. I think if we can go through, let me see what I got over here. Let me see what's in this one. I'm thinking somewhere there's probably a check condition crate that I overlooked. At some point that has not been shown best offer. Those are really recent records there, like 10-4. Yeah, I was in October 4th. Let me see what date are on these. Date on these is these aren't check condition though. These are this might have been some stuff when I was out of town. I don't recognize some of this. Yeah, this stuff was not when I was in town. This crate here, let me look at it again. Well, the first half, the back half isn't. The Road, Bodine's, the Garden of the Marijuana record, John Cougar. Yeah, there we had a Mr. Goodbar soundtrack tonight, but that one's different. And then the first half of the crate is, yeah, we'll go through this one best offer. Yeah, because there's that artist there that I never can pronounce their name. I know I hadn't been, the back half of this crate I've never been through before. I think it was, let's see, this week was a bye week, or last week was a bye week. I guess it was when I was in Arkansas for the Tennessee game. I mean, Mississippi State. This Saturday is Knoxville, Arkansas comes to town. Yep. And then we have to go to Alabama. Oh no. Alabama. The Tide. Okay. Here we go. Let's do it. I'm standing back up. I had to sit down in this chair to be able to look through the crate. That's a bad idea. Can't sit down in a chair. I'll fall asleep, literally. My brain would be like, oh, Chad is sitting down. If that means the show's over, it's time to crash. Not so fast, my friend. All right, any VHS horror? Maybe some. I can read through them because I was going to try to bundle them to somebody, but we'll see what happens. I kind of need to, there looks like they're about to fall over here anyway, so I kind of need to restack them. These are all signed CDs. Let me put these away too. So Lonnie Brooks, Fabulous Thunderbirds. Those are all autographed, JSA authenticated. $35. $35. That's the price on those. The VHS are $10 a piece. We have the Blair Witch Project. It's sealed, never opened. The Invaders, Cream, Strange Brew, and Nightbreed, Come Meet the Dead of Night. Those are all $10 a piece. Here's some more signed items. This is signed by Ron Campbell, the animation creator of Beatles' Yellow Submarine. This is signed by Rat, as in the whole band. That is $155. Rat. And then the Yellow Submarine DVD. More VHS for $10. Not that one because it's part of a lot. The Rolling Stone Circus, even though it's got a stain on it, that's pretty cool. Nightbreed is sold for $10 to Vicki Allison. The Omen 4, The Awakening. Whitesnake 4-Play. Spice Girls. Robert Vladicek, that could be considered a horror movie. Spice Girls, Spice World, the Spice Girls movie. Elvis Presley, Loving You. There's that for our Elvis buyers. There you go, Regina. That can be your redemption item. Jimi Hendrix by Jimi Hendrix. And then Loverboy, any way you look at it. The Omen is also sold to Vicki Allison. And then over here we have Amy Grant's Old Fashioned Christmas. That is still sealed. U2 at Red Rocks Under a Blood Red Sky. That's a great live show. The Leading Man, that's a movie Bon Jovi played in. It's sealed. Needful Things, that's also $10. These are all $10. White Snake Trilogy. And then over here, I had Metalhead Magazine with Iron Maiden. Michael Jackson, the short films from Dangerous. And then the bundle over here, actually, hold on one second. I had another Spice Girls, unauthorized. The Doors, Light My Fire, video single. A whole VHS for one 10-minute video single from The Doors. And then I had at one time 3 Beatles. I had John Lennon, Paul McCartney for 15. And so I'll add Paul McCartney and another Beatles. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 5 Paul McCartney, John Lennon, and Beatles. 25 for those. And then the Doctor Who set was a total of 2, 4, 5 for 20. I'll go ahead and add another one for $20. Those are all Doctor Who. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now 6 for $20. Try to get all those sold in one lot. All right, let's start doing some buy it now best offer. I'll try to keep showing singles. I will keep showing singles. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Let's try to get a bunch of these sold. Don't hesitate to make offers. John Mayall Blues from Laurel Canyon. VG condition, $12.99. Buy them now. They might get grabbed at the 9 a.m. video in the morning. Looking for Mr. Goodbar. VG condition, $9.99. This is got music from the OJs, Boz Scaggs, Bill Withers, Dinah Ross. VG $9.99. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. EX $17.99. Bruce Springsteen, The River. Bruce Springsteen, The River is in no condition notes, $34.99. No condition notes on that. The River, $34.99. Split Ends Frenzy, and this is got the sticker on the top that says featuring the smash hit Icy Red, $24.99. So probably the last time you'll see these VHS, unless somebody wants a bundle deal of any sort. I'm going to take them up front. They're going to be marked for here, in-store purchase. And I have cleared out 2 entire crates tonight. That freed up a lot of space over here. Been trying to get those sold for a while. So I'm going to set these over here. And thank y'all for anybody that bought some of those tonight. We have sold a bunch of them. And I've been chipping away at those for a long time, but trying to sell what's left here. And people ask for this kind of stuff. My mom be like, people's coming here asking for cassettes. People's coming here asking for VHS. I know we got stuff like that. And I was like, well, we do, but I always show it on Facebook first, and it usually all gets sold because we usually have some kind of bundler, but no bundler on those tonight. Next is Twist in Hamburg, The Rattles, an 86 German white vinyl. $24.99 on that, and John Cougar's big album, $19.99 on that. Okay, next handful of singles are coming at you right now. These are $6.99. The first one's a good one. Rat, Round and Round. And we have Flat and Scruggs, Like a Rolling Stone. Rare Earth, I Know I'm Losing You. The Spinners, I'll Be Around. Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman. John Schneider, I've Been Around Enough to Know. Willie Nelson, Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. And Tony Bennett, Some of These Days. And All That Love Went to Waste. Those are all $6.99 each there. Rat, Round and Round is sold to Stacy Metternich for $6.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. I have Square Dance with Soul. That is a '69 Funk Soul, $24.99. And the Steve Martin Brothers, that has got a press release promo booklet with it. And that is a gold stamp promo as well, $19.99 on the Steve Martin Brothers. Next handful of singles is coming at you right now for $6.99. We got Jerry Jeff Walker, Gypsy Songman, Boyd Bennett and his Rockets, 17. The Music Machine, Talk Talk. Wilson Pickett in the Midnight Hour, I'm Not Tired. Christie, Yellow River, down the Mississippi line, Olivia Newton-John, If Not For You, and The Biggest Clown, and The Carpenters, We've Only Just Begun. Those are all $6.99. This is the original cast album for Pippin, Motown, 1972, $14.99. Eric Van Leuven on the Music Machine. Should be this one right here. Yep. That is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $6.99. Those are all still available if anybody changes their mind. Going right here behind me. Next is, let's show a few more LPs first. We also have the E-Tops live at the Rainbow Ballroom, 1966. 1998 Garage, that's $29.99. The Talisman Style, $19.99 on the Talisman Style. Rock and Roll Hits of the 50s, the Teen Queens, $19.99 on that. And 18 Original, Volume 1, Big Rock and Roll Biggies. The Standells Dirty Water, Robert Parker Barefootin', Aaron Neville, Tell It Like It Is. Looks like some pretty good tracks on that one. That is $19.99. It is a double LP. Ian Terry Band, Roadhouse Rockin', $19.99 for that. And the Lazy Sundays, The Texture and the Flavor, 1996 Spain. That's a garage album, $34.99. Next singles here for $6.99. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, Don't Give In to Him. Fats Domino, Whiskey Heaven, that's a promo, double-sided. Crest, The Angels Listened In. Southern Pacific, Perfect Stranger. Gilbert O'Sullivan, Out of the Question. The Buckinghams, Back in Love Again. Gilbert O'Sullivan, Claire with the picture sleeve. Maxine Nightingale, right back where we started from. And the Rolling Stones, Hang Fire and Neighbors from their album Tattoo You. Also in here, we have A Child's Garden of Grass, a pre-legalization comedy. That's the marijuana album, the pot album, the weed album. This is Debbie Gibson, Staying Together, 1988. It's a 12-inch single, $14.99 for Debbie Gibson. Bodine's, Outside Looking In. Bodine's is $19.99. We also have Hey Little Cobra, the Ripcords. That's $19.99. Pot, weed, marijuana, The Devil's Lettuce, $29.99. Also, we have Melanie, Ballroom Streets, $19.99 for Melanie. And The Road, and that's $19.99. In Shrink Wrap, Kama Sutra, She's Not There. We also have Clarence Clemens and the Red Bank Rockers, $19.99. Vladimir bought some pot for $20 for the FBI agents listening in. That was for an album, not actually for cannabis. Nielsen, That's the Way It Is. Nielsen is $19.99. We have David Rose and his orchestra play The Stripper, $19.99 for David Rose and his orchestra. Okay. Next thing over here is the following. $6.99 singles. The upcoming dollar bin sale, that is Friday and Saturday. You got to be here at the store. You got to drive to Tennessee. And I know you're going to do that, Todd. It's Friday and Saturday, $1 records. Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell, how are you going to keep it after you get it? What You Gave Me, Marvin and Tammy, an epic duo. Chad and Jeremy, Teenage Failure. The Bee Gees, How Can You Mend a Broken Heart? Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, I Fought the Law. Serendipity Singers, Don't Let the Rain Come Down. Three Dog Night, Joy to the World. And we have Don Williams, I'm Just a Country Boy. Merle Haggard, Twinkle Twinkle Lucky Star. Billy Ocean, Caribbean Queen. And Sir Douglas Quintet, She's About a Mover. The Rains Came, $6.99. No selling pot here in Tennessee. No, not unless you want to get canned. No, sir. We have the Waistcoats in Our Eyes, a 2002 French Garage, $19.99. Hey, they finally legalized sports betting. Hopefully next is casinos, and then maybe one day for those that want to consume cannabis can do it without having to go to prison. We'll figure that's probably a long time coming, though, here for Tennessee. Live at Big Daddy's in 86 Australian, $19.99. Also, we have Manfred Mann, the R&B years, 1982, Manfred Mann compilation, 1999. We have Bonzo Dog Band, Doodah Band, Gorilla. What is going on here? I don't recall seeing that one before. It's the Bonzo Dog Band, and the name of the album is Gorilla. I told y'all I hadn't gone through these before. This was some stuff shown when I was in Mississippi. On the 8th Day, 1968 press, $39.99 for that. And we have the college concert of Pee Wee Russell and Henry Red Allen, $26.99 for that. Oh no, it's Minuendo. Oh no, it's Minuendo. I hate Monduando. Oh, Minuendo. Minuendo. Me Nudo. Menando. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. $34.99. Also, The Mothers, Fillmore East, June of 1971, $39.99. The Mothers of Invention, Fillmore East, $39.99. Moments by Roger Sellers, $19.99. A 2011 clear vinyl lo-fi. And then we have bullfight music. Folks, this is the Brave Bulls, $14.99. Don't forget Johnny Rivers, Secret Agent Man. That is true. They've lightened up sentences. If you're caught with just a smokable amount, I think they'll let you go with a ticket. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not a lawyer, nor do I travel with marijuana or use it or consume it. John Fogerty, The Old Man Down the Road. Sting, Fortress Around Your Heart. Five Americans, Western Union. Harry Belafonte, Ain't That Love. Harry Belafonte, Troubles. Harry Belafonte, Mama Look at Boo Boo. The Dixie Cup, IKO, IKO. Roy Orbison, Twinkle Toes. The Castaways, Liar, Liar. And Lee Michaels, What Do You Know What I Mean by Lee Michaels. My brother is a sheriff's deputy, and if he's out looking for drugs on a traffic stop, he's looking for the hard stuff. He's looking for the hard stuff when he does traffic stops. Y'all boys got any drugs in the car? I've went on ride-alongs with my brother. I've had literally a bulletproof vest on that said sheriff. Okay, multiple times, folks. I've been strapped with a bulletproof vest that said sheriff. Okay? When I've done ride-alongs with my brother. When my brother first started becoming a patrol deputy, if you get permission from the sheriff, you can literally ride around with them. And my brother was on night shift, so I went with him for domestic calls, traffic stops. We've went on 911 calls. I've been to wrecks. I've seen some horrendous stuff I've done about 6 or 7 ride-alongs with them in about a year. So it's pretty cool because obviously I had to be strapped with a bulletproof vest in case something happened and somebody thought I was a cop because I was with them and I was going to get shot at. So obviously I had to be strapped with a bulletproof vest, and it was pretty cool. I couldn't get a gun though. I was like, can I carry a gun? I don't want to be on a traffic stop and then all of a sudden fire starts opening and my brother's getting shot at, and I don't have a weapon, but no gun, no. I was in his car a couple times, and here's what I thought. I was like, okay, if something goes south, I'm grabbing this AR. They have some of them have like a shotgun next to in their front seat, and some of them have an AR-15 or some sort of assault rifle. And it always went through my mind. I was like, okay, if something goes south and he starts getting shot at, I'm going for this other gun, and we're going to have a shootout here. The Johnny Rivers is Secret Agent Man, Seventh Son Melody. So this is actually a 12-inch single, Secret Agent Man and Seventh Son Melody, $9.99. Here we go. Pretty cool, though. his at the time his like sergeant that was ahead of him, I remember that morning he left, he's like, you know how to use this thing? And I was sitting in the front seat and we were pulling out, and he was like, you know how to use this thing in case something goes bad? I was like, yeah, I know how to use that. And he's like, all right, well, if your brother starts getting shot at, you got to give him backup. I was like, okay, I can do that. Lindsey Buckingham, Slow Dancing. Lindsey Buckingham, The Bob Crew Generation, Music to Watch Girls By. Dinah Ross, Top of the World. Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John and ELO. Ohio Players, Let's Love. And Lucy in the Sky of Diamonds, Hooters. Chad Schneider, sold on The Secret Agent Man. That's sold to Chad Snyder. And also we have Something to Remember appearing tonight at the Clay Pigeon Club, $19.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash is $34.99. This is Tim Harden, an 89 UK. Tim Harden's $24.99. Emmylou Harris Evangeline, $14.99. Pat Benatar Tropico, We Belong Together, $14.99. Warrior Scandal featuring Patty Smythe, $19.99. I'll tell you what, though. I've been in a police cruiser, a Dodge Charger, going, we was responding to a 911 call at a church, and somebody called in and said they thought they heard gunshots. And there was an open line at the phone at the church, and you could hear the dispatch said they can hear people screaming. And was like, oh my gosh, there's like an active shooter at a church, like a night service. So we were flying. I mean, I think we hit like 120. Oh my gosh, I was nervous. I was like, oh my gosh, what if we get here and there's like because we live in a county where a rural church, there's like 3 deputies covering a huge county. And so I was like, oh my gosh, like we might be the only people show up for this for about 5 minutes. But it was literally a butt dial, and they were practicing for some kind of vacation Bible school, and just like kids were running around screaming, playing. I was like, oh my gosh, somebody butt dialed 911, and that's what they heard. They was like, thought they heard gunshots and like kids screaming. I was like, oh my gosh, that was like the nervous. Driving to that was like, I was nervous. I was like, what is about to happen when we show up here? Simon & Garfunkel, $14.99. Janis Joplin Pearl, $34.99. I mean, I was thinking the worst. I was like, this is going to get bad. Alvin Lee, Rocket Fuel 10 Years After, $19.99. And Joe Walsh, So What? Joe Walsh is $19.99. Johnny Winter, Still Alive and Well. Johnny Winter is $19.99. Little River Band, Man on Your Mind. Jimmy Dean, I think we had that one last night, but this is another one. To a Sleeping Beauty. Claude King, Wolverton Mountain. Back-to-back hits, Don Hose and His Allies. Tiny Bubbles and Do I Love You. Trini Lopez sings his greatest hits, Fresca. Nat King Cole, What You Gonna Do? Michael Sembello, Maniac. The Guess Who, Running Back to Scussatoon. Mother Maybelle Carter, San Antonio Rose. Melanie, Do You Believe? And Mark Dining, Teen Angel. There's Johnny Winter. We also have Van Halen 2, $44.99. A superb copy. Really clean. This is a buy it now best offer. The Doors Morrison Hotel, it does have like some water damage. Like you can't really see it. You can feel it. But it is damaged there. What a cool gatefold too. I seen one of these signed one time by all 3 except Jim Morrison. Obviously, that's extremely rare. I always thought that was a cool picture though. Jim Morrison autograph, extremely rare. A handful are known to exist on album jackets. And there are no known copies on the front. It's bizarre, like they just don't exist. Johnny Cash, Peter Tosh, Bush Doctor. I got a lot of Bush, Tosh, Cash mixed up there. Rolling Stones Tattoo You, VG $14.99. Reincarnation, Fat City, VG Plus $9.99. And then James Brown, Thinking About Little Willie John and a Few Nice Things, VG Plus $24.99. The Mothers, Overnight Sensation, VG Plus $29.99. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. VG Plus $27.99. Thin Lizzy, Johnny the Fox, VG Plus $24.99. Eagles, their greatest hits, VG $14.99. Joe Cocker, A Little Help from My Friends, EX $29.99. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, EX $47.99. Frank Zappa Guitar, $49.99. And Joe Cocker, self-titled in Shrink, $34.99. Okay. Did somebody get the Dixie cups earlier? Or am I crazy? Yeah, Eric Van Leuven did. Okay. And right now we have this handful. Carole King, Only Love Is Real. War, Nappy Head. Linda Ronstadt, Heat Wave. Music from The Sting, that's The Entertainer, that's a classic. Alabama Feels So Right. Rod Stewart, Tonight's Tonight, and Herman's Herman, A Must to Avoid, and The Man with the Cigar. Okay. Well, I went through an entire crate there of all check condition stuff, or all pretty relatively new titles, great titles, interesting stuff, and we sold 2 records. And that's when I know it's time to wrap up the sale and call it a night, because everybody's gotten sleepy. At this point, everybody's just here for me to tell stories about doing ride-alongs and my adventures as a pretend sheriff's deputy. So let me tell you a few more stories. No, I'm joking. We have managed to go through a whole box of singles, and I condensed it with a whole nother box. So that means we've sold a whole box and condensed it into another box, so that's good. And this box here is full of gone-throughs, and that means tomorrow we can start fresh. I didn't want to peel, I almost peeled into another box, but we have gotten through all those. And all this sold here, of course, and there's many other stacks. Anybody have any last requests, want to see anything else? I got to stop there. I'm going to stop there. I know it's a bizarre thing. Late at night, nobody wants to make offers. I can hardly get anybody to make an offer. It either has to be half off or sticker price. Just like the offer bins are cursed at late at night. I get everybody's half asleep and they just don't want to punch in numbers. Oh, I got to punch in a number. I better pause there. Unless, Chris, you want to buy this whole crate at sticker price. You buy the whole crate at sticker price, it's only going to be like $1,000, and then we'll go on. Peter Tosh is $24.99. It's an OG, which that's on the Rolling Stones label. They worked with Peter Tosh. $24.99. Yeah, we better stop there. Def Leppard. Let me pull up the inventory right now. Let's go over here, right here. That was the best offer, Ben. Yeah, nobody was making offers. I can't believe it. And Chad Snyder, well, Vladarchek made one offer. He bought the Garden of Grass. No unsold auctions. Well, except for autographs. I'll run through I'd love to sell some of those, but no, all the sold stuff tonight sold. Let me pull up this. Who asked? Tim Graham. Let me go to our distributor for that stuff. Excuse me. All right, so I'm going to search Def Leppard, okay? The newest Def Leppard item that's in our system is a pre-order for Diamond Star Heroes live from Sheffield, a pre-order from a t-shirt, a pre-order for a t-shirt, a pre-order for an LP. There are no Def Leppard guitars. Now, what I'm going to do, let me search Randy Rhoads. Why am I searching Randy Rhoads? Because I can click on this one, and I can click on Axehaven. And it can show me everything available from Axehaven. 333 products. The pre-order guitars for Axehaven is Dave Mustaine. Dave Mustaine. Purple and green stripe guitar. That's Avenged Sevenfold. Jimi Hendrix. They're now selling these. These are pretty cool. They're now starting to sell miniature microphones. Those are up for pre-order. Black Warlock with Widow. Let me see who that is. It doesn't say. Black Warlock with Widow headstock mini guitar. I don't know whose guitar that is. It doesn't say. Eagle Leopard mini guitar. Is that Def Leppard? Eagle Leopard mini guitar BC582. Could that be it? See, some of these, they don't say they're Def Leppard. They're just look like Def Leppard guitars. Maybe they couldn't get the licensing. Let me see if I can find an image of these. Because, see, some of them, they don't actually say Def Leppard. And that might be why we're searching, and Laura's been searching, and I've been searching, and we just can't find them. Eagle Leopard. It's a company called Mini Axe. See, I think that's different from Axe Haven. See, they don't even have, none of these websites have images of these. This is, yeah, they don't have images. That's a completely different company. We use Axe Haven. So Mini Axe, I'm not familiar with them unless that's a subsidiary. Yeah, see, they don't have images. It's horrible. They don't have images of this stuff. So you don't know what you're buying, and you can't post pre-order. Yeah, so I can't order. I mean, I'm not going to order anything I can't see a picture of. I don't know why they do that. That's crazy. Stevie Ray Vaughan, they're starting to sell guitar straps. I mean, they're getting deep into this stuff. They're starting to sell stands, and they're even starting to sell straps. Little mini straps. Okay, what was the next question? No unsold auctions except for autographs. And then price on Yellow Brick Road. New and sealed, $44.99. The autographs we had tonight was the following. Branford Marcellus, $35. John Mayall, $35. MC Chris, $45. Shirley Eaton, Bond Girl, $45. I've got a bunch of them. Vinnie Moore, $35. Paradise Lost, $35. Michael Sweet, $35. Stephen Piercy from Rat, $65. Of course, Michael's, Michael Sweet from Stropper. Rat, $175. And then we had Lonnie Brooks, Fabulous Thunderbirds, and Terry Lynn Carrington. Rat is 175, and the rest of those were 35. The three Lonnie Brooks, 2 Fabulous Thunderbirds. And all those were technically put up for auction tonight. Those are all autographed and JSC authenticated. And I'm going to leave them over here for them to photograph them tomorrow, and they're all going to be put on eBay. I need to blow an air horn for Stevie Nicks. That was an eBay sale, but we sold a Stevie Nicks signed tour program on eBay for $1,100 today, so that was a big sale. I always like selling something for $1,100. Yep. Pet Sounds is signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. It comes with a full letter of authenticity from JSA and a full letter from Beckett. It is double authenticated. It's $1,575. $1,575. Signed by 5 of the 6 members there. Signed by 4 of the 5 guys there, excuse me. Year of the Elton John. I have no idea, but we're about to find out. I will look into those Def Leppard guitars. This is a 2014. This was made probably this year. This was made this year. It's a 2014. It was probably made in 2025. Yeah, my friend I got this from, he just sold one with the 5th signature, and it jumps it up to like $6,000. So, it's crazy how fully signed albums take a jump in value. So it's like that one is $1,500, and then you get one more signature and make it complete, and it jumps it up like thousands more. It is insane the jump it takes. Let me see if I can find that one. It may have already expired. There's one right there just like mine, right? Who signed this one? Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, Bruce Johnson. Yeah, that's what I have. Yeah. That one just sold for $14.95. Here we go, 25. Who signed this one? 1, 2. That's still 4. That one sold for $2,500. Yeah, it's already expired. It sold right after he died. It was like $6,000. It might be one act. Let me see if there's one active. Let's see here. At least that's real. That one's real. Band members include Brian Wilson, Brian Johnston, Al Jardine, Mike Love, and Blondie Chaplin. The inscription, "Love," was penned in the hand of Mike Love. So the lineup of this one, this is the 50th anniversary edition, by the way. Oh yeah, and then Todd Saw wants Elton John. Of course, that's $44.99. I'm gonna have to redecorate in the back. We sold Pink Floyd. We sold Elton John. I'm gonna have to redecorate for tomorrow. See, these are scams on eBay. Well, not scams. They're just people buy these without realizing what they're getting. These pick guards. I mean, they're okay if you want one, but see, does that say cut? See, that's just crazy. That's just nothing more than a signed cut for $6,000. Everybody wants a guitar, but see, the pick guards sell. Man, I need to get mine on eBay. Some of these, I think, far as active right now, I need to get mine on eBay. I didn't realize some of these are expensive on here. I mean, I think the cheapest one right now, plus mine has 2 letters. I mean, if somebody's interested in this, what I'm asking for that thing is actually a killer price. When Brian Wilson died, it really jumped. Well, demand went up and then prices went up. Everybody either started pricing stuff higher or, I mean, there's a ton on there for sale, but they're all expensive. And if anybody wants something signed, they want a pet sound. So, all right, I'm signing off. I'm going to go eat, clean up, do these videos. I got to do my routine. Still got a lot of signed stuff. I might try to go ahead and photograph some of that. So, Thanks, everybody. Let me move these over here before they fall. Thanks, everybody who has watched tonight. We still got 88 faithful watchers watching me talk about autographs as usual. If you change your mind on something, let me know. If not, please come back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday night. Laura's already sent me the hot pictures. We have some excellent stuff. Excellent stuff for tonight or for tomorrow night already. And I look forward to it. I got a lot of stuff to do. I have a Pokemon card I just saw a couple that sold for $13 a couple of days ago. Sell it. Was it graded? Bad part is I've seen stuff sell too, and then it's, you know, it's graded. You got to make sure you get that same grade if it's something PSA'd or Beckett or something. I've had 5 Charizards in the last few years, but I've never had a perfect one. The ones that sell for huge money. I've either had like low grade. I think I had a 7 one time. And I kind of regret selling them. I've never had a PSA 10 or a 9, but I've had a couple 7s. And then I've had some played copies. Alrighty. Of course, I'm talking about the original set. I'm signing off. Thanks, everybody. Good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow about 5:30. I'll be starting another.